The new hangout.
I got the power. I got the power. Ooh, shakalaka laka. Ooh. So anyway, what I was saying, Joy, listen, Joy, you don't hear, no, Joy, that's not what I'm saying, Joy, 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 Joy.
You there, future boy?
Hell yeah, I made it.
Okay, I found it. I found it.
Took me forever.
You want? So you want the prayer?
Yeah.
It says, kind of small print here. Hail to thee, great God, Lord of the two truths. I have come unto thee, my Lord, that thou mayest bring me to see thy beauty. I know thee, I know thy name, I know the names of the 42 gods who are with thee in this broad hall of the two truths.
All right, blah, blah, blah. Get to the fucking 42.
Get to the what?
Get to the
the
commandments.
You want me to get to the commandments? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, the first one is I have not reviled the God. I have not laid violent hands on an orphan. I have not done what God abominates. I have not killed. I have not.
I have not killed. There's
I have
number
not
one.
killed. Yeah, thou shalt not kill. I have not. Well, it's a semicolon. I have not turned anyone over to a killer. I have not caused anyone suffering. I have not copulated illicitly. I have not been unchaste. Okay, then it goes, I have not increased nor diminished the measure. I have not diminished the palm. I have not encroached upon the fields. Then I have not added to the balance of weights. I have not tempered with the plumb bob of the balance.
Blah, blah, blah. We get the point.
What's
It's
that?
all there. It's all there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all there, but you said read it. So, okay, you want me to skip? Well, Mike out.
Well, no, don't Mike out, but that's the point. The Ten Commandments came from that.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, like what I entered is like, well, yeah, 1,550 BC to 50 BC. Okay, they had it there, and
So it's Moses and his fucking brush fire is pretty much plagiarization.
clearly,
Like we figured that out. We figured out the bad shit that humans can do to each other long before fucking Moses came along. We didn't need the Ten Commandments to figure out that murder was bad. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. Well, that's my point. But anyway. Does no one disagree or no one agree?
Oh, sorry, I came in late. So I think the Bible's a good book that is one of the top-selling books of all time. But at the end of the day, it's a book.
Yeah.
A lot of people can learn a lot from many other literatures that they can probably even do better. But I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just kind of keeps going through time, and it is what it is, and people can put their faith into it.
How about when Jesus fed with his 40 loaves and 40 fishes?
I know, man, and people want to tease, a fictional character by the name of Merlin, helping out old King Arthur. That's cool. How much wine can this dude make out of water?
That's kind of socialism to me when he feeds all these people with 2 loaves of fish and 2 loaves of bread.
Yeah, that's definitely right.
That sounds like socialism to me.
I don't see, governments trying to do that or people wanting to, aspire to be that kind of person either.
No.
Which disturbs me a little bit. They want to sit there and say, well, I have a personal relationship with the, this and that and whatever. And I'm like, great. Well, I thought the moral of the lesson was to try to be more Jesus-like, I guess. But,
and then not so much.
When shit hits the fan, we all get personal.
Yep.
So I find it hard to take anybody's testimony seriously.
I concur.
Yeah.
But he said some good shit.
Yeah.
If you take out, like the Jefferson Bible, if you take out all the hocus pocus, he actually said some good shit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it makes you wonder, you know, if someone took someone's philosophical diaries, I don't know, or something like that, and they said, "Hey, man, let's spice this up and control the populace with it."
Yeah, let's create a fucking superhuman being.
Yeah.
Who the milkman impregnated, but it wasn't her actual husband.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I still, man, the one I love too is the Ark, right? I heard you bring that up earlier.
The what?
The Ark. Noah and his Ark.
Oh, yeah.
More hocus pocus.
There's actual, like Sumerian, the Epic of Gilgamesh. There's a flood. There is a flood system with more than 2 or 3 who reported a flood, but it's not a fucking worldwide flood. Come on, we didn't pick up the fucking kangaroos from Australia and then drop them back off when we were done.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know what I'm saying? Or the koalas or whoever.
Yeah, the koalas. That's right.
You know,
There
might have been a great Middle Eastern flood, but it wasn't a worldwide God flood.
That's true. Something that never gets discussed in that context. Even they'll try to bring up something. And, well, at the end of the day, my favorite one that you brought up, which let there be light.
Let there be light. Before there was a sun.
Yeah, that's right. And then talking donkeys and animals and things. I love that part too.
I love man. Donkeys.
Charlotte's Web. They do the same thing.
Talking donkeys. It's a donkey.
All right, we need Christians here to debunk us.
My favorite is Samson and his magical hair.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's some X-Men shit right there.
Yep.
He's like the first X-Men with his magical hair.
And that was comic books before comic books was comic books.
Exactly. That's some magical hair shit right there.
Yep. It's awesome. I mean, you have Atlas and he dukes it out with Zeus and his peeps and loses, and Zeus is like, all right, man, as your punishment, you're going to hold the entire galaxy over your shoulders, right? And then and then Hercules, he helps him out. Then Atlas is like, hey, wait a minute, man, let's trick this guy. He'll take over my job. But Hercules wins that battle as well, proving that he has more than just strength. He is cunning to not fall for such tricks.
Those cunning Greeks.
That's right.
Holding up our fucking world.
Now, if the Bible is so damn true, how come that Atlas and Zeus and them aren't true? To me,
they were way before Jesus.
They're just as believable. I mean, Merlin really was there then.
That's love me some X-Men, ancient X-Men.
Yep. See, Charles Xavier got together. Yeah. That's right, man. Samson in the hair. So strong.
Jonah and the whale. Let me go live in a whale.
Oh yeah.
That's some good shit there too.
Yeah, man.
All right, so
that's some Aquaman. That's some Aquaman shit there.
Just posted.
Hi, Hank Hill.
Oh, hi,
I just
Hank.
posted some stuff on the last Hangout group chat text that's on hangouts.google.com, and I posted the date of Ramses and the date of Tutmos, and it turns out that if you go according to the Bible, now I'm not saying according to Egypt, I understand that you guys take Egypt's position and we can agree to disagree on that, but I go by the Bible, so it dates to roughly around 20 years to Tutmos in his time of reign, as opposed to Ramses, which is about 150 years away. So it's more likely that I was correct according to the Hebrew version of which Pharaoh ruled during the time of the Exodus.
The Hebrew version does not name
Okay,
Pharaoh.
Hank Hill, I used the computer. And asked it, when was it written, the Book of the Dead? And it dates from 1,550 years BC to 50 years BC. Okay, now this is so-called knowledge from archaeologists, anthropologists, all the fancy sciences. So if you're going by the book, like, that's not really evidence. So how do you reconcile that? Please, Mike out.
Well, what was the exact number that you used from 1550 or something like that?
1,550 BC to 50 BC. That's what it states. I just asked a simple question. What year was the Book of the Dead written, or the Egyptian Book of the Dead written? And boom, it gives you that little rectangle. And then it's got a Wikipedia article and then a lot of other supporting references there. But that's what, like so-called historians or people outside, independent of biblical scholars or hardcore believers, yes, that's what they're stating. So that's the people you have to go correct.
Anyway, I can get some of these links.
Yeah, I accept what they're saying. Like I said, I accept what they are saying. So it's like I said, if you want to reference some Christian website, well, that's not independent, peer review. So, like I said, that's what you have to, I guess, reconcile, because you're making a statement. It didn't add up to me. We looked it up, and that's the information I have.
Okay, so we're talking about the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which I said that Tutmos wrote it. Now, Tutmos was Tutmos III, right? So if you go back between, let's say, 1446 and 1550, which is about 100 years, I bet it was one of those Tutmoses who wrote it. If Tutmos III would died around 1446, well, you go back 3 generations, maybe it was Tutmos who wrote it. So I don't know. Who do you think wrote it?
I go by what the computer is telling me. Like I said, everybody's going to look into it, and like I said, in Wikipedia articles, they have edit right there. So if you can prove that wrong, just put your name, click it at the little blue edit. The letters are in blue. You put it in there, and then people will come chat with you about that. But like I said, it didn't make sense. It doesn't, to me. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. So like I said, I'm just going by what the computer's telling me, and other stuff that I studied long ago. And I say, well, if you're saying it, okay, that's fine. You might have gotten it from a Christian website. I don't know, but I can't accept what you're saying. And if you can reconcile it, like I said, you just go edit the Wikipedia page, put your name to it, and boom, you got it. Nobel Prize. Knock out.
Yeah, cause that's where
you don't get a Nobel Prize for editing Wikipedia. I'm sorry, somebody's
going
to come and undo your shit.
No, time out. If you make some kind of historical statement that changes everything that's been studied and established and peer-reviewed and agreed upon consensus, oh yeah, you'll be considered for it. I'll tell you what, fine. They won't give it to you. You'll be considered for it. You have to be nominated, but there again, like I said, go ahead, please.
Okay, I was going to say that you've given us Exodus to specify. I finally found this to specify century have been inconclusive. So 1 Kings 6:1 places the event 480 years before the construction of Solomon's temple. So where does it say that in Kings 6:1 or whatever that? I don't understand where you're getting the 480 years part.
That's how you work it out. You work it out because when they wrote about the temple, they said it had been this many years since the Exodus until we erected a temple. And you do the math because we know when Solomon's temple was built, right? So you just work the math out, and that's how you get that date, 1440.
Okay, but in the Bible, does it say this many years before the temples? Or are we going after archaeological digs here?
I mean, I like archaeology. We can talk about that.
No, I was just wondering where you got the 480 years before construction of Solomon's temple.
I just told you it came out of the Bible.
Okay, well, that's what I tried to say, is that scripture there, I'll look it up. Okay, what is it? I don't know what that is. Hold on. I'm glad you didn't rage quit. I thought I made you rage quit just for trying to be funny. 488th. 480th year came out of Egypt. So when did the Israelites came out of Egypt?
Around 1500, maybe a little after.
Okay. Okay, so this
And
Pharaoh
after 1500 comes.
So this Pharaoh guy would have
14
wrote it before that, then. Oh,
yeah,
no,
he would have wrote it. He would have
that's
wrote
only
it
his
before
reign.
that. That would have been a book he would have written during his reign.
Well, no, you just said 1500 though. He died in 1425.
Right. It goes. Dude, I'm guesstimating here. I'm not being exact.
Yeah, okay.
Like when you're dealing with history, you don't know exactly what year. Sometimes it's like close. Like the birth of Christ. Most people agree. Modern scholars agree that we're off by 2 years, 2 or 3 years, something like that.
Solomon's reign. Let's look up. Is there a King Solomon?
Yes, he was the firstborn of David. So usually the king has a firstborn, and that son goes in, and he's the next king. Well, it's weird because Tutmos III, his next king was not a king at all. It was actually a woman, and she wore an honorary beard. And she was the king Hatshepsut, some shit like that. And she was defaced in a lot of her statues, like they tried to erase it from their history. Because it was funny, after Tutmos III, they had a religion change. And that's odd for, Egypt to go from worshiping, the goat to a different god, a monotheistic, one god. Why would they do that?
Well, the interesting thing is this Solomon guy, right? He reigned from 970 to 931 BC. Going back to that scripture, and 488th year after Israelites came out of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, the 2nd month, he began to build the temple of the Lord. 4th year after Israelite. So
right, and if you do
Solomon
the math, go ahead.
Doesn't talk about his life and death. It says that he reigned in 970 through 931. So usually the king would rule until he died, basically, or he got overthrown by somebody else.
That's why it's funny that the person who came after Tutmos was a female, because before that, all pharaohs were male. It was phallic worship. The men were in charge, and it's pretty obvious that after that, she reigned, but his second-born co-reigned with her. And then when she was gone and passed away, he erased all of her images and took it back to, the multi-gods instead of just the monotheistic. So do you guys see why I make a correlation according to, 1400-something BC, Tutmos, Apparently he died. His wife took over until his kid, second-born, not the firstborn, because mind you, the firstborns would have been all wiped out, right? Isn't that how Exodus goes?
I don't know, man. Makes me have to do a lot of homework.
Yeah, I mean, test it. Fact check me. See if I'm telling the truth.
I don't want
to. If I'm lying, I want to know.
Okay, Ronan, you're up.
Well, I have made my point. I see no reason in discussing that any further.
Oh, I thought we were archaeologically going to be placing timelines with King Solomon, with King Thutmose the Third.
He has the right to defend his point, but he cannot prove his point, and that's it. Without evidence, you are wrong. So
no, I'm right. Unless Ramses lived to be over 150 years
old.
Like
I said, you go talk to the Wikipedia article. You put that information in there with your name, and if there's a consensus, Hank Hill is right, I will change my mind. But until that point, I'll listen to you. Mike out.
Groupthink, right? Slavery is freedom.
No. If we all agree that we're not to kill innocent people, and you're saying my Bible says to do that because the Hebrews killed the Canaanites, well, I kind of disagree with that. If we want to go with God thing, do you understand that?
Of course you disagree with my straw man that I never made.
Go kill the infants. It says so in your book. Okay? I disagree with that because the consensus is we don't kill innocent children. But your book says to do that. And I disagree with it.
Have you heard of Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya? We don't kill innocent children? What?
If you change it in the Wikipedia article and the world agrees with you, I'll change my mind. Like I said, there's no point in me continuing, but I'm most happy to listen to you or anyone, please. Mike out.
Sorry I interrupted. So you guys were talking about abortion earlier, but now you don't want the innocent children to die because it's bad when it's in the Bible, but it's okay when it's abortion, right?
Well, the child is not born. It is still part of the host. Do you not make that distinction? Do you not understand the two ideas? The child is being born. That's after the fact. After the fact. And you and the rest of your group don't want to realize that thing. Apparently you want to cross your eyes and believe in something that's not real, because that's a whole difference. That's the point I've been making all along. It's part of the host, the female. Once it is born, it belongs to the world. I told someone one time, a man, you give a gift, which is the sperm, you give that away. It is not yours anymore. And let's say the man dies. It belongs to the woman. She gets pregnant. It's her property. Her property. Okay? And if the child is born, it belongs to the world. That's the difference. So I don't want to hear that confusion that I guess, propagandize. That's fine, but I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you, but you have, like I said, that famous line that I made up recently, without evidence, you are wrong. And that is not evidence to say, oh, it's a child, it's a child. No, it hasn't been born. It's a fetus. It's a zygote. You know, and well, I understand, put it this way. I accept science. And if you just want to accept belief, well, fine, that's your right. I'm not trying to change your mind, but I'm saying without evidence, you are wrong. That's the point I'm making. And I've been making it, and I'll continue to hold until, like I said, you edit that Wikipedia article and the world agrees with you. Great, you got it. But to that day, like I said, I'm most happy to listen to you or anyone. Mike out.
You know, it's amazing to me that this country and the rest of the world can't decide whether or not Hillary should not be president or not. I mean, that should be a no-brainer. For me, anyway. Like, most people should know that Clinton in the office again, whether it's him or her, is a bad idea, right? Because it's an 8-year term limit, you know? But we can't even agree on that. So how are we going to agree on Egyptian history as opposed to Hebrew history?
Well,
we're never going to agree.
Excuse me.
We're never going to agree on that.
It appears that Moses was from 1393 to 1273 BCE.
Okay,
So if that's true,
not 1500.
then it would
That's
be
not
more on
1,500.
Ramses.
That's not 1,500. He would have had to have been there before that time window. He wasn't. That's the point. Moses came after the fact. That's the difference. But like I said, I'm just going by what the consensus states, and that's it. That until it's changed and everybody agrees, that's the only information I can accept because that makes sense to me. But other than that, if it's just person believes it, fine. Like I said, without evidence, you are wrong. Mike out.
Yeah, I'd have to go through there's too much to. If you wanted a chronological, you'd have to go through the military reign of the. Well, what are we actually talking about here? Clinton should be president, or abortion, or
I heard the Hillary hint, but I was a Bernie.
I know.
Yeah, I was a Bernie supporter, but obviously, which meant I don't want Hillary, and then I had the choice between Hillary and Donald Trump. I chose Donald Trump, and like I said, it gives me the right to hold the administration accountable. That's basically the whole point of, me voting for Trump, because I didn't want to vote for Hillary, because I wanted Bernie Sanders. So it gives me the right to hold my government accountable, because it's like law, facts that I base things on. So that's another topic. But whatever Hank wants to go to or you want to go to, Mike out.
Hey, Ronan, I disagree with one thing you said. You have the right to disagree with your government, whether you voted for Trump or whoever you voted for. You have the right to keep them in check, no matter even if you didn't vote. You got that right by being an American.
I agree, Ray. I mean, shit. I agree, buddy.
Yeah. He's got that right to hold his government accountable regardless of who he votes for.
I think
It looks like there's several dates for Moses.
wouldn't it be how Ramses would have wrote in that thing? That'd have to be before that even. I don't know. Well, freedom of speech. Is that going to be next to be taken away?
It very
They
well.
have to go for the guns before they can go for the freedom of speech.
Well, no, he strengthened the gun laws, he loosened it, making it more self-defensible, right? So you now have a lot easier time justifying self-defense now, from what I understand.
I feel like the freedom of speech was slowly being suppressed up until now is the way I've felt. They didn't want you to talk about nothing. And that's why it was so strong when Trump came out, because they had just suppressed the living shit out of everybody, in my opinion. Hell, it was where people were scared to even talk about the problems anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. But, well, there you go. See, now you can, that's another one that, when talking Trump, advantages of Trump, you can always say freedom of speech. That's why he tweets.
Yeah.
He has, just any American has the right to do the same exact damn thing. Why does the president not get that?
Yeah, he talked. He talked a lot about that PC, that PC stuff, politically correct talk and all that. See, that was a whole narrative, in my opinion, to suppress free speech. They didn't want you talking about the real problems anymore. Which made you even want to, more angry, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, I have to say, man, he sure did come out and start talking about all the stuff they didn't want to talk about. That's for sure.
Yeah, man, it's a change of times.
Yeah, man. It's time to take back.
You got half the world wanting the traditional, well-spoken, puppet that has a good speech written out, and now we have a guy that's just going to say what he's thinking, and he's not going to try to buttercoat the traditional speech of politicians.
Is it just me, Uncle? I just find that refreshing. I just, the politician. I mean, the known persona of politicians lying. You know what I mean? I just found it refreshing, man. He didn't say everything the way he should have said it along the way. That's for sure. I mean,
I think when he says crazy stuff, it's good though, because if the president can say crazy shit, then the rest of us should be able to say whatever we want to too.
Yeah. In other words, I'll say it a different way. I like someone who's real. I don't want perfect. I want real. You know what I mean? I want real. I want someone, man, just no matter whether you like the guy or not, you've got to hand it to him, man. Look at his conferences on YouTube and stuff that he's having with all these different people. I've been, I'll pop up each day that goes by and watch. And, man, he's just about as, I guess it's the businessman thing, versus politician that I'm seeing. I just like it. It's refreshing instead of all this perfect, polished stuff that the problems never get fixed and the truths and the real subjects are never brought forward. All of that stuff that goes along with that perfect, polished politician that gets all the speeches written for him. Man, that's not real. I mean, that's not real. That's a speech written for him by someone else and all of those things. Now, I think he gets speeches for him and he goes by paperwork, but I think a lot of that stuff he said at one time he was doing most of that stuff himself, I think. But yeah, that's refreshing for me.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like plastic, man. I don't like plastic. Just give me something real, even if it's not perfect. Just give me something real. Just give me something real.
Yeah. Well, that's but it's scary though, because
it is scary.
The diplomatic discussions could go one way or the other based on what you say. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter though.
Well, no, it matters. It matters. Like some of the sentences he used, he changed it. I mean, man, he's not a polished politician by any means. He's a guy that's noted for, speaking out. And I know he said one time during the election something about China is raping us on the economy. You can't say stuff like that. But hey, if things are way out of whack to the right, if you got to say something like that once or twice to kind of tip it back over the other way and then get it back in the middle, okay. But I don't want to hear those things all the time. When he used the word rape, man, that's a little bit hardcore when you're talking about another country. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's a little scary, but at the same token, you can justify that. He does know what he's doing. I mean, he said whatever he's going to say. He's been controversial, but yet he's the billionaire. So
and
he still has a relationship with people around the world to do his projects. But the thing with that though is money talks and bullshit walks. So he can. So at the same token, you're going to say what you're going to say, but at the end of the day, it's who's going to help who. So you can say what you're going to say at the table, but at the end of the day, sometimes actions speak louder than words. So he can say what he wants because he can basically hire somebody to get the job done.
Yeah, and I watched an interview just today, I think it was, where a news reporter, NBC or whoever it was, I don't see that guy all the time, but anyway, he went over and had a live interview with the China president. And it was interesting to hear that China president say, "Oh, we do not take anything serious during a campaign. We will take things more serious, once from the inauguration forward. What he says at the inauguration and then forward. That's what we focus on, because the news reporter kept trying to, lead him on to say something, negative about Trump and all that stuff. He said, we do not ever take anything serious in a campaign in any country. So that was refreshing to hear that. So that was kind of evidence for me that, okay, they know it's a campaign. They know it's going to be kind of, and he said some positive things about what Trump did for his people in this country. And he says he tries to, even going forward, stuff about, he even said he believes in taking his people in his country first, because Trump started the big thing, America first. He even supported that. And that's the president of China saying that shit. So I think at the end of the day, Trump's tightening up on a lot of that stuff now that he's been elected. And I think it'll go a lot smoother, man. Everybody's going to try to watch out for their country and their people. And man, for me, they should. You should. Yeah. That's why you're hired. The people hired you not to watch out for the world. I mean, no, I'm not talking about war. I'm talking about the economy and stuff. That's what they're supposed to be doing instead of selling us out with corrupt, shit. So hell, I feel like he's doing it.
Yeah, man.
He's not doing it sometimes in a way that, people are upset about it, man. But
yeah, man. I mean, I can only look at it objectively and criticize when I want. But people forget that I'm objective about it. I can talk shit both sides.
Oh man, yeah.
Like for me, it's just like, I mean, we can go back 100 years ago and criticize that president who's now long since dead in those days.
Yeah, and history.
And that's where people get hell bent as they take shit too far. It's like, well, I'm not dead serious about half the shit I say. So.
Yeah, and you know what, man, that I never did before that I did this past election year and recently, I watched interviews with people talking about former presidents, what their strong points were and where they were weak and such. Hey, man, so, these talking points this election year, they're not going to trust Trump with the nuclear codes. Give me a fucking break. None of those people that went into the presidency had any formal training of being responsible for the nuclear button. They got all that stuff once they got in. You going to tell me Obama, being a lawyer, was trained for the nuclear button before he became president? I don't think any president was, on those talking points. But it was interesting to me to watch, the interviews where, Reagan was strong and where he was weak and all of the past presidents. And history will also write what this president.
Well, if there's ever a perfect politician, I think you could safely say that person would then become God, or even Jesus.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
you just hit my whole thing about Trump. I mean, God, he's natural, man. He's real. I don't want nobody perfect and fake. And that's all it is. When they talk about, oh, he's not speaking presidential. I never watched presidential elections all my life. It was boring. It was ridiculous. I already knew they were lying before I even watched it. You know what I'm saying?
If you're right, buddy, if you're right and he's the real deal, I think he'll get assassinated. Like, I predict that if he is the real deal, like you say he is, then he's going to get assassinated, and the vice president will become the president.
Well,
Catholic guy.
Well, just so you know, Hank, he actually said that. I saw him say that one time. He didn't say it exactly like that, but he did say, if something were to happen, I do want to know that I'm leaving somebody in office. So, hey, there's been a lot of people that's been talking about that, Hank, and I hope it doesn't happen. I know he's got a lot of people around the globe praying for him. I can tell you that. Man, when you think about really running your own campaign and not being tied into the corrupt donors and all that stuff, you damn right you're in other words, he's got one big set of balls. That's all I'm gonna say. These people can talk shit all they want to, but until they actually do what he's done, I don't think you can really talk about it. And that, you know, in other words, walk in somebody else's shoes. We're never going to be able to do it in our lifetime. So I don't know, man. I feel like he ran his whole campaign off not being bought and sold. So, and I don't feel that he is bought and sold. I don't feel that his whole life says he can't be bought. His entire life. So I got to run with that, man. There's a track record of that. What do you think they're so upset for, Hank? They already fucking know the man. They've been knowing him for years. They fucking know he can't be bought. That's why they're upset as hell about that. You know?
Then he's either going to be taken out one way or another. If you're right, either they're going to file legislation. I'm not saying I don't want anything bad to happen to the guy. I hope the guy lives forever.
Pray. Don't pray. Let's pray. Let's pray. Don't tell me that, man.
I'm just saying. I think it's corrupt to the point to where they would take him out legally and like try to arrest him or some shit. You know.
Ultimate theory, conspiracy theory, but everybody's going to get upset. So,
and look, it's all a show. You know, I'm going to do a Pete Shea. It could all be a show. You know, he could be in on it. He could be one of the players. They could still take him out, and the media against him, the way that they are. It could all be a show. Or he might really get taken out of office.
he's not going to get taken out of office. He's not going to get sniped.
You know what, Hank? I thought a whole lot about that subject during the election year, and don't ask me why, because I really can't tell you why. But everything I put together in my head, and I could go down different categories, and I did one night in here. I don't think they're going to take him out. I just, unless you've got some cracker ball that actually accidentally gets a lucky shot at him, you know, some loose cannon somewhere. I'm going to say that they're even scared of the ripple effect of doing it in this particular case. So that's my feeling on it. I'm not saying it won't happen though. You never know at all. You never know.
Well, the conspiracy theory is that he is the new head of New World Order. Which is why he made it. Which is why Bernie never got the chance to run against him. Which is why he got lined up against the one woman that you possibly couldn't lose to. Which is why he gets to do everything that the world order wants.
I'm gonna
next. Some disaster's going to happen, which is going to cause the Navy to just go ahead and just fucking take out all of Middle East, and then Putin is going to divide the spoils with Trump.
Does it go that far into that many categories of the conspiracy?
Yeah, and then what else can we come up with?
That's pretty good, though. Yeah, it's sounding good so far.
Maybe I should send that script to Hollywood.
You know what, man? I have, and I'm getting serious when I say this, but I feel you, man. I mean that's all going to be there, in some form, way, or fashion. It seems to all.
Well, it's good. Like if this is as historic as it feels, then 10 years from now it'll be a movie. Oh, Not exactly in the events I spoke of, but there will be some sort of, like, how many different movies and television series did they do for JFK? A lot.
Oh God, it's a whole.
Yes. Yeah. So And I'm not even talking about. They did a lot of Nixon shows, you know, and that guy never got taken out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, history.
I mean, lately we're getting those Honest Abe versus zombie movies and stuff.
Right.
So we could have Donald Trump flying the Enterprise.
I feel great about
Donald Trump be like, "Okay, Scotty, beam me up."
Right. Yeah, man, we'll see. It's the world's forever changing. It's going off in a new direction now. We'll see what the hell's getting ready to happen. But I, for one, am, you know, just like they say, oh, he's going to create a trade war. I heard a lot of people say that during the election year. Oh, Donald Trump's going to create a trade war. I didn't listen to any of that because I said, where the fuck has these motherfuckers been? We've been in a fucking, you know, the fucking trade war's been here for years. Give me a break. You talking about they're going to get mad because he's going to put a stop to a bad NAFTA deal or the currency manipulation? Is that what you're telling me? Good. I want him. You know? So, yeah. I'm not saying he's going to do everything right by any means, but he's, you know, when you, I think what people.
Well, if he did, he'd be God, right?
I think what people forget a lot is, you know, there's a lot of people that inform the president on, you know, current affairs of every category. Okay. You've got your generals telling you and your secret intelligence telling you what the hell's really going on and stuff. And you rely on that intelligence to make decisions. So I think people tend to forget about that. They just think one man gets elected up there and makes all the decisions. That's not what happens up there, you know. So the people that are going to be informing him, even, I feel pretty good about. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But I like I like what he's doing as far as trying to, you know, the car corporations and stuff, and the stuff that has gone abroad. It seems like, man, I know if I was a corporation, I'd be zooming in on that 15% deal, boy. And so hopefully the economy is going to start going in a different direction than it has been, and we'll see what, you know, all the effects of that are. But yeah, man. Crystal's about to bug me to death to run up here and get her a damn burger.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man. I'm going to have to go do the honey-do list, I guess. But I'll be back in a little bit. You guys going to hang around?
All right.
A bit? You going to hang around a little while, Uncle?
Yeah, it might be.
All right. Hank, you're still there, right? Running everybody? I'm not leaving the panel, am I? Or... See you guys in a little bit.
Yeah. You guys around? Or just me on the mic?
Go ahead, Uncle May. I'm listening.
I'm just reading some stuff here that I'm trying to figure things out. But you know anything about Yemen?
Yes, I was keeping up with it earlier today, and basically, what happened is the previous administration, right, had been studying all of those things with all of their experts and things like that. So what President Obama decided to do was say, okay, here's the information, new administration. Here's the information we got. Okay, so what the thing was that the transition team decided, okay, we're going to do this in Yemen, but they hurried the process and really didn't study the information that had been handed to them, because President Obama had this thing about all the details. He's a detail-oriented guy. Anyway, so what happened was they got the information and they glanced at it. Basically, okay, well, yeah, okay, Yemen, and they said, well, we're going to send in a strike team, right? And what they didn't do their homework. They didn't plan, strategize anything, right? It should have been, where it's a dark night when the moon was partially out, right? It all sorts of what do they call it? A comedy of errors, as they say. It's sad. That's a sad contradiction. But anyway, so over lunch with Jared Kushner, the son-in-law, 35 years of age, no real clearance in terms of security. Those critical things about war, and Steve Bannon, this alt-right person, he's a racist, right? They decided, okay, we got this information on Yemen. Yeah, what do you think, Jared Kushner, who has no background? He's a real estate guy, and blah blah blah. Okay, they signed it over lunch without doing, like I said, the homework or any preparation. So they sent in the strike force, yes, and we lost the Navy SEAL over it, and we got other personnel injured. Right? It's basically, yeah, there's blood on his hands, and well, obviously they're gonna wax over it, as they say, and excuses, stories, and lies continue.
Wait, so we lost the fella. Wait, who sent in these dudes?
Well, like I said, President Trump, Jared Kushner, and
right.
Steve
And this happened
Bannon,
just now, eh?
they just decided to do it over lunch without doing the homework. Oh yeah, I'll just sign the order. And like I said, Jared Kushner's son-in-law. You've got to mute your YouTube page. Love Jesus. We're getting feedback, and you're the only one that's new here, and we're getting echo. So that's the situation there, please.
Damn. So we lost a SEAL, eh?
Yeah, we lost a Navy SEAL over, just over lunch. Excuse me, you're playing copyrighted music. I'm going to mute you until you control that problem, please. This guy might be a snipe.
Let that guy live, man. He's not a snipe, dog. Don't mock him.
Copyrighted music. It's your choice.
Yeah, he doesn't understand.
It's
he's
your choice. If he doesn't respect you, fine. I do. If he doesn't respect your position, I do. He's your friend. Remember that. Mike out.
He's new at this. Bear with him.
I don't care.
Come on,
you put it down. You put it down in the description box. I read what you wrote in the description box.
I might have to check
your position, and you don't like me. Mike out. Anyway, yeah, Uncle May.
That's not true.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
I said that wasn't true.
Oh, okay. Your words, not mine. Anyway, yes, Uncle May, and like I said, this happened, and they're trying to bring the administration, basically calling the administration, hold them to account, right? Accountability. But Sean Spicer, he's the press secretary. he basically said, "Oh yeah, we have this situation come up. We lost, a warrior, blah blah blah," but basically it's just more fuel to that fire against President Trump, and I really feel bad that we lost a service member, but I think it for the best if we all cast the light on the problems at hand. Mike out.
Yeah. Well. Damn. 12th day.
12th day, and every single day.
And he got a guy
I
killed.
take it back. I got to retract that. There's one thing I may, like I said, that's not really here or there, but I may agree with that President Trump is doing. He is trying to basically get rid of the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Boo.
Yeah, but it doesn't really help. I mean, that partnership only helped the business owners, right?
Oh.
And that's a good thing, that but that, I don't know. It hasn't so-called, been addressed completely.
I'm going to vote for TPP so I can hold it accountable.
Don't do it.
I'll see y'all back in just a little bit, man. I got to go get Crystal's burger. I'll be back.
That was pretty good. Okay. Before you go, during the campaign, he bitched and whined about, Benghazi, but yet it only took him 12 days to get a Navy SEAL guy killed. 12 days. And then people bitched about Clinton not being up to par physically and, being low energy and all that. But Trump had that pretty hot-headed telephone call with the Australian Prime Minister, and he blamed it on fatigue because it was at the end of a long day.
Well, that's
So now we're learning that. Okay.
Well, that's too bad, Uncle May. That's what the job calls for. Focus.
And
then
they want to say, that I'm not defending Clinton. I'm just making fun of both, to be honest. Or do I have to wait for him to come back?
I don't know. Whatever you want to do, Uncle May.
Waiting on who?
Buddy. Oh, I'll just keep going. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Now, one of the other things that...
Walk out the door. Go ahead, Uncle. I'm sorry. I was getting ready to walk out the door. What's that?
Oh,
now?
no. I'll wait for you to come back. Then I made a little... Yeah, I'm reading a little list.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Because I know we had that debate. And I was so damn unprepared for it. It just drove me nuts.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, a federal judge appointed by George H. Bush, 43, right? He said that Muslim ban, that travel ban, is unconstitutional, and he struck it down for the whole United States.
Is that dude in Seattle?
No, I think it's out of. I think it was California. The Seattle one is a different one. But I didn't jot it down because I was paying attention to the chat here.
Yeah.
But I do know I just caught the flash on the screen that he was the appointee. Well, okay, the one in Seattle, he was appointed by President Obama. Okay, the other one, like I said, I don't recall the name of the city. Yes, he was appointed by President Bush, 43. And like I said, the appointee by President George H. Bush, 43, he's the one that said this is unconstitutional, and he struck it down. I mean, you talk about it building up, and it's only what you said, 12 days. Man, I didn't think I'd get this lucky, Uncle May. To be honest with you, I did anticipate problems here and there, but I didn't. I didn't expect this windfall.
Yeah. I'll have to study more about Yemen, but they're gonna go on about Benghazi, which technically the CIA guys weren't even supposed to be there, and technically the diplomat was warned that he needed more security. What the hell are they doing there in the first place? Who gives a shit? I do.
Ronan, I think you should watch Trevor Noah, the Daily Show. I think you'd like that, Ronan.
Trevor something.
Trevor
Okay.
Noah.
I think.
I've seen
Well, I think the arc is full of crap.
I've seen it a few times, but currently my focus is like trying to keep up with the television and these hangouts. So that I mean, I just can't make that kind of time because it just takes away from the things that I'm most enjoying now. But I had listened to Mr. Noah some time ago, early on. But like I said, right now because I'm so focused on this and then my other priorities, that I just can't make the time for it. But he's very creative. Yes, he's a very creative person. Yes.
This is Craig's bit, though. I can't wait to just read it off. Okay. What the hell was the mission doing there? Oh,
Would
dude,
you like
play
to do
baseball.
would you like to do like a little rehearsal?
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, then you
Okay.
come back, right? You're more ready for the stage, if you will.
Okay, so I'll rename it. 5 things Donald Trump. Well, this isn't me renaming it. This is me reading off the thing. 5 things Donald Trump attacked Hillary Clinton over, but is currently doing himself. Are you ready for number 1?
Yay!
Okay.
I practice my sound effects. Yay!
Oh, mate. Okay. The most powerful people in the world are always fun to play around with. But anyway. Okay, number 1, ties to Wall Street. Back then, I know the guys at Goldman Sachs, they have a total control over Ted Cruz.
Goldman Sachs.
Looks like they had total control over Hillary Clinton, end quote. Trump spouted during the campaign. When he went on to slam Clinton for giving paid speeches to Wall Street bankers saying they owned her. Now, fast forward to the present, and Steve Bannon, a 17-year Goldman Sachs veteran, may be the one with total control over the president. He's seated in the office next to the Oval, has unprecedented access to the principal committee of the National Security Council, a committee of the government's officials who make the country's most important foreign policy decisions, and the title of President Bannon. Hashtag President Bannon, sorry. Additionally, Steve Mnuchin, Trump's Treasury Secretary nominee, is a former Goldman partner. Wilbur Ross, a Wall Street billionaire, is an in line for Commerce Secretary. And hedge fund manager Anthony Sacramento, some Italian-looking name, was a member of Trump's transition team, a veritable picture of the working class. That was a yeah. That's number 1. What do you think of that, Ronan?
Okay, it's Goldman Sachs, like almost one word. Goldman Sachs.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs, and it's Mnuchin. You just kind of like drop the M. It's Mnuchin. Just go ahead with the Mnuchin. You got it there. And
Okay.
yeah, but the idea of the general body of that statement is very good, by the way. Very good. It basically, you can, I guess, I don't know, but it's just my input. Yeah, but that is not draining the swamp.
That's pretty.
That's pretty more alligators in there.
If this information were to be true, that's pretty hypocritical, I would think.
Oh yes, I knew that information early on. I mean, I have notes about that, but you're putting it together quite well. Continue, please.
Well, I should probably wait till he gets the burger so he has a chance to kick my ass. Oh, well, let's go to number 2.
Well, yeah. Yay!
All right, rehearsal number 2. Okay, back then, number 2, sorry, the title of number 2 is The Use of Private Email. I know that was a biggie. A lot of people hated Clinton for that one. See, back then, there was no more consuming line of criticism against Clinton than the use of her private email server. And the quote begins with, "It's a disgrace, and honestly, you ought to be ashamed," Trump said, blasting Clinton during the second presidential debate. Fast forward to now, 5 days after taking office, Trump's still using his unsecure Android phone. And according to recent reports, Trump's senior staff, including Counselor Kellyanne Conway, senior advisor and first son-in-law Jared Kushner, Spicer, and Bannon, had active private emails under the Republican National Committee server as of 1 week ago. Pot, meet the kettle. That's pretty good.
Yes, that was pretty short, succinct, clear. Yeah, that was very good.
Okay. Yeah. I don't even know what half of that meant, but if it's true, it sounds pretty hypocritical. I think I need water.
Ronan, remember that day that you put a bunch of words together to try to explain to me what's your views on me? Can you do the same for Tudor? I would like to hear it.
What do you mean? Like, what? I put it this way: there's a lot of days I've said a lot of things.
I wouldn't call it a eulogy, but just your.
What do you mean eulogy?
overall
He hasn't
view.
passed away.
I think
The man hasn't passed away, Armando Vargas.
no. That's the reason why I didn't say
horrible.
you.
That's horrible.
I'm just giving you the blueprint. I just want to know what you think.
The man is not dead, Armando Vargas. What are you saying? Like,
Nigga, I'm not neither, nigga. And you did it about me, you hoe ass nigga.
wait a minute. I'm the one that's calling you a 95-year-old great grandfather yelling demon at those children, and your teeth flying out like 350 yards.
Hey, that just sounds
within
worse.
10 seconds. You know,
Sounds worse coming out of your fucking mouth. Don't repeat that.
They sound funnier when I say them. Reading them is cute, but when I say them, it's funnier. It's funnier because I do wish you a very long and healthy life. Yes, but you're the one saying that I'm dropping my dentures when I speak, and I say, well, okay, fine, I can return the favor in kind and kindly. There's no law against that, so I guess I got to go pester Tudor. Well, excuse me, we're interrupting Uncle May. He's rehearsing right now.
I meant like his pros and cons.
Of what? Jay Tudor?
Yeah.
A pro and con for Jay Tudor? Well, I'll put it this way. Pro, he's a very smart man, can put words together very, very well. They don't really make a lot of sense because it's like he contradicts himself, much like you. But from the beginning to the end of the sentence.
You're talking about ideology. You're always going to the same path with us.
Well, see,
Ronan, you're not going to be able to succeed in what you're. All right, but you're not going to be able to succeed in your agenda.
Well, no, they call me a skipping record. That's right, but it's a happy skip. Facts are facts. Skip. I can't change that.
All right, so he has good word placements. What else?
No, he's got very good ideas. Sometimes they don't make sense overall, but most times he wants to talk over people. What he's trying to do is be like a deep thinking philosopher, way up there, a sage, if you will. But now he falls short because all of a sudden people say,
"Let me ask you something. When you look at Tudor, you don't acknowledge his age, the fact that he's not nowhere even remotely close to us. I mean, what, the kid is 20?
Well, time out. You're the one that's saying my teeth are falling out because I'm an old man. So I'm being.
You don't like that joke?
No, it's fun because, like I said, I'm being equitable, not treating you equally. If I would treat you equally, that means I would tell denture jokes to Tudor. I deal with Tudor, based on his character and what he presents. That's it. That's being equitable with people. If you're polite to me, I'll be polite to you. If you're rude to me, well, I jape. But that's where I go off track, And if you're so rude that you finally is just like, oh man, this is just too much, I stop talking to you. Anyway, but the point being
So
with,
let me
with
ask you
Jay
something.
Tudor, with Jay Tudor,
Go ahead.
he's still, like so-called trying to find himself. It's almost like if he's going through puberty, Armando Vargas. You know what I mean? He just discovered, hey, what's this? What's this thing right here? And then people say, well, those are socks. You put your shoes over them. And I'm saying, okay, he's got that figured out, but can he walk? Can he walk? And he's got all of this, like I said, deep philosophical, heavy thinking ideas, but it's a simple answer, but he wants to confuse things. Even when you give him an answer, he tries to avoid the so-called responsibility of realities. And I guess if he's got those questions, he can answer them himself, but he wants to project that onto others, thinking that he can carry a conversation forward and then come up with, like I said, a long string of words that really just talk over people most of the time. Yes. Oh, Mike out.
I'll ask you this question in the future. Maybe you would change your position, because between giving your pros and cons at the same time, I don't think you're giving out the right message.
I don't. What between something pros and cons? Sometimes you don't think what? Please.
When you're talking about Tudor, you are speaking good about him and then shitting on him at the same time.
Wait a minute. Well, that's part of it. I'm not going to patronize you, or I don't expect you to patronize me. I've got pros and cons, and if I just look at, I'm only look at the good side of him, a good side of him, good side of him, and then when he does something wrong,
I have a question because you were ranting about something very, very interesting. You had stated, you said you're guided by how other people treat you.
No, I'm equitable. No, I'm equitable with people. I address them as they basically project or basically state things. If they're polite, they want to have a civil discussion, civil discourse, if you will. Sure, I can follow right along. But then you listen to me chat with people, and I'm being most polite, most reasonable. And the next thing you know, they get upset and start calling me names, and I start japing them. And then they really get enraged, and I keep japing them. And it's like, well, okay, I'm the one that's wrong because I should return offensive statements in kind. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. No. But like I said, if they want to have a reasonable discussion, I'm most willing to do that. And obviously, you know the history. You've known me that long. I'm not going to change. I can't do it. It's not in me to do that. I'm not that skilled, if you will. I don't have that skill. I'm equitable with people. Like I said, if they would try to be rude, fine. I'm going to start japing them. And obviously, I know that they're wrong when they start cursing me out. So it's fine. I understand that. They won't accept that. And I could respect them if they did. But get in line, take a number, and have a seat. Like everybody else I've met, the same game. Because I admit when I'm wrong. Mike out.
Breathe in through your nose, out by your mouth. It's called breathing.
Hey, Hank,
no, if you suck before you blow, it's called breathing. Oh, go ahead. My apologies. Mike out.
Hey, Hank, when you were posting over there in the Google Hangouts, what you were trying to get to? I was lost there. I didn't know your position there.
My position was it was not King Ramses who was the brother, adopted brother of Moses. It was what's his name? Tutmos the Third. That was the guy, because that was the guy whose second. Never mind. That was the guy who I think it was. Who probably the people who read the Bible should also think it was, because Ramses the third doesn't fit the description.
Right, because the Bible says Pharaoh, and what most of the movies say Ramses, right? Because I think I've seen
Yeah, the movies say Ramses,
yeah,
but
the movies say
you know who's controlling the movies.
yeah, Hollywood, right?
Correct.
Satan himself,
Correct.
Ronan Canucci.
Well, you lost me on that last part. I was with you up until you said that.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Just fucking with this guy.
The same people that control NASA. That's who controls movies, right?
Yeah, if you go back and look far enough, you'll see that Disney and NASA did exchange some technologies for their rides.
So why is my moon backwards to yours?
Just like if you look at the ceiling fan, you're going to see the ceiling fan facing a different way than if I'm on the other side of the room. If we draw feet and head, where it's like a 5-blade fan, right? Draw 2 arms, 2 feet, and a head. You get on one side of the room, and I stand on the other, and we both look up at it. You might see the guy upside down. I might see the guy right side up. It's perspective.
Right. Okay. Whatever floats your boat, sunshine.
Just saying, imagine it in your head, or do it,
So,
and you'll see what I'm saying.
When I face north, it goes from right to left, right?
Yeah, it should rise on the right side of you and set on the left.
And then you guys should see left to right.
That's right.
Okay. Sweet. Southern Hemisphere is awesome.
Are we just supposed to accept that? Like, you're telling me you see something else than what I see? Are we just supposed to accept that?
We have to, unless we take a trip down to the Southern Hemisphere. But yeah, that's what most people from the Southern Hemisphere say.
I watched Jed's video. Yeah, he and Australia fella literally, did their own homework and posted their pictures and videos. But why don't you take a trip? Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Hey, you could spend $11K on a cruise that literally goes around Antarctica.
Armando, do you remember in the Hangouts they used to say that there was a Southern Pole Star? You remember that?
Yeah.
Man, that ain't true. I didn't talk to people from Australia, and there is no star in the middle. Like we have Polaris, everybody can see it, and they used to say that the Southern Hemisphere was the same way.
Now, no, that's weird. Whatever. Okay. Keep going, dude. You're educational.
How about Sigma Octantis? I don't know how it's pronounced, but Sigma something. He'll come back.
Right, Sigma Octantis. What about it?
Yeah, what's that about? You telling me that's a figment of somebody's imagination?
No, I'm just saying it's not directly in the pole. It's like really close,
right.
But it's not the pole star. It's a constellation. Is it not? Not a constellation, but a cluster.
Right.
So
That's how I view Polaris as well. Go ahead, Uncle. My bad.
Well, if I can see the moon upside down and he can see it upside down from my perspective, what about how many times you see that Southern Cross, man?
Never seen it. Never will, probably.
All right. Cool. Okay.
Hey, that's one thing they do have. Uncle, you got to admit, NASA looks like they full of shit. That's one thing I actually do agree. I think it's more like, it's like the whole hospital thing or the church thing or the school thing, When it starts off, it's done for a good gesture, you know. It's a good thing. Then money gets put into it. Other ideas starts, you know, popping up, and it's all for money now. So I think it's fucked as well, you know.
So how far away would the moon be, Hank?
Well, if you could see the or not the constellation, if you could see the craters, as they're called, with your naked eye, I would imagine it's not 238,000 miles away on average.
Okay, so you reckon it's like 3,000?
Not sure about those numbers. Anything would be a speculation.
Okay, so you're not going to speculate any number at all, but you don't believe it's
Well,
like 240,000
yeah,
miles away.
238,000. I mean, if you think about it, from west coast to east coast of the U.S., like 3,000 miles. Like anybody who's driven a portion of that can fathom miles, right? A long fucking way, right? So, 238,000 miles. You know, I'm with George Carlin. They're mass holes, and I'm standing in the corner with doubt.
Well, okay. Would you agree that you can see shadows? You know?
Yes, you can.
All right. Now, if you were on the North Pole and the South Pole, could you not triangulate how much light it would require to reflect that much shadow using trigonometry?
I suppose you could. I suppose you could with mathematics and stuff, and get really, really freaking close. You know what I'm saying? But I'm questioning. I'm questioning that which I don't understand. I don't understand how it could be that far away, and we can see it.
Now going back to Armando's NASA.
And then you guys talk about quintillion. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, going back to NASA being bullshit. It's like, I don't know, man. That's a lot of special effects, right? Very possible today. Easy, in fact. The movies today are very convincing, but you can't tell me like Star Wars was like the biggest thing ever in those days. And even that looked hell of a lot better than, you know,
like
some movies even today.
Let's say, for instance, if I Google the word Earth, right? The amount of pictures we're supposed to have there has to be, you know, an enormous amount. And every single one looks fake and CGI-ish, you know? That's all I'm saying. There's some real pictures, though, that I believe they're pictures, you know?
Yeah.
But we're supposed to have an enormous amount of photographs up from outside this Earth, and we just don't.
So what you want to talk about is the moon landing.
I don't want to talk about anything.
All right. Let's go back to Jesus.
Yeah, I just threw it up.
That is hoax. Show me the evidence. See, the other thing that I like about that is navigation rules are impossible. Like,
right.
Like as far as the pizza in space thing, it's just not possible with the navigational charts and how navigation has been throughout since the 1600s all the way up to today. It just, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, well, no, actually, you prove it to me. Actually, I have plenty of things that I can go back on from the 1600s all the way to now, but yet I don't have anything from the other side of that argument other than theories and
okay, well, here's your evidence. It's called common sense, right? I call it logic. Maybe that's not right word, but I call it logic, right? So let's say Christopher Columbus discovered Cuba or whatever the fuck, beautiful fucking place. And let's say there was a whole bunch of gold there, or in the moon's case, helium-3. And he never went back because he didn't have greed, and neither did the Queen of Spain. Never went back. He went 6 times real fast in about 3 years or some shit, and then he never went back. He didn't want any slaves, even though they had those Cuban asses, you know, and they had those fine, whatever, they had tobacco.
What does any of that have to do, though? You're throwing
I'm saying you're saying that man went to the moon and was not greedy enough for helium-3, which is rare and which we needed.
No, I'm saying that a current pilot can basically tell you how long it's going to take him using how much fuel how much flight time, based on how much, weather patterns are what on navigational charts that are exact. And if you look at them, we could even pull out the old UN flag map, right? And it's going to have lines starting from the middle of this flag map, which is, we're led to believe, a North Pole. How many poles is on the flat Earth again? Why do we even talk about the South Pole? There is no
There's
South Pole.
There's just one. Right. There's
So
just one.
we'll go with this North Pole, right? So that's the direction the compass is going. So what that also means is that if you want to go, all right, we have a little space pizza, and you want to put America right there on somewhere on your space pizza, and you're going to put Europe on the other side, right? And you're going to go from east to west. So why not just draw a straight line? But that's not going to happen on that map, because that's not how it does. That's not going to work.
Well,
Because
it's so big that you can't detect it, just like
the more peninsulas start to stick out, the distance starts to vary too much. So the next thing that happens is, if we were going to go a straight line, the compass would always stay north, right? So
I'll tell you guys, like you guys told me, the Earth is too to be able to detect the turn, just like the Earth is too big, we can't detect the curve.
okay, but I can tell where I'm going on these charts.
Of course you can.
And longitude, latitude, and all that stuff makes absolute perfect sense, in which you can model that, which they have.
Yes.
It's called Google Maps, and they can 3D model it using a ball. But
Yeah,
I've
you just
never
wrap
yet
the
to
flat
see-
map around
I've
the
never
ball.
yet to see how you can go from South Africa to, say, Perth in 11 hours or 10 and a half or whatever it is, and put that down, and I could construct that on Google Maps, and then I can construct New York to Turkey and similar flight times, and the lines that I draw will be exactly the same in a straight line. But you can't do that with a two-dimensional piece of paper that looks like a Frisbee.
You might be right. The AE model or map may be incorrect. I'll give you that. But
It's
the
very-
Earth is not spinning, because if you were going east to west in an airplane and the ground was spinning under you, it sure would be kind of cool, kind of like riding on an escalator to get there a little bit faster.
Now, see,
But no,
that's
the
even-
flat times are the same. They're
see, now
identical,
that's even
almost.
misleading, because why would it?
I went to an airport in
Let's say
Chicago
you're
one
building a
time.
pizza, right? And let's say you spin that sucker, and you're going to say ventricular force. Is that right?
Yes.
Shit's going to fly all over
Centrifugal
the place.
force. Yeah, if it's
Well,
wet, yeah.
let's put that into proper scale, shall we? Let's have you spin that sucker to one revolution in the day. That's 360 degrees once in 24 hours. You're going to see that there is no ventricular force. It is moving that slow. Cheese ain't going to go flying anywhere, because it's only doing one revolution in 24 hours.
The flat Earth doesn't spin. It's motionless. Stationary.
Okay.
Established that it not be moved.
Right. So gravity comes from what? And you're going to say density and buoyancy, right?
Gravity
with that-
is what everyone says makes things fall. And I can agree to that. We can call it gravity.
Okay.
But is that what made Venus spin backwards? I question that. Is that what makes the moon do its
how do we
little
have-
orbit? I
how
question
do we
that too.
have gravity and not fly off into space if it's just a flat, non-moving disk? And you're probably going to say, well, firmament locks all this crap in place, right?
No, I'm going to say which gravity, sir. Which gravity do you want to talk about?
Any gravity at all.
Newtonian?
What makes our feet stay on this flat, motionless, flat space pizza?
It's because we weigh more than the atmosphere around us. We can climb up rocks because the rocks are dense. We cannot climb up atmosphere because we are dense.
Okay. So we're using density again. So if something's more dense, that tells us that there's some sort of reaction going to happen. What tells us which direction, though? What is that called? Again, we've established density as I'm more dense than, say, the Earth. Or well, not the Earth, air. Okay, therefore, I'm more dense than air. What then happens when I fall off the building? What do you call that? Falling. Well, what causes falling? Because you're more dense. But what tells it which direction I should fall? What do we call that word?
Common sense. What goes up must come down. I mean, it's common
Okay.
sense. Everybody knows that.
Right. So again, we're going to avoid the gravity word. It's magical. So something magically is going to go up and down because something's more dense. So in the time that I'm being thrown up in the air, magically, I don't know. Oh, jumping. Does that mean I'm less dense? Because that would be inaccurate.
The fact that you can jump off of the Earth, the fact that you can jump off the Earth, should tell you that gravity isn't what it's made out to be.
Jump off the Earth because there's not an edge.
Just for a split second, you can. You can jump off the Earth.
I'll give you a
for a
chance.
split second.
All right.
Right. So if it was gravity, this force that holds down the oceans, but it can't hold up, me from hopping off the Earth, and I'm what? I can jump probably. Let's give me a little bonus. I can jump 6 inches off the ground, right? That's like huge because there's no way the ocean could ever jump, 6 inches off the ground. I mean, there's waves and shit, but what goes up must comes down. You know what I'm saying, right? What goes up must come down. And like seeks like. Okay, so with a magnet, you got north and south, and opposites attract, right? But once they connect, they're no longer opposites.
Well, on the space frisbee, there is no such thing as south.
Yes, it's like a speaker magnet. The outer ring is the south of the diode.
I was hoping you go there because, again, if you go to the bottom of Brazil and you go to Africa, I will have to constantly bank the airplane left to go around the frisbee, the outer edge.
He's tricked me into arguing for the flat Earth, and I'm taking the bait. I'm taking the bait.
Oh, I'm glad you're taking the bait. Again, I would have to bank the airplane constantly left because I can't go in a straight line apparently on the
well, the Earth is too big. You see, you can't detect the turn.
Yeah, but I can detect how many kilometers I've traveled and put it down and make a ball, and it all makes sense. Out of all the years that not one person has been able to create a chart that makes sense, except navigators, apparently. Sailors.
Tell you what, I don't believe. Look, I don't believe
cartographers.
I don't believe an ant understands the technology of a phone, just like I don't believe humans would understand the universe. But I don't think there's a possibility of it being flat. Does that make sense? Like, even though we don't know anything about what's out there,
dude, we're stuck in a loop.
I believe. Look. I also believe that if we thought that the Earth was flat, we would have never been advancing. There's nothing that advances on error information. There's nothing that advances that when you make the calculations, it comes out wrong every time. You're not gonna progress. And we've progressed long. You know what I'm saying? We've progressed quite a bit in the last 100 years. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm saying. There's not a single education system that teaches that.
In the past 100 years or so, we've found the Rosetta Stone.
I don't think we will progress on mythology or anything stupid. I think we'll be stuck.
In the past 150 years, we've come across the Rosetta Stone, which allowed us to unlock all the stone writings. It allows us to decipher it, right? So in the past 100 years, we've gotten all this information from the Stone Age, what we call the Stone Age, I guess, where people wrote in stone, because, that was like the ultimate way to send a message, a code, if you will, through time, is to write it in stone. And since then, we've learned a lot about, the ancient cultures. And this was bound to happen. People were bound to start questioning things once we started reading, what they wrote. That's why the libraries were burned, but you can't burn the stones.
Doesn't mean they're accurate, though. You can look at pictures and go, oh, I wonder what the guy was trying to say.
Doesn't mean the BBC is accurate or anything else. We got to test everything. Everything.
Right. And that's why I firmly believe in navigation. I can't physically go up into space and walk around the moon and look. I can't physically go up in a shuttle and go, let me take a picture of the Earth. I can't physically, myself, figure out the trigonometry of how the hell they figured out how big the sun was and how far away it was. Even though you can look it up and try to work your own mathematics and crap and believe that. But what I can do is follow along charts that navigators and explorers have created and made. I can plot my holiday, and hell, they do have flights that can take you up to the North Pole and back, and it is kind of proven that North Pole is not a continent; it's shifting ice, which is why there's very few settlements up there. Now in Antarctica, shit, there's like 50 odd stations that are just for tourism. So, shit, there's tourism camps coming and going all the time. In fact, they have to hospitalize people in Christchurch a lot. I don't know, man. It's like that's the direction I've gone. I'm like, well, the navigation charts aren't really lying. NASA could be lying. LY.
That's how we all get started. Once you can admit that NASA could be lying, and then you diligently seek, that's how we all got started.
Yeah.
Trying to disprove it.
Well, that doesn't mean that I changed my perspective on a space frisbee or pizza or whatever you want to call it. That just means that, well, maybe maybe they perhaps didn't land on the moon, but it doesn't say they did either. I can only research that and make up my own mind and that kind of conspiracy. But looking at the navigation charts and looking at the globe and going, man, all these plottings make sense. But I can't figure out how to make it work on a two-dimensional map, especially a Frisbee one.
Hey, that Frisbee bullshit is fucking hilarious.
Thanks, man. I'm not trying to I just wanted to, I'm waiting for damn, what's his name? Let me look at the screen.
I just think it's hilarious that people would think that an ant would fall off of a Frisbee before they would fall off of a spinning wet wall ball.
Well, that's funny because I explained to you that the ball isn't spinning that fast, so there's almost no ventriloquial force at 1 revolution per day. Usually you would say revolutions per minute or revolutions per second, but 1 time a day. Why don't you grab a yo-yo and you turn yourself around only 1 time in 24 hours and see what ventricular force happens?
Hey, I'm not good with math.
I don't even think my legs will last over an hour doing that.
I'm not good with math, Uncle, but what is the rim velocity of Earth that is, 25,000 miles in circumference spinning?
I know where you're going. You're going to allude that on the equator it's going to be about 1,000 miles an hour, right?
That's not fast to you?
No, because it's only 1 revolution per minute.
Think.
Or per hour, per day.
I think they're confused.
It's so large, dude. Again, you can't until you can compensate for the scale of movement. It's like whatever. Because again, gravity has explained that things go towards the center of mass, and well, that would be the middle of the planet. So it didn't matter if I'm upside down where I'm standing to you, which is on your northern hemisphere. I'm on this other. And if it's only moving at 1 revolution per day, it's so large that, it doesn't matter. Not to mention the vacuum of space and all that other astrophysical bullshit. But again, you're going to try to use words like thousands of miles per hour, things flying off the planet. And actually, water as a single mass is pretty fucking heavy. But you know what? You can grab your hand in a sink and throw water up to the ceiling. And it'll eventually come down or evaporate because, well, energy can't be destroyed. But Lysearch could probably argue that one.
I don't think you would.
Yeah, I think that was a lot, but I do think that they view the 1,000 miles an hour like they're moving in a vehicle, which is not the case.
Right. If you were in a vehicle moving 650 kilometers an hour, which would be an airplane basically, and there was no turbulence or sound or motion going up and down suddenly or turning left or right, man, you'd feel like you're not moving at all, but yet you're moving, pretty fast. You can do that in a car. if you're on a perfect road and you've never turned the wheel, you're only going straight, and your speed is absolutely constant, you would almost fall asleep because you close your eyes, you wouldn't even know you're moving 60 kilometers an hour or miles per hour or whatever.
That's right. There's a calmness in that speed, right? There's a calmness.
Right.
That's if you're going a constant speed, though. And that's if you're going a constant speed. You see, the orbits aren't symmetrical. And the numbers that we give, 93 million miles, it's actually an estimate of an average, right? So it's not technically 93 million miles now.
But
it's winter.
Well, you can technically measure your time and day by night and day. And again, that cycle only happens once a day.
Okay, anyway, what was I saying? Shit. I wish I would have known you wanted to debate before I smoked some weed.
Oh, okay, never mind. We can end
it,
dude.
It's okay. No, it's okay. What was I saying?
All right. You're going to have to gather that up, man. I thought weed was good.
Not for debating.
Yeah, I felt
trying to remember shit.
I felt when I walked into the Trump versus. Well, it was actually if Trump was going to be a good president debate, and I was like, I felt like roadkill, man, because I wasn't.
All right, what was I saying? Was anybody listening?
Something about orbital. I don't know. You guys always go into this big
average
thing.
Average. Okay, you wouldn't feel anything if you're not moving, right? If the train is perfectly level and you're going a constant speed, no acceleration, no decel, you wouldn't feel anything. But that's if you're going on a perfect ride. The Earth, however, is not going on a perfect ride because according to Einsteinian gravity, the Earth doesn't revolve around the sun. The Earth and the sun go in orbit around the center of mass or the center of gravity, right? So what that means, it's got kind of a wobble to it. It's not a perfect orbit. So
you're describing the moon actually, because that's why the moon.
The moon too. The moon too.
Is always the same.
So it's not.
Now the Earth is spinning, but the moon is basically affected by Earth's gravity, making it semi-oblong, which is why every night, day in, day out, without fail, we will always see the same facing of the moon.
Right, but the orbit, it's sometimes further away, sometimes we get supermoons, and sometimes the moon looks really small, right? So It's the same thing with the Earth to the sun because it's orbiting the center of gravity according to the ball Earth model, right? So if there is that deviance in the orbital mechanics, which there is, everyone talks about this, like it's known, it's not a conspiracy theory, then we should feel some sort of deviance here on Earth, like an elevator that's slightly off course on its tracks on the way up.
But if it's moving that fucking slow, we wouldn't feel shit again. And speed is relative because you're acting like it's shifting, going up and down and left and right and all. The path is constant, right?
But it's not symmetrical. It's like in a racetrack where the racetrack on one side is slightly different than the other side. So when you go around this turn on the west side of the track, it's going to feel slightly different than on the east side of the track. Because the east side of the track has much more of an obtuse curve or angle. And the other one has a sharper turn.
Okay, and how much gravity, how many G's is that pulling?
I'm not good with the math.
All right, because basically to have any kind of change in G-force, it has to be, relevant. And so far you're describing hocus pocus, though.
That's like what you
want to call NASA, say, though. You want to use physics, but then you're going to leave, certain things out. Like I can't prove the vacuum of space. So why are you using those same tools to disprove it?
First, how could it be a vacuum?
Daylight happens only once a day, at least where I live, which means there's literally only one revolution per day, which is pretty damn slow. Even though on the equator it's meant to be thousands of miles an hour, Actually, 1,000. I don't want to get into Poncho Pete saying thousands and thousands and thousands of miles an hour or millions or whatever.
Well, that's how
but you
fast
can
you're
still
shooting away from the Big Bang.
1 revolution per day and see what happens. And you can even move it in a straight line and bounce it up and down and whatnot in that same day that slowly. And you tell me how many bits of cheese fall off the pizza.
At 1,000 miles an hour, some cheese is going to fly off the pizza.
No. 1 time a day. No matter how small it is, it's only revolution 1 time in that day. So
we're talking about faster than the speed of sound.
24 hours to something to turn 360 degrees, regardless of its size, it will not accumulate any kind of centrifugal force. If you grab a yo-yo or a rope and you spin around at like 50 revolutions per second, yeah, that thing's going to probably fly out of your hands. But if you do it once every 24 hours, I think you're probably going to drop of exhaustion just for standing. That's a fact that I've been thinking about a long time.
This is one of my oldest arguments. This is actually one of the first arguments I came up with. Would you weigh more at the equator than you would at the pole? Or would you weigh less? Because the centrifugal force there would be pulling you away, cross-canceling the gravity that's pulling you down. Because centrifugal force is away from the center, gravity is towards the center. So they're opposing each other. But I come to realize that, no, that's not exactly how it would work.
Okay.
So you're right. You could be right about that. But now that we talked about my model, let's talk about yours. Okay.
Okay.
So that's how it works. Got to do both.
All right.
All right. So your model says that we're spinning 1,038 miles an hour, or 1 revolution per day at the equator, and then we're going around the sun something like 400,000, nearly 500,000 miles an hour, right? Or
I don't know like about that.
Again, no, it's sorry, I messed up. Let me try again. Then we're going around the sun at 60, 70,000 miles an hour, and the sun is going around the Milky Way galaxy like 400,000 miles an hour.
More of this galaxy stuff. That's not my model, but I'll look into that. I'm slowly evolving from navigational charts to revolutions per day. Now I'll start branching out about space stuff.
And see, I can't argue the math or the orbital mechanics at the solar system level. That shit is flawless. Newton made sure he worked that out before he died and shit, okay? But at the galactic level, there's this problem. There's not enough...
Galactic level, is that like Big Bang?
No, it's the next level. The galactic level, right? That's the one where you're going 400,000 miles an hour. And then from the Big Bang, we're going 1.2 million miles an hour shooting through space right now as we speak.
Now remember, space is basically, there is no basically resistance in space, apparently. Apparently. I only say apparently because
it's allegedly a vacuum.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. So, and we're constantly, dodging Earth killers, big-ass asteroids, but we want to bring some down for some metal bits, but I don't argue with any of that. I'll even give you, we can go to the moon. But at the galactic level, the gravity doesn't work.
I don't care about us going to the moon either. That's not the shape. All this rhetoric doesn't mean the shape.
But if you guys, NASA, I'm sorry. NASA's on your side. That's all I gotta say. Anyway,
which is why I'm trying to avoid NASA. I didn't even bring it up because you're going to say that's all bullshit. I'm like, well, I can't exactly prove that either. So
right. So at the galactic level, the stars.
Don't think I should be using NASA as any kind of weapon against you guys.
The stars are moving too fast. Not have to
withstand the same evidence back at me either.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
That works both ways.
You're right. You're right about that. See. The thing about the stars is they're moving 10 times too fast because there's not enough matter in the galaxy to hold the stars in because of centrifugal force. So the Earth, that's not my argument. The solar system, not my argument either. My argument is the galactic center doesn't have enough gravity to pull the stars at the edge of the spiral galaxy in because of centrifugal force, With the Newtonian equation, it does not work. So they had to come up with something called dark matter. And for all I know, this dark matter could exist, or maybe it doesn't. But there's no direct proof because we can't directly observe it. It's only observable indirectly because of the equation being off by 97%. So it's missing dark matter and dark energy, right? They make up 97% of the observable universe. But we can't see none between here and the moon. We can't see none between here and the sun. And we can't see any trillions and quadrillions and septillions miles away, light years from the stars. We can see the stars twinkle. There's no dark matter in between us and the stars. So if this makes up 97% of the universe, but we can't see it in, septillion miles away? Isn't that like 15 zeros? That's how far some of these stars are, like Betelgeuse, really big and really far away, right? So where's the dark matter at? We can't see it. It's not there. It's kind of like God. You can't disprove it. I can't prove it. It's exactly like that. So we could debate to the end of time, and we're just going to agree to disagree. There is no God. There is no dark matter. We're both going to argue until our faces turn blue and we start cussing each other because I can't prove to you there's a God and you can't prove to me that there's dark matter. We're in the same boat. We're all religious.
I don't know about this dark matter stuff. It sounds like stuff you'd use to beam yourself up, Scotty. Because I can't prove dark matter. So what you're saying is basically we're at an impasse.
Yes.
Why couldn't you just say it that way?
Well, I like the way I said it better. I'm like running.
Well,
I like to entertain.
I know you've been itching to get the dark matter thing out, man.
Are you not entertained?
And then usually people cut you off, and I'm usually one of them. As soon as I hear
thanks
dark
for letting me
matter,
get
I'm
it
like,
out
okay.
this time. Yeah, they don't like hearing that shit about it being a religious belief and shit. They're like, no, scientists said there's dark matter, and it's the only thing that's real. I know it's real. I know it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm spacey. Well, this is when we need Lyser's to talk about that spacey stuff. But then you could almost call that a religion. It's like, at that level, for me right now, it's like I feel like a caveman. Drawing on the side of a mountain pictures of animals and people with stick figures when it starts coming to...
There's many lectures
matter,
for free
concept,
on YouTube on dark
gravity,
matter.
Black hole, this, that, whatever crap.
Yeah, that black hole, that's another one. So you just heard my bit on dark matter. You want to hear my bit on the black hole?
Yeah, man. I got to turn my light on, so I'll mic out and you go on about the dark matter with black hole.
Okay. So some people theorize that it's, a bridge to another universe, like some kind of multiverse Einstein, bridge or some shit, right? So, no, it's not a Rosen bridge. It's a point in space. Now, there's two theories on this. That has a lot of matter that's really dense, or it's just a point in space for some reason that sucks up matter, and not even light can escape its gravitational pull. The thing about these black holes is they're black, just like dark matter. Can't see them, don't know for sure if they're there, but they gotta be there.
There we go. God, my thing was jammed. I think I'm lagging, actually. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that black matter space hole stuff. I don't have a clue on that. I'm not sure if dark matter is bullshit or not.
Me too, sir. Me too.
And I don't even know how to argue that anyway. I'm just like...
I know, right? Because once you look at dark matter and dark energy and you see that it is what they say it is, and then, they have to make up this stuff called the multiverse, which is another theory that I love to pick on a little bit, because, see, the universe is finely tuned. So it's like you get a brand new radio station that's made in Taiwan, and you get it to your house, and it's on your favorite radio station. Like you don't even have to adjust it, right? Except for the bandwidth is much larger, much larger. So in a sense, we won the lottery on the universe being so finely tuned that life can be supported here. Because if the universe was at another frequency, life wouldn't exist. Einstein said something along the lines of, when it comes to playing dice, or God didn't play dice with the universe or something like that. I can't remember. I'll see if I can find it.
Have you ever argued with Cathexis about this kind of spacey stuff?
Yeah, me and him, as far as I know, we started out in the same hangout together.
Oh, okay. I could see Buddy in chat, so he's here.
Yeah, me and Cathexis, we sharpened our rhetoric in Free Shen before we went to the debates. I like Cathexis a lot. I learned a lot from him, and he's a smart guy when it comes to philosophy and things like that. I believe he actually went to school for it. So anything he says, philosophy, there's a lot to be learned there.
Yeah, but philosophy is like poetry. You can make it up as you go, I think.
That's what I do. I just make up shit as I go, and everybody's, well, about 20% of the time, somebody believes it.
Cool. Can I rip on Trump now with you?
Hell yeah, man. I just got done with my double quarter pound.
Oh,
Damn.
man, I'm jealous.
My double quarter pounder. Hell yeah, man. Rip on Trump.
All right. And I'll let you rebuttal and kick ass or whatever you're going to do. I said kick ass, I think. And we're even have a chuckle about the source of this information, okay?
Okay.
Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I just encountered this article and wanted to read it. And I'm giving you pre-warning now so we don't start swearing at each other.
Oh, no, man. We're not going to do that. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I am cracking up because, again, I looked at the damn who published this, and I just cracked the fuck up. Okay. The article's called 5 Things Donald Trump Attacked Hillary Clinton Over, but is currently doing himself. Are you ready for number 1?
iPads.
Okay, here we go. Number 1, ties to Wall Street. Back then in the election time, they're throwing shit at each other. Okay, it says, I think this is a quote. I might mispronounce names because I'm, pretty behind the times with names over there. But anyway, the quote starts with, "I know the guys at Goldman Sachs. They have total control over Ted Cruz, just like they have total control over Hillary Clinton," Trump spouted during the campaign. Yes. He went on to slam Clinton for giving paid speeches to Wall Street banks, saying they owned her. Okay, now, fast forward to present, and Steve Bannon, a 17-year Goldman Sachs veteran, may be the one with total control over president. He's seated in the office next to the Oval. He has unprecedented access to the principal committee of the National Secretary Council, a committee of the government officials who make the country's most important foreign policy decisions. And the title of #President Bannon. Additionally, Steve Mnuchin, Trump's Treasury Secretary nominee, is a former Goldman partner.
Right. Okay.
And it goes on.
Yeah, let's go. Let's cover that one first. Okay. The way I see that is, if I'm not mistaken, during the election year, they were talking about the corruption of the donors having control over the president's decision making. And Trump ran his own campaign, paid for it, so no one owns him. He's going to do what's right for the country is what he ran his campaign on. But those people in Goldman Sachs and everything, see, no one's gave him any money. So they don't control any, and that's what they're so worried about, because no one, the pharmaceutical industry. No industries have made any donations to him as far as controlling anything he does whatsoever. And that's what they're so worried about. That's what I got from what they were saying during the election year when he was talking to Hillary about that, about Goldman Sachs making all the donations to her. And the topic was, in other words, she owes them now, those donors, because she'll make decisions instead of for the American people. She'll do what those donors want her to do. Now, the fact that he's got people coming in that are part of Goldman Sachs and all that, I don't see the relevance to that, but that's just me. I don't know. I think this is something that just came out, right? Last year.
Probably. I can't wait to reveal the source.
Yeah, there's somebody he's got in his, because I heard the tail end of that in the last 2 or 3 days, something about one of his cabinet, somebody he's put in office has been part of Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. Number 2, it's a list of 5. The use of private email. Back then, there was no more consuming line of criticism against Clinton than the use of her private email server. And I quote, "It's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed," Trump said, blasting Clinton during the second president debate. Now, 5 days after taking office, Trump was still using his unsecure Android phone, and according to recent reports, Trump's senior staff, including Counselor Kellyanne Conway, senior advisor, and first son-in-law Jared Kushner, Spicer, and Bannon, had active private emails under the Republican National Committee server as of 1 week ago. Pot, meet the kettle.
Okay.
I don't know if that's...
Okay, on that subject, I'd have to know more on that one to voice an opinion. I don't know if that's a spin. Somebody's just saying that he's doing that when he's not, or I don't know. I don't even know how to elaborate on that one. I don't know if his cell phones are, I don't know. So wait a minute. Seems like about damn, I saw something where they said Trump's got a new phone and shit now or something. And I got a question on that subject too. If he still tweets, is that shit protected off what he's
I don't know, man.
But anyway, that's interesting. I don't know on that one. I don't know, man. You would certainly, certainly think they would not dare do that.
Yeah, I guess those people that follow this stuff would know more about that.
Yeah. I wouldn't know
Okay.
what phones they're using or anything. I don't know.
I think this one's kind of older news. It's number 3, called conflicts of interest. I don't know. Okay, it's back then Trump made a do of the Clinton Foundation allegedly accepting donations in exchange for access to Security Clinton and her State Department. Now, since then, Trump's own conflicts of interest have made attacks against the Clinton Foundation, a charity that combats global AIDS and higher rating than the American Red Cross, feel quaint. The president has failed to place his real estate empire in a blind trust instead. It's being run by his sons, Eric and Donald Jr., who could very easily share valuable business information with the leader of the free world that could make him even richer man. Unsavory ? Indeed, but it's also a potential violation of the constitutional emoluments clause, which prohibits U.S. officials from profiting from elected office, and technically is an impeachable offense. Should this be where the chanting of lock him up starts? ?
Okay.
Yeah, that was definitely old news. I remember reading about that like weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. So
basically, it's summing up that his son should. He just handed everything to his sons, in which he could just be telling them what to do and profiting.
yeah. Now, did you see the big? I want to say press conference, and I think it was a press conference where he was turning over all the. He had the lawyers speaking, that he hired to turn his company over. He's
okay.
He's already addressed all that with the American people. And the way I understand that, Uncle, and from what was said at the press conference, is that he does not have to. It was one thing he did. Oh, he could not accept any gifts as president. But under the current laws, if I'm not mistaken, what I remember from the press conference, his lawyers and everything was, telling the people that the whole thing about turning over his business. But they said currently under the laws, he doesn't have to turn over a damn thing. Nothing. But he's going to do it anyway, and he has done it, and he's got all these top lawyers doing it for him. And supposedly the only clause, he does not want to be bothered with how the business is doing or any of that stuff. He just wants to know the top and the bottom line, and that can be done with a 30-second phone call once a month or something from, his sons or whatever. He just wants to know top and bottom lines, and that's all he wants to know, anything to do with his business. And he's got all the lawyers that's already turned his entire huge buffoon business over, and he's doing that out of free will, because under the current laws he doesn't have to turn any of that over, nothing. But he can't accept gifts from people while he's in the presidency. On the other side of that, don't ever forget, if he improves the economy, what's wrong with Trump's businesses, which are all over the freaking planet and in every state in America? I was blown away, man. He owns shit in every fucking state around me, and he just everywhere in every country. If he improves the economy, of course, his businesses are going to make more money. I don't really see the relevance to that, but that's what I understand on that subject, though.
Yeah, I guess the relevance, again, we're slowly chucking through the list, and basically the relevance is a lot of the things that he attacked his person he was running against. He's basically similarly doing himself. I
got you.
This article is ultimately about. But it is fun to talk about it in that kind of perspective and what you're doing, which is
the way
objectively right. So on to number 4 out of 5. Endangering service people overseas. Back then, one word: innumerable hearings and questioning. Benghazi. Yeah. Clinton was almost single-handedly maligned for lapse in security that ultimately led up to. We all know it, man. I'm not going to go through the entire.
Right. I think it needs to be said because this is one of the things that has been
okay. Also,
swept under the rug. So if you don't mind, Uncle, I think people need to know about this.
Okay, one word. Oh, I've read that bit. Okay, Benghazi. Clinton was almost single-handedly, I might mess up the words, but I'll try my best. Clinton was almost single-handedly maligned for lapses in security that ultimately led to the 2012 attack on the U.S. diplomatic compound in Benghazi, Libya, which claimed the lives of U.S. Ambassador Chris Stevens and 3 others. While she ultimately took responsibility as Secretary of State, there was little precedent for the level of blame she incurred. Officials like former Secretary of State Colin Powell acknowledged that while she shared responsibility with the intelligence community and other agencies, the multiple investigations into Clinton were a stupid witch hunt, which is not to be confused with stupid witch, which is also probably something Trump called her. Now, meanwhile, within the first 12 days of Trump's presidency, questions swirled about the first Trump order military attack against al-Qaeda in Yemen, which killed Navy SEAL William Ryan Owens and an 8-year-old civilian girl, among others. According to Reuters, U.S. military officials said that the operation was approved without sufficient intelligence, ground support, and adequate backup operations. I don't even really want to comment on that stuff because
I would like to, if that's okay. Okay, so let's do a thought project. Okay, let's say that I'm head of a security and I'm working overseas, right? And I run let's say like a Blackwater type thing, like an independent civilian security service, right? And let's say I'm in charge and I am proven to be at fault for people dying because I wasn't on my post like I said I was going to be in my contract when I swore in, right? And people died because it was my fault. Are you going to then, okay, you get a fucking raise and, do you want to be, president of the company now? Like you fucked up and cost people their lives. Would you like to be president? Does anybody follow that? Like, I'll give you the company. Here you go. You got to run against this other guy. Does that make sense to anybody?
Okay, so
I think
that's fine. But you're taking. Well, we can talk about that. I mean, that's already proven that no, people didn't put up with that, and no, she's not president. Now, what the article is again is about him attacking her, saying that very thing. You're right. It doesn't make sense.
However, Uncle.
Yeah, in 12 days, he's like, fuck it. Send the SEALs in. They'll solve the problem. And Navy SEAL William Ryan Owens gets killed, along with an 8-year-old civilian girl.
I love to hear these spin reports because that's what I was listening close, and I didn't want to interrupt you so you could get done with the whole thing.
Yeah.
But when you hear words like ultimately and all that, that's not even what that whole thing was about as far as my viewpoint on it. Trump was saying, Hillary lied to those families and told them that it was because of a YouTube video, nothing to do with anything that she did. And it was all of that controversy and all of the things that she was not being honest about how Benghazi happened. And if I'm remembering correctly, that was the main things that she was getting nailed on about Benghazi. So did you hear that word that whoever wrote that article? And he just real quickly said, and ultimately.
Well, she ultimately took responsibility as Secretary of State.
I misunderstood that.
While she ultimately took responsibility as Secretary of State.
Ultimate responsibility. But you see the way he went straight to the ultimately accepted responsibility.
Right, because she tried. Basically, what he's saying when he said that is she tried passing the blame off and lying about it and all this shit. So ultimately,
what happened was
had no choice.
What happened was the power that be took this situation. They said, "Okay, how can we change this around to benefit us?" And she blamed it on a YouTube video. So what happened? They were like, "Okay, this is a loss, but I think we can make it work in our favor." If we blame it on YouTube, then we can get YouTube to be, heavily censored and redacted, and we can cut down on this shit. And that's why everybody's channels have been getting shut down ever since that happened. Because they merged with Google after that, didn't they?
You see, to me, Uncle, those are the exact things and reasons why I voted for Trump. I'm sick of that corruption and those political spins. And the American people are just sick and tired of that kind of stuff. You see how that politician shit, to me, I mean, in my brain, from hearing all this stuff so many years, politician equals liar, liar, lie. Everything they say is a fucking lie. They never bring the real issues back to the American people when the American people are living all the reality of all the problems every day. It was just interesting the way whoever wrote that
I'm not going to defend her in that whole sequence. The only thing I will defend is the fact, and I don't even want to defend that. It's just a sign the world and the rules around this world has completely changed because I think a lot of people forget that the CIA were never supposed to be there, and most of these people were not supposed to be there. Now, in the day and age, back in the fucking 80s and before, things, it was easy to cover shit up. But now, hell, everybody's got a phone with a camera on it.
Well, I have
and when shit goes bad, and in fact, that's probably the worst. What's called body of people in government in history in that situation, because she's not the boss either. She's the boss of that situation. The ultimate man in charge would have been the president himself. So what did they all do? Go underneath his belt and decided to throw shit to the media? I mean, it's a shitty situation. I didn't want to defend it.
Yeah, right. Well, it's supposed to, in that particular case, if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to go through the Secretary of State and then to the president also. But,
right. So she tried to hide that shit from him as well. Probably. I don't know. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. And, here's the other thing. Talk about the CIA and everything being over there. Another big problem I have. Yeah. Okay. So there's two sides to what I'm getting ready to say. One is I'm tired of all these wars, man. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll just say that one blanket statement before I even say the other thing. However, with the things that, for whatever all the classified reasons are, that we have to be in all these fucking countries and blah, 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 blah. There's an old saying somebody said, we shouldn't never be over 500 miles away from our shorelines. And I
believe that.
I don't know that I disagree with that. In other words, without knowing all the things basing that decision on that, I would like to see that. I would like to see us do that more. However, I don't know what's going on under classified operations all over the globe and in these other countries that maybe we need, the nuclear stuff that we have to keep a watch on to make sure that they're, so I would like to see the media being completely blocked out of our secret operations. Years ago, nobody even knew what a Navy SEAL was. And
that's right. That's why we always make the joke: if you want to keep secrets, avoid talking to the states. Basically,
that was another talking point that I really enjoyed hearing Trump talk about. These fruitcakes that's been running our country, Uncle. They'll sit there and tell people. They'll have a fucking. And I've just been blown away with that, because in war or anything that's going on with your country, if you're really trying to protect your country, you will not talk about it or tell anybody, man. And
which is what it is like at least here. I don't know about Australia, but it seems the same way there. I spent 6 months there, and I've got a few buddies that they're part of the Royal Marines and Army and stuff, but. Man, they never talk about what they went through or what they do even now. And then we read about them on the newspaper and we're like, holy shit, that dude went diving for fucking bombs from World War II out in fucking Haiti. And only for to like get fucking monsooned. But, it's just weird that they have that respect for us because we get all worried and shit. And
yet another thing added to that story is, I think from these bad policies and bad people thinking that they need to talk about it, I think that it's empowered the media in places that they should never be anyway.
Right. I agree. I don't
want the media knowing about classified operations or undercover agents. I want them to back the fuck up. In other words, it's supposed to be our third government to keep the government in check is the original plan for the media. But when they start getting into that stuff, now you're putting me at risk. I don't want them knowing those things. And on the other side of the tracks, I'm not saying there's not corruption, the CIA doing fucking operations they shouldn't be doing, but for the up on top of the table operations that they're doing with CIA agents or whatever division it is, I do not want those secret operations ever leaked to the media, ever, ever, ever. And it's none of their fucking business. And
you could have people. Yeah, that could be the death of people.
Yes, exactly. So I've had.
So the press almost are just as responsible.
I would really like to see somebody kind of put the press back what they're supposed to be doing on both sides. On both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, with Clinton, there's no way you can defend that action, right? And I don't think that was what they were trying to do in this article either. Basically,
right.
But if you're going to attack somebody for that, and that you do know that you're taking a job that you're going to be making the same calls.
Absolutely.
And Trump, within 12 days, has made a call, which got on American Navy's William Ryan Owens. I don't even know enough to really comment about Yemen yet.
Yeah, it's never good. Of course.
So it's kind of unfair. I think in future elections, people will be like, rah, rah, rah. I'm like, well, you
Well,
could
what
be
was
on
the
day
main-
number one
That's
asked to make calls like that.
That's interesting. What was the main talking point of Obama? Almost every speech he ever gave, I heard him say, and people want to blame me. These things were already going on. These things were already. He never wanted to accept any responsibility, but yet I see them just nailing Trump to the wall. So he's going to say, okay, yeah, with the intelligence that he received and the operation that he said go forward on, somebody gets killed. I just don't see where we can backtrack on the president for that, so to speak, when the secret intelligence is probably telling him we need to go in. You know
Yeah,
what?
I mean, and that's where I wish. Well, anyways, yeah, I don't like to really,
Yeah, we don't know.
and especially how new it is. I think William Ryan Owens deserves a lot of respect, and I don't know that I want to
Absolutely, yeah.
comment a lot about.
Me either. I really, yeah. I'm gonna. Wow, I'm stuttering tonight, man. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand exactly where you're standing on that. I really don't know where to run with that deal right there.
Yeah. That's what I used to try to kind of get annoyed at back in the election was like, man, you're talking about a job that you're going to be making phone calls. That's going to be putting dudes at harm's way. So,
Right.
Again, I'm not defending Clinton at all. That was probably the worst botch up in political history, actually, not just American, but political, the whole world. That was the worst attempt to cover up in history.
Even Clinton.
I mean, they did better at Area 51 than that.
Right. I'll say this. It was during an election year. Clinton could have gotten an unfair shake on a lot of the things that, it was an election year. You're going to do those things. That's what they look for, I don't know how much blame there is on her or not. They say she didn't answer the phone all fucking night. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, she did what she did.
Right.
I mean, excuses and whatnot. I think, and that's why she ultimately wouldn't win anyway. That's like the one thing you can't debate against.
Right.
It's true. I don't know any debater that could actually win a debate on defending those actions.
Well, you can only debate on the spin subjects that the media projects to us. That's all we can do. We don't know.
I mean, like Hank suggested, how can you ask her to be president on that subject?
Right.
Then
I will say this on the Benghazi thing. The Navy SEALs is saying that she's full of shit. And they made a movie about it.
Yeah, it's called 13 Hours.
Right. So they're saying Hillary's full of shit.
And the thing about that movie that I do appreciate, though, is it's only in the perspective of those soldier guys.
Right.
Right. And their perspective was, man, all you guys did was send us a drone. Thanks for the help, but no thanks, type of thing,
And I will say this:
a weaponless drone, a camera. Thanks, man.
If that's the way it is, too, boy, would I be upset if I were them. Son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, but at the same token, though, and that's what sucks about using private contractors. Again, this is an event to me. It probably sounds morbid or heartless, and again, it's bad what happened. But spy shit is spy shit. I mean, basically, you take the oath that you don't exist.
Right.
But in today's world, that doesn't work anymore.
Right.
And when the whole, when by the time that call goes out, I mean, shit, they were even asking for a flyby. Not even a bombing, not even a weapon shot. A mere F-16 flyby if the movie is accurate, which I believe it is because
I think it is.
I've watched those dudes on talk shows.
Right.
And they legitimately keep saying that everything that's in there is pretty much.
I'm going to run with them myself.
So that was handled badly. I mean, that was bullshit. By the time it escalated, how many phone calls would it have been? So there's no way it's no longer a black operation anymore.
I know there was a story.
So, man, they should have definitely sent planes. There should have been help of some kind.
You know what I think happened? You guys want to hear?
There was a story
man.
around that there was an ulterior motive why they did not send anybody, and I forgot what that was. Hank,
I know what it is. Yeah. The reason they didn't send help is because they were arming the Syrian rebels at the time, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Think about it like the ISIS for Syria, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
So that was a gun-running operation that wasn't on the books for the United States government. When they got the guns, they fucking flipped shit and went and killed the ambassador. They were supposed to take the guns and go straight for Gaddafi. So it was like a curveball for them. Like they didn't know what to do.
Gaddafi's already dead, though.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't think that's the case, sir.
Okay, well, they have plenty of photographs of him being dragged through the streets by his people.
Right, in 2011, right. But Benghazi happened before that, right before that, exactly, is what I remember.
It happened after that.
Well, if that's the case, then I stand corrected, but I can't be sure right now.
Not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain it was after that. That they had bombed the shit out of him, and then they had drug us, he was dead. But what you're saying about guns and stuff, that's still true, though, because that's kind of, for me, this, when you talk ISIS, that's the birth of ISIS to me.
See, those are the things that you and I and Hank will never hear about. Those behind the lines, classified, secret stuff going on that you and I and the media probably won't never know about until, something bad happens and then it gets exposed. But you never really know why they're doing what the hell they're doing, Who knows why Hillary didn't answer the phone? She probably knew not to answer the damn thing, What the reasons are.
And that could be used against her as well. Maybe she panicked. You're right. Maybe she knew shit just went fucking ape shit, and she just fucking panicked and said,
probably did not.
Trying to get her head around the fucking situation of what lie she could spin, or I don't know.
Exactly.
But it, like I said, I can argue that that's probably the worst political fuck up in world history. I mean, I think even Area 51 was, which is kind of, a lot of people say is a hoax, and probably is, but I mean,
yeah.
NASA, I mean, they pulled NASA, the moon landing off better than that, if you believe that's fake. In 1969, I mean, fucking hell.
Yeah, there was, now, one of those along the way was fake, wasn't it?
That's what they say.
I think one of those were, because Ron Howard was involved with that. And in other words, all of them were not fake is what I'm understanding. But one of them, they were worried about, don't hold me to this, something about losing funding or something. And they tried to fake something so their funding wouldn't stop or something.
Right.
But, yeah, I remember a little bit about that from years ago.
Now, shall we move on to number 5 and final?
Sure.
Of the hypocrisy of TAC in the election. Okay. Number 5 is called Sickness and Health. Back then, when Clinton came down with pneumonia during the rigors of campaigning, Trump pounced, saying she suffered from low energy and lacks the mental and physical stamina to take on ISIS and all the many adversaries we face. This from a not exactly svelte guy, most often pictured digging into a bucket of KFC. But anywho, I don't even know if that's true, but that's what the person wrote. Now, fortnight into Trump era, his aides are explaining his hot-headed call with an Australian prime minister by saying he was fatigued because it was the end of a long day. To clarify, it was 5 p.m. Mr. President, wherever is your stamina? I don't even know what to say about that one. It's kind of funny. It's not even. But anyway, I don't know. But now, are you ready to be revealed where this article came from?
Yes.
Okay. Vogue magazine.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Why are you reading Vogue magazine, Uncle?
It's on the internet, dude. You know how you do Google search?
It's okay. There's all kinds of...
You do Google search, right? And I don't even remember what the hell I was trying to look up. I think I have it set to just Donald Trump news. And then I siphon through, and I immediately excuse whatever I don't like, which usually is Vogue magazine. So, I can only take this shit half-heartedly. But then I ran into the for me, half of this was jokes and stuff, and I could, fight both sides jokingly but then when it got to the Yemen, that's the one I was trying to avoid. I was like, no, I don't even want I don't even want to play with that one because I don't know shit about Yemen,
Right.
and I don't want to do William Ryan Owens and the 8-year-old civilian girl any ill will. But the rest of it I thought was pretty entertaining and funny.
You know, Uncle, isn't it amazing the things in the these organizations, the media organizations, corporate people, and all of that. The fact that they'll sell out to make $1 and to make an interesting story, and actually just point blank sometimes lie about stuff because it's kind of like this. The general understanding is that dirty laundry always makes more money.
Yeah.
And if they tell a good story, it's not really, for some reason they say it's like, sex sells, but yet people dressed and dignified people, it's not quite as good of a seller. And it never ceases to amaze me what these organizations will do to make $1. If their magazine or their operation is failing, they'll do just about anything. And so I've really gotten skeptical, even believing any of them almost anymore, man. I don't know. I'm about burnt out on the media and these false reports and everybody. And, it just seems like it's always pushing an agenda instead of reporting the facts. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's true. I mean, sex does sell, and all this other stuff. People like dirt. People like reality dirt and arguments, and even on these channels that we talk on, even on Hangouts, I think the chat people that don't get on the panel, they want us to start swearing and yelling at each other.
They want controversy. They want controversy and heavy debates. And
right.
Get on her. Hey, how you doing, Hank? Everything going good with your business today? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand it, but in other words, if me and Hank was up here going, hey, Hank, you told me you were going to bring me a damn pizza, and I told you I wanted pepperonis and sausage, and you goddamn brought me one with just damn pepperonis. What the hell, man?
That's what people want.
I know, it's crazy, man. But anyway,
yeah.
Hopefully they can start putting enthusiasm and selling stuff, reporting all the wonderful things, and make it exciting on the the good things or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing though, I guess I don't know if this is compliment or reassurance, but the nice thing is the man is president, regardless of what we think about him. Yeah. He's the one in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
Which means that whoever is in the Oval Office gets to face to these kind of articles or jokes on David Letterman or whatever.
Yeah.
So no matter how good he does, you're just going to have to bear and grin it. And
right. It really is true, man.
How many David Letterman jokes will be flying out year in, year out for the next 4 years?
Somebody just said that the other day. They said,
But it doesn't change the fact the dude's in the Oval Office.
Right. And somebody just said the other day, no matter what this guy does, even if he brought Jesus Christ back and showed him on TV, man, it ain't going to matter. They're going to find something bad about it.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. And same people who don't like Obama, they're going to do the same thing. So I understand it. I mean, it's crazy, but I do think a certain amount of respect. Sometimes I joke and kid around. I'll tell her, I have been real pissed about. I just felt like, man, I really felt it too, man, through the years, because he got elected for another term. I tell you, man, for some reason in my gut, I just never felt like Obama was for America, man. I'm sorry. I just never really felt like he was a great speaker. And he sure spoke to everybody when he got elected in the beginning. I said, you know what, man? Maybe. And nothing spectacular, but a great speaker. And, man, every time I saw anything going on or anything he was about, I said, there's something wrong here, man. It really is something wrong here. And I don't know what it is, but I still feel to this day there's something real dark with Obama. And
Well, see, for me, it's different.
okay.
What I didn't like about Obama was simply his policies. His
Policies. I
his
hated
policies sounded great in the beginning. Like I was like, okay, this is sounding good. Shut down Guantanamo Bay. But that's not actually what he did. What he did was, the Affordable Health Care Act that is lovingly called Obamacare, which should really be called Mitt Romney Care, but in all actuality, it's a tax on the middle class care. It's ridiculous. Right. They don't care about your wallet. It's obvious. But the year of immigration reform is when I was scratching my head going, what? Because immigration had been reformed in the 1960s. And since then, America's been getting flooded with immigrants. Some of them legal and some of them not. And we don't know how many the numbers are.
I do.
Not everyone has been checked on. They say we got the census, but do we really? People move around, get counted twice. Some people don't get counted at all.
You can triple the number from what they said it was. They say 11, it's 33 at least. And the same way as they use the fake politician number for unemployment, you can just about always double and triple the politician number, because that's a lie. If they say 11 million illegals are here, I'm going to say 33 million. And I honestly believe that too, with everything that I am too, if it's not even a lot more. They don't even fucking know anymore, Hank. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's all right. So with this immigration reform, I'm thinking, okay, what does this mean? And then Arab Spring. That's what that meant. That's what, immigration reform meant. Because in my opinion, the United States started Arab Spring by meddling with Egypt. And the guy that was in Egypt before, he was a bad guy. But look at what happened to Egypt after Arab Spring. Like, this is all the kids, like, just getting the fuck out of Dodge and going into Europe and America. And we caused that. Like, what is it, couple million immigrants in the past couple years went into Germany because of America? Yeah. I mean, this is not a smart foreign policy. If you think about it, what are we doing? Waging war, because there hasn't been that many people go from one country into another without causing a war in history. Like anytime that many Moors went into France, guess what happened? France went to war.
Right. I would be willing to bet that if you and I could ever really know the truth, I would be willing to bet you there's a lot darker answers for why Obama did all the things that he did, regardless of the policies, in my opinion, stunk. Back to the 33 million illegals. Do you remember the conversation that we were having with Future, and Uncle was in here, and we were talking about immigration and the tomato pickers? And
I was there for that.
Yeah. And I kept telling him that's just a talking point for a lot of different categories, and if I really took the time, I could prove it. There was one of them, and I didn't go through all of them. I just went through a couple. But really, you're going to now make me believe that we need all these illegals here? We need 33 million fucking tomato pickers, dude. Illegal, undocumented. Give me a fucking break. I mean, man, give me a fucking break. But anyway, you, I, Uncle, Ronan, and everybody else should not even be faced with these freaking problems that they have been telling us did never even exist. They've been lying to us for so many years. I hate them more than I hate any damn thing going on. I hate the corruptness of our government. I really do, man. It just gets me so emotional when I think about it. And then on a good day, when life is sweet for me, and I'm really sitting back thinking, I don't blame any of these people for all these viewpoints, because there's been so many lies and smoke blowed up our ass for so many years. Fuck, I don't even know what to think anymore.
I don't even blame the people that are immigrating into this country. I mean, they're the victims.
Right. I don't either, man. I really don't. You know, I don't blame them at all, but I do blame their government. I do blame their government for allowing them to keep fleeing over here, because that's corrupt as hell when you investigate the reasons why they're allowing it. And then they want us to be responsible. Yeah, don't even get me started on that. But, you know, our government tells us the border's been secure for years and years and years and years. And it's all a lie. And, you know, I don't know, man. I'm just.
Well,
so
that's why the Empire sent in their best to infiltrate and change things. So
say that again.
Oh, I'm just teasing, man. I'm just teasing. I was going to come up with some other make-believe.
The Empire, yeah.
Make-believe. What do they call it? Conspiracy.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, you know what, man? Hey, I don't never block anything out totally. I always try to keep it in my mind, and just in case I run across something that substantiates what they want to say is. I mean, think about the reality of the word conspiracy. What does it mean? It means two or more people conspiring for whatever. Okay, yeah. That's all the word conspiracy means. Fuck, the whole fucking world's full of conspiracies. I mean, everything about it is a fucking conspiracy if you really break it down to the reality part of it. You know, if you think about it. So I don't doubt anything anymore. You know, I really don't. So there was a lot of conspiracies.
Hey, Tudor, come on board.
There was a lot of conspiracies
Get
going on.
Get your 10-inch neck over here, man.
Dude, you know what I mean, Uncle?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. There was a lot of conspiracies going on in my first marriage too, and it wasn't. I wasn't the second party. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, do you think Marilyn Monroe was assassinated by the CIA?
I know she was. You want me to tell you the story behind it?
Yeah, man.
I can tell you exactly how they did it. I didn't find out until just a few years ago. The CIA had developed suppositories that were lethal. They shoved those suppositories up Marilyn Monroe's ass, and that's what killed her. And I know you might be laughing about it, but that is how she died. And I found that out through very good sources too.
Holy shit.
That's how Marilyn Monroe really died.
Death by enema.
That is correct.
Wow.
Death by deadly butt beads.
Yep. And that's the truth, man. Believe it or not. I'll pretty much stick by that.
What a world.
Well, I don't know how many dudes would check that.
Well,
you'd be looking for hypodermic needles or anything, right? But you wouldn't dare.
Think about it. See, one of the reasons they did it that way, she was already noted for all kinds of, pills, this, that, and everything, So it was the ultimate way to do it anyway. But, she was a big, big problem, became a huge problem for the mob and for Kennedy. The mob was worried about her. Kennedy was, she was fucking around with guys in the mob, very high order mobsters too. And she fell in love with Kennedy and really thought that she was going to be with Kennedy. And so Kennedy was worried about her. There's your private life stuff that, that's why I say, hell, compared to the other presidents that with the personal life problems they have, fuck Trump, go ahead and grab you a couple of pussies. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? I mean, if you really study back on the stuff that people saying, nowadays, go study the past presidents' personal lives. And I think we got a guardian angel right now compared to what their personal lives were like, So, but anyway, I think that's how Marilyn Monroe got killed. I'm pretty damn sure of it too.
Yep.
I couldn't believe that when I found it out.
I think that makes sense.
Yep.
And boy, who wouldn't want to be the person to explore, Marilyn Monroe in that
Man,
way, I guess.
Shuckus,
Although
yeah.
I wouldn't want to condone, the person to actually assassinate her, but
Right.
holy damn, she was a hottie.
Yes, she was, man. She really was. But yeah, man, there's all kinds of stuff that was happening. Many people died to cover up the Kennedy conspiracy. Many, 200 and some, I think, was the last count.
That's right. So that's why the Scottish Special Forces sent their people in to infiltrate the system, which downloaded the Saurus and manipulated things that ultimately, in time, would change things for the American public. So in future, you're going to know what it's like to be a part of the British Empire and how peaceful it really is and all that stuff. There's some sneaky dudes, I'm Scottish. They'd be invading with their propaganda
Yeah,
and all their religious stuff.
Yeah, be careful. Where's D-Back?
I mean, that's why Tudor's all into Jesus, the Scotsman. I think they genetically modified him in his neck.
But yeah, man, I dug into those things through the years, and lo and behold, little by little, things came out. Took 20, 30, 40 years later, but we know just about everything about the Kennedy assassination. You know who gave the fatal headshot, right?
Wait, who shot JFK? Who did the kill shot?
H.W. Bush.
Well, he was part of the CIA. That was a part of the operation that did that. Yeah.
Nah, I'll tell you exactly who gave the fatal headshot, and I'll tell you exactly what caliber and exactly what kind of gun and exactly where he was. You want to hear it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
His name was James Files. Look it up. He goes by, his real name is James Sutton. He's pulling time right now for running a chop shop. He was part of training for the Bay of Pigs. He was in the CIA and the mob. And they got him to, he didn't even know he was going to actually be the one to do it. But they all went to the Dealey Plaza. And he was behind he was up on the grassy knoll, but they were also up in that building too, the Dowtech building. And the shot, I've been a little confused on where the actual shot came from. I'm pretty sure that next shot came from the Dowtech building, but there was another guy, but I don't think that is the shot. And of course, they found concrete and all that stuff. But James Files was behind and you can watch that video of it it's on YouTube now. He's talking to him in you know who the guy, what is his last name? Mars, Jim Mars. You ever watched anything by Jim Mars?
No, I can't say that I have.
Okay, well anyway, the guy's name, he shot him, and at the time in 61, 62, only the CIA had an XP-100 fireball. And what an XP-100 fireball is, it's a 222 caliber. Well, they actually redesigned it. It's a 221 now. But when they first came out with them, it was a 222 caliber, and it was a crossbreed between a pistol and a rifle. And it had a scope on it, and you could pinpoint anything from 100 yards away. And the CIA was the only ones who even had one at the time. The head guy of the CIA at that time, and if you'll give me a second, I'll remember his name. That's actually the guy that gave James Files that fucking pistol, and that pistol / rifle had also been used in other assassinations also, but he decided to use the XP-100 fireball. That was his choice because he could keep it in a case and everything. Just so you know, in 1998, they found his fucking shell right there in the ground. You can look that up on YouTube also. And he bit the shell right after he shot Kennedy and left it right there on the fucking fence. And they found a guy with a metal detector found it in 1998. So it's all true. That other shit was a plant But anyway, that's who gave the fatal headshot. He was aiming for his right eye, and right when that shot hit Kennedy in the neck and made him lean forward, the bullet ended up hitting him right in the temple and blowing the back of his head off and the skull on the back of the car and on the motorcycle guys and all that shit. But that is the guy who actually gave the fatal headshot. Nobody wants to prosecute him for it either. And he can tell you in exact detail. There's no way he's freaking lying about it. That is the guy who gave the fatal headshot. He can tell you, and he was spending every day with what was his name that they blamed the guy for it. The Russians, went over to Russia and all that shit. What was his name? Oswald. He spent Oswald helped him dial all those guns in for about 2 days before the fatal day. But Oswald did not shoot the president. He was just a pansy, man. He was a setup, and they had to kill him. And so they sent the bar owner guy in there. I forgot his name. He owned a bar up there in Texas and everything. But they sent him in there and said, you go in there and kill him. But then they eventually had to kill him too. So they had to just start killing everybody to keep all the secrets quiet. But I don't think Sam Giancana, I think it was actually higher than Sam Giancana, actually gave the order to kill him. And they was going to kill him in Chicago, but the mob bosses in Chicago didn't want the heat. And they were thinking about hitting him down in Miami, but they decided not to do it there. And so it ended up being Texas. And that glass bubble that, just so you know, in 63, that glass bubble that would go over the Lincoln convertible, that sumbitch wasn't even fucking bulletproof. That was just a plexiglass top. How dumb is that, man?
Holy crap.
That wasn't even bulletproof. That was just a plexiglass bubble. Wasn't even bulletproof. But he didn't have it on that day. And so it was inside source stuff, because Kennedy was all about, he did not want to act like he was scared of anything. And so he didn't want that top up. He didn't want any of that. He wanted to see the people, be with the people and all of that. And that's exactly what they were hoping for too. But anyway, yeah, James Files, his real name is James Sutton, and he was born here in the States. He helped train the Bay of Pigs, and he was already mad at Kennedy anyway, because he felt like Kennedy betrayed him because he trained all those guys hand-to-hand combat and shit for the Bay of Pigs operation. But anyway, there you go, man. That's the deal on that. James Files, XP 100 Fireball is what he gave the fatal headshot with.
Huh.
Yeah, look up the XP 100. It's a fine pistol. I was going to go buy me one, actually, an original. I found about 3 originals from the 60s. I was going to go buy one. I really like that damn gun. But yeah, look up the XP 100 Fireball. That's a badass bitch. Started out as a 222 caliber, and they had a few little problems with it, and so they downsized it to 221.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
The Remington's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, man. And he talked a lot about, all the people that were dying. He had a lot to do with all that too. All the people that were dying. He knows a whole lot about it. Actually, he is the one that killed a few of those people, but he said right on camera he's not gonna, because when the guy asked him, said, well, yeah, they said he died. They thought he died of this. He goes, no, that's not what he died of. He died of a fingernail file shoved up in the palate of his mouth. And then when the guy asked him, so did you kill him? And he started laughing. He said, well, you think I'm going to admit to a murder right now here on camera? Nobody wants to prosecute me for killing Kennedy, but I guess because it's a big business, they don't want to know who did it, But yeah, all these years later, man, he is the guy that gave the fatal headshot for sure. Look that up, man. You'll enjoy watching that. The long version is on YouTube.
You guys want to hear a different theory?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
The Magruder film, I think is what it's called, was released in like 1969. Like they had 6 years to Mary Poppins the shit out of that film.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know a lot about that too. Go ahead.
Well, I heard this one theory, and I'm not necessarily say that I subscribe to this theory, but what if it was just what they wanted you to see? Like they wanted you to see a president take on the Federal Reserve and lose his life, and it was all Hollywood tricks with his head getting blown off.
I think the real reason, I think the final clause for Kennedy, this is only my belief, he was trying to shut down that, back then it was probably $1 trillion. He was trying to stop all the wars. And he was going to shut down all those Asian ports that they were getting ready to build, the chemical plants, the industrial war complex. He was going to shut all that shit down, man. And even back then, it was probably $1 trillion. Okay. And I think that's probably what it really came, even though there was a lot of people wanting to kill him. I think that's what it actually came down to, man. And I believe that was the final clause that tipped the scales for Kennedy. But hell, everybody wanted to kill him. He had his brother Bobby going after the mob. They felt like they helped get him elected, swaying the votes in Chicago because, the Kennedy Sr., Kennedy's daddy, he's the one that contacted the fucking mob and asked them to help get his fucking son elected. After he gets elected, then he sends his Bobby, his brother, after the fucking mob, and they felt betrayed. They wanted to kill him too. So, man, it's just so many damn things. It's crazy. And that's why for all of these reasons involved, say, if you analyze it all around JFK assassination, I don't think they're going to kill Trump, but that's just the way I see it. I don't think they'll dare try to kill him either. For a number of different reasons. I could be wrong. I've been wrong a lot. But. Next subject. That was a good opening line, Uncle.
Yeah.
Got another question? You started out with Marilyn Monroe and went to JFK. You got another one?
No, not at this time. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just fat.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Ronan, you got one? Oh, he's not talking to me. You'll have to ask him, Uncle.
Hey, Ronan, do you got a separate JFK theory? Ronan's in the chat. He's got to finish his sentence. There he is.
Well, no, I theorize that he got killed. That's it.
Any idea why?
I mean, there's any number of things. He might have been going after the mafia. He might have tried that. Well, his brother was killed also, and I think they were into the civil rights thing. So that could have been another angle, And the guy that shot him, could have had issues with civil rights. That's a possibility. But it's like typical stuff. You notice that the people that want to do good to benefit all are the ones that usually get killed. You have this guy that called Jesus Christ.
That is the best thing I've ever heard you say, Ronan, because that's my firm belief too. Mike out.
You have this guy named Jesus Christ, and he was trying to do good and got killed for it, as I recall reading a book. So it stands to reason that President Trump is not going to be assassinated. I mean, he's already humiliated himself enough, and I want him to last the whole 4 years, and so I can point and laugh like for the next 4 years minus 12 days. It is a comedy of errors, and that's what it's building up to be. I didn't think it would be this lucky about the whole thing, but it's absolutely great. It's just the shame of it all. I might as well laugh, otherwise I'd cry. Mike out.
But Yeah, you are right about that, Ronan. It seems like through history, the people who were, and I've said this before, even to Ronan. It's never been about Democrat or Republican to me. I just want somebody to fucking quit blowing smoke up my ass because, hey, I've been close enough. I did work on fast attack submarines for my government. So I fucking know a little bit. I ain't a guy that just, woke up sucking mommy's titty and don't know what I'm talking about. But, it does seem like the people who are really trying to do the right thing, and I thought a hell of a lot of JFK, man, excluding his personal life and that whole family, promoted womanizing and everything else on, the males anyway of the family. So hell, he was, kind of grew into that. I mean, he thought that was just regular everyday life. He didn't see it as womanizing. But excluding the personal life of Kennedy, I really feel like he was he was really trying to go after the real freaking problems. He really was. And boy, I'm going to tell you what, when you do that, those dark powers that are out there, man, it's usually for the love of money. I mean, or either control, power. But I will agree with that statement. I think Ronan's dead on that. It just seems like all through history, anybody who was really trying to do it, which I didn't really agree what he said about Trump, but anyway, I think there's other reasons they won't kill Trump. But that one statement seems to be correct. What do you say, P. Mars?
Hey guys.
Have you got your nose up Kayla's ass yet, man? What does it taste like? What flavor is she today?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, man. I just figured you tasted it. I didn't know whether it was raspberry or blueberry today or what it was.
You just gotta say it's classified.
Yeah, just tell me it's classified, man. I like mango and banana.
I debated Atheist Rex yesterday.
Oh, sweet. I love debating him. He's easy.
About what?
He's...
They're like, what's your opening statement? I'm like, science is bullshit and there is a God. But then he just really wouldn't let me talk.
Right. That made him go off the deep end, huh?
Yeah.
So
I got a few things in. I was trying to argue that basically science was a religion, I guess, and it's the new dominant religion, pretending it's not a religion.
I proved that just a few little while ago, debating Uncle over the flat Earth.
Nice.
Which I won, by the way. Oh no!
Yes, he won.
No, we called it a draw, right?
He won, but I proved that the belief in science, as it were, and gravity and all that stuff is religious, because we can't see any dark matter, but it's all around us. It's all around.
They were also making fun of me because I guess I didn't know the difference between flat earther and geocentrist, because I kind of assumed flat earther was a blanket term that included geocentrists, I guess.
Nope, it's the other way. Geocentrist is a blanket term that covers flat Earth and a geocentric ball Earth as well.
So I looked a fool.
All you had to do is listen to my debates. That's what I always said. I was a geocentrist. I started out debating flat Earth.
See, I thought flat earther would be like kind of anyone who questions the heliocentric model. I
mean, basically, at this point, if you don't believe in NASA, you're going to be labeled a flat earther or a communist or a conspiracy theorist or whatever hip term the CIA comes up with.
So what you need is a new word then, because
and truther is the blanket statement.
One thing, but scientists, I don't know what the hell to come up with though. If you you want to.
The problem I have with labels is if you put your identity in a label, then you limit yourself to that, and then you feel stupid when you maybe get new information and you want to change your ideas because you put so much time into that label, right?
I support
that. It's a part of you. So
I support that.
That's what kind of ultimately got me anti-free chan. Was I was trying to present that same topic that, man, y'all, I basically, to paraphrase what I talked about, which I basically said, y'all always sound like you're going to war, man, and you're talking about other people as if they're labeled, and they're doing the same thing to you guys, and quite frankly, you're outnumbered, and blah blah blah. Because the way they were talking was like listening to a bunch of military dudes trying to figure out how they're gonna bomb the Empire's something or other. I don't know. It just started to sound like terrorism almost, but I know it's not that. But it's just, damn, man. With labels is like, damn, I can't. And then you get labeled as as a group. Then you have a group label.
Right. Like I think Ronan is trying to label me with the people that snipe and fuck Hangouts up, even though I've never done that.
Right. Oh, right. No. I know about you and the rest of the crowd. I've talked to other people, and you have suggested we allow, Armando Vargas allow Adam Dwyer in here, having had known that dude's a snipe. So you're suspect, yeah. But go ahead. It doesn't matter to me. It's the fact
that's okay. Ron used to hang out with Kayla even after the fact that you said you wouldn't because she's a sniper.
Someone else, right? It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. Remember, you win.
I'm guilty of that.
What? Clear. Speak clearly now. I want everybody to hear it because they're going to be your friends anyway and get mad at me instead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm guilty of. I thought it was funny to encourage Armando to put A4 on the panel, knowing A4 is disruptive, just because I'm sort of trolly but I'm not malicious.
Yeah.
I just thought it would be funny. I'm not malicious. I personally don't snipe and fuck shit up or share links. I don't do that shit. I have a good reputation. I've never been caught doing any of that shit.
That is so funny to me, Uncle. Everybody, listen to that. Well, I'm sort of trolly, but you got caught up. You got caught up in the mix, man. We ain't gonna blame you, bro. It's okay.
I mean, just my sense of humor. It's just my sense of humor.
Mars, you're a sneaky little creep, Mars.
No,
you had the ones. You had the fuckers you know are going to snipe. That's what you do.
But
you do the backstabbing.
I don't try to ruin.
You had Al who you know he's going to snipe. You're a backstabber. You don't do the dirty work. You don't do the dirty work. You had the people who do the dirty work.
Tell me what.
Liar.
They want to know different things about it, P. Mars. I just want to know what flavor she is today. I just want to know what flavor she is, man.
Mars is the one that shoots you in the fucking back. He doesn't do the dirty work. He won't stand up. He'll shoot you in the back. He adds the snipers and he fucking laughs at it. Like he just did now. You added them to Hanks and they brought down Hank's stream. They sniped fucking everybody.
I didn't know that.
Trying to stop them. You know who they are. You've seen them do it before. You'll sit there and lie your head off.
I added like Rolly to Hanks. I didn't know Rolly would snipe people or do anything. I didn't know.
Yeah, fuck off. Do you think my head zips up the fucking back? Jesus Christ. You're as dumb as the rest of them.
I don't know. I thought they just wanted to go on to Hanks and talk. I didn't know they were going to snipe people.
Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did. And you add them again. And you'll try and add them here, but they won't
No,
get in.
I won't.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
If that stream was gone busy, you would add them or you'll send the link.
Yeah. I don't believe you. They're going to side with you. Don't worry. I'm the one that's wrong here. Don't worry. I can guarantee that.
Dude, I'm not a part of that group.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Deepak just called you out, and they're not going to jump on him.
Part of that group.
Flavor.
Stand up for what you repeat. Stand up for what you fucking do, or don't do it.
I'm friends with Big L, but I condemn him for the shit he does.
You do.
I try.
Adam, Adam's got the chance. Yeah. I'll add them. It doesn't matter. It's not me that does it. I just add them. It's not me. It's not
No,
my
dude, I went to Free Chan, or well, now it's P Chan, but I was at Free Chan Light forever, and Big L would always ask me for links, and I never give it to him. I don't try and screw up shows. I'm not about that. If I know I was adding people that were going to come and snipe, I wouldn't add them because I think sniping's wrong, and it's stupid and childish. I'm not sure.
And what flavor is she?
I'm serious. I've never fought.
Raspberry, man. Come on, tell me raspberry. I want raspberry today. What flavor is she, man?
I even got on. I was on Pete Chan and I never sniped anyone. I could have ruined that whole show and I didn't.
That is true. He came in when Pete and Vinny were sleeping, and he had the opportunity to let all kinds of snappers in, and he didn't. And then Pete woke up and kicked him anyway, which I thought Pete did it because he was tired, or maybe he's tired of people trying to fuck with his shit, and maybe P-Mars caught a little friendly fire. But I can vouch for that. He could have invited the snappers and shut down the whole show, and I wasn't able to do anything about it because I wasn't moderator of the thing. I was just there watching this channel. P-Mars came in. I had absolutely no control, and I was hoping P-Mars wasn't going to fuck anything up, and he didn't. He had hours to do it.
It's a setup, Hank. He'll do it.
It's not, dude. I've never been caught doing it.
Hey, man, I was here all along. Don't you remember? It didn't happen the first 2 times. It's a constant little game, and it's a scam, and I figured it out long ago. It's obvious. You're going to try to so-called befriend these people, and then it's going to happen. It's going to start happening. It's predictable. But then again, like I said, I'm a nobody here. Mike out.
Wow, Ronan, we're agreeing with a lot tonight. No, I'm just kidding. In other words,
I'm here to unite you.
I cannot believe that Ronan just said he was a nobody. That is, miracles are happening all the time.
You're doing a good job, P-Mars, at uniting Ronan and Buddy. So let him be mad at you. It's for the good. It's for the good.
That's funny.
You racist.
But I'm just reporting what I saw from my hangouts with P-Mars.
I'll say this in a very neutral way only because I've been unsure about a few things myself, to be quite honest about it. But I will say this. Once somebody does add somebody, they don't have any control after that. I have watched that happen. I think it happened to Hank the other day or so, if I'm remembering correctly. And
wait, is this going back to when I did it and I couldn't control the guys adding like 10 million people?
I admitted everything I did. I admitted
it. Mars, hold on just a second. Let me just get this point out. Sure. I do know that it can honestly happen. The only problem, in other words, I mean, you just trust and have faith in people once you add them. I mean, you know, it's over after that point. But or to the best of my knowledge, hell, be quite honest about it, Crystal's the one that adds over here, man. Fuck, I don't even do that shit. But, you know, so that's the honest side of it. But on the other side of that, in this particular case, man, I watched so much shit happen over and over again. I will say this, man, you kind of got this. If nothing else, you got the edge of that label on your ass. I will say that.
That's crazy because I've never done anything.
Well, you're right.
I did.
Mouse, I'll remind you of a conversation you had with Kayla because I was listening. Yeah.
Conversation I had with Kayla? What do you mean?
A conversation between you and Kayla on Kayla's stream. Can you understand that?
Okay.
Kayla's stream. Yeah. Kayla to you. I can't understand why they let them old bastards on Amando's stream. They get on my fucking nerves. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, Kayla. What the fuck are they doing on the internet at their age? Yeah. That was the gist of your conversation. Yeah. Can you remember?
I have seen you do that, P. Mars, to be quite honest. I'm sorry, man.
You don't remember, I guess, no?
In other words, I think you were.
Maybe I was stoned.
I think originally, P. Mars, if I'm remembering right, and my memory's not as good as it used to be, I do remember one time, man. I think you were just wanting to sniff her, and check out her titties.
Oh my god.
But anyway, man, for whatever the reasons are, I did kind of see you do that stuff. But hey, man,
So what am I being accused of? Like saying you guys are old?
That I don't know. I just
you're not being accused of it. I just repeated something you said. I just repeated that conversation word for word.
Yeah, but what is that? The point I thought we were talking about, like, I don't really disrupt hangouts. Yes, I will admit I added Rolly to Hank's hangout, and she added Alhu, who sniped people. Yeah. And I didn't know that was going to happen because I didn't. Of course you did. I don't. But you re-added them again. But you re-added them again. I don't know. No, I didn't.
Ray kicked him for sniping me. You re-added them again.
I always tell the truth.
And again, after seeing that they were sniping, you re-added them again and again and again.
Well, I'll just say this. If you give me a chance to get to know me, I'm an honest
You're interrupting. Person. He wasn't finished.
He was finished.
If you give me a chance, I don't lie. I'm an honest.
You're interrupting. He wasn't finished.
No, it's okay. Okay, I'm finished talking to you, Dimash.
Okay, so...
Hey. Give me a chance. I'm an honest, nice guy. I do lie, like, if I'm being sarcastic and, like, joking around. I will admit I have a sense of humor, and I'm kind of trolly. But I'm not, like, maliciously trolly. Like, I'm not going to ruin your stream or try and...
You just hear what D-Beck pointed out to you.
What did he point out?
He added those people anyway, knowing better.
I didn't know better, actually. That's
the point he's making to you.
Yeah. Don't worry, T. Mars. Some of these guys get very paranoid.
And it was Hank's hangout, and I didn't think Hank would mind. I added like Rolly and like Flip, and I didn't know Alhu was going to remove people.
Hank's words were at the beginning.
I don't know all these relationships you guys.
Add who you like, but don't snipe anybody.
I'm not going to.
Well,
I got to refresh. I'll be back in a second.
Judge me by my actions. Give me a chance. I won't fuck your shit up. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Alhu doesn't get added to you.
Alhu what?
Yeah. Alhu doesn't get added to you. He doesn't get added to you.
I've had hangouts that Alhu sniped my hangouts. So.
Well, when you add Rolly, right, and Rolly adds Alhu, doesn't that tell you something? Can you work out what's going to happen?
Oh, you're right. Maybe. I mean, I didn't know they had. But okay, here's in my defense. I don't know. Like, I know like A4 and Big L don't get along. I know Armando and Big L don't get along. I don't know all these like relationships everyone has. I'm not sure like who gets along and who can be on a panel too and who's gonna snipe too. I just don't know. So I didn't know Alhu was gonna snipe Ray Sunshine.
Yes, you do. You're a gambler. You know.
I didn't know.
You've got that kind of memory.
But I've spent most of my time on Flat Earth. I spent most of my time in the Flat Earth room.
You got that kind of memory.
I haven't been in this room.
Excuses, stories, and lies don't work with me.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, Ronan, you're a little paranoid there, buddy. You need to calm down a little bit.
P-Mars, at this point, man, I just say, man, I had a drinking problem. I was getting drunk every night, and I fucked up a lot.
Yeah, I understand that. If he was drugged out and didn't know what he was doing, you know. Yeah. He just he wouldn't say I was spaced out of my head, you know.
I don't know.
Said that. That's a good excuse, you know.
I spend most of my time on Free Chan Live.
If you're on meth or sniffing glue or gas or something,
I've hardly ever been on Armando's hangout. I've hardly ever been here. I haven't even witnessed. I've heard stories of Big L and Alhu shutting your shit down. I've heard stories of it. Yeah. But I didn't know, I thought they didn't like Armando. I didn't know they had an issue with Ray of Sunshine. That's what I'm saying. I don't know all these, like, who hates who.
Well, they didn't have an issue with Ray of Sunshine. Unfortunately, Ray re-added me. He then became a target, which, you know, that's what they do. If they see someone that's capable of sniping, they will snipe him his crime was to re-add me.
Oh, I got you.
You know.
I got you.
Yeah, sure you have. Hang on, I'm just going to pull a zip up on the back of my head again.
Hey, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. The golden rule on any stream, if you're worried about sniping, should be only let the stream owner or who the stream armor, my God, the stream owner. What am I trying to say there? But anyway, the stream owner passes down to somebody the ability to add. If I always operate under that, and that way, I don't think I've ever invited a sniper ever, because I simply don't add anyone. I let the stream owner do that with his chosen few, and under those guidelines, less that group that was doing it. We really don't have sniping over here without that group here.
Okay, I agree with you. It was Hank's stream, and Hank, my bad. If I would have known they were going to
on Hank's stream, okay.
It was Hank's stream.
Yeah.
It was one of his first streams. My bad, Hank. If I would have known they were going to snipe people, I honestly did not know they were going to snipe people. If I would have known, I wouldn't have added them. And I added Flip, and I added Rolly. They were asking me to be. I thought you wanted people because you were starting to. I haven't seen.
Yeah, I did want people, right. And Uncle told me the same thing last week. And when he did,
I did the same thing. I added a couple of people, and they in turn invited a shitload of people, which then went pretty ugly.
Yeah. It wasn't malicious. I honestly, I didn't.
Well, I'm not accusing you of anything. So what I told Uncle wasn't Uncle, I forgive you. My channel wasn't damaged. No harm, no foul. Isn't that what I said last week?
Yes.
It wasn't that bad.
Same thing to you, P. Morris. My channel wasn't copyright stricken. Nobody played porn. No harm, no foul. Try to be a little more lenient with the link next time. That's what I told you last week, Uncle, right?
I understand. Yeah. Now I'm fully aware that group of people is a bunch of trolls that can't be trusted. I'm fully aware of this fact now.
I like the way you started it out, though. I'm a little bit trolly.
I am. I can't. I mean, I'm just being honest. That's my sense of humor. I have a dry sense of humor. I'm sarcastic. But I'm honest. But if I'm going to be joking or telling a joke, you can't. You might lie a little bit.
Hey, I will say this too, man. I've watched that group of people, and hey, even in real life, there's players in a bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen those things all my life. The way I see that little group of people is they're fucking players. They'll play you. I've seen Rolly flip back and forth. I've seen them all flip. They'll say one thing to you and then come right over and say another to me. You know what I'm saying? So just in reality and in my everyday life, I do not like people that go where the wind blow. I just don't. I've seen too many things happen in bars. I've been in bars all my life.
Well,
the players in the bar do the same thing. They'll try to fuck your old lady and at the same time fuck the bartender, okay?
And I'll tell you, the only reason I'm attached to that group is because Big L is one of the first people I met when I came onto these hangouts at
Ain't that the guy that always says, that's right?
Yes. He was one of the first people I met that I kind of bonded with when I came on these hangouts because we both liked these kind of obscure YouTube channels that talked about occult, esoteric information, right?
Yeah.
So one time, we were on a debates hangout, and the hangout ended, and everyone left, and me and him just sat there and talked for half hour or whatever about these YouTube channels. Or he's oh, I've never met anyone else on here that likes this guy. And so we had that in common. So we became friends, and I bonded with him. And he's always bringing me into that group, but I'm not really a part of that group, right?
Yeah, you got to watch him then. That's the one that'll get you into trouble.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, too, I don't know, I don't believe a goddamn thing he says to me at this point, But he claims to be a 21-year-old, and if he is a 21-year-old, I would believe it. He acts like a 21-year-old.
Right.
So
and that's a lot of the problem with those people after I found out their age. It really stands to reason. I mean, that's kind of the
exactly.
that you do when you're that age.
I'm 34. I'm about to be 35 pretty quickly here. I'm not like.
See, P-Mars and me are the same age. So it makes sense that we can go into the younger hangouts and get along with everybody because we're not that much older. And you guys have a gap between you guys, so you don't get along. That's a possibility.
I'm 29,
That's
Hank.
a good point, Hank. I like your point, Hank.
Yeah, but Hank, we can rip the arse off each other and talk to each other again 10 minutes later. Yeah, that's the difference.
Healthy. That's
what
healthy.
happens. We can bring Adam in here. We can scream over the top of him. We can mute him, but he loses it and he snipes the whole fucking room. And that's what these youngsters do when they can't take a rip. They can't take a ripping. They
Adam's
can't listen.
not. Whoa, Adam's a different. Adam's not even that young, is he?
You know, they'll start screaming, whatever. They can't handle it. You know, that's the difference.
I told one lie. I sniped Ronin's ass one day. I woke up and there was a situation. Him and Uncle was in here, and he wouldn't quit nailing me, man. And I didn't know what the fuck. Blah blah blah. I ejected that fucker. But
I sniped
Can I
someone
snipe
for
feedback right now?
I sniped someone for the first time in my life today.
I don't care, TV. I don't care.
It was in that hangout you guys hate. It was in the Alhu and Big L's hangout, right? And there's a guy named
Dude, I love that place. That place fun.
There's a guy named T. Roberts, right? You guys know him?
Yeah, he's great.
So he posted a picture of a woman having sex with a dog, and I sniped his ass right after that shit.
Yeah, that's like
I
that.
would have been the same.
I wanted him to know that I'm not gonna put up with that shit. Like they post all this shit I don't approve of, like gory shit, and
Hold on a
porn,
minute. I'm
and I
not
don't
trying
say
to
shit.
interrupt you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Hey, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but hey, what kind of dog was it, man?
Oh my god.
Oh man, I'm getting like really.
I need to snipe Buddy now.
Wasn't it Chihuahua or a damn fucking Labrador?
See, what's going on now is actually now I remember that because I think Buddy remembers that name because Buddy has this thing where he's got to be the #1 perv.
Yeah,
And T. Roberts has a reputation.
Hey, I'm saying like if you're posting bestiality, like where's the line? Like are you gonna post fucking?
Oh, dude, would you change the subject, man? It's like gross.
My
It's
bad.
grosser than Bebex belches.
I'm sorry.
Dude, oh god. Dude,
There's another answer to the sniper.
That shit triggers me because I'm seeing that like.
I think what I hear everybody saying, including myself, I cannot lie about it. If you keep carrying yourself back in the center of that group that does those things, you're going to be labeled guilty. And that, hey, and in real life,
dude,
if you run with the dogs, you're going to get fleas on you, brother.
I don't even give a fuck because like I went to Free Chan Light and Poncho Chan and I tried to be a flat earther and support them and they fucking accused me of being Bob High because I have a similar sounding voice. Newsflash, I'm not Bob High. Yeah, it's like I don't know, man. I'm sick of like being accused of shit I didn't do.
There's some crazy shit on here, man.
hey, welcome to my world. I'm supposed to be the general, and I get accused all the time for being the guy that invites people, that snipes, or causing ruckus and all this crap. Well, I do like to troll a lot, and I've been called the subtle troll.
Yeah,
I like that.
The subtle troll. No, I was trying to fight for the flat earther cause. I was trying, but apparently now I'm a geocentrist because of the research I've done, new information that's come to light. But I'm open to the idea of a flat earth, and I was trying to fight for their cause, and they rejected me and banned me because basically no reason. Now I'm here. Yeah.
Dude, like people try to say that I'm an atheist, and I'm like, well, what about demons and shadow people and ghosts and spirits and aliens? If you believe in that, obviously there has to be some sort of supernatural entity. So therefore, I can't be an atheist, or else those things couldn't be real.
That's an interesting concept, actually.
But then, well, the Bible's bullshit. I mean. So maybe I am an atheist. I don't know, man. It's like Stonehenge is a clone. I don't know why people don't know that.
Right. That's right. That's right. Bob High. That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's right. I remember
That guy
that.
used to be on Mando's stream, you know, like when I first started hanging out in here. And I'll never, I mean, that every time somebody says something, that's right. That's right.
That's right. That's wrong. Dude, I still don't understand why D-Beck has a problem with Grizz.
P Mars just left.
Grizz, there's no problem with Grizz now. We did then.
Oh, so I could invite Grizz?
Well, if you see, that's the problem. You invite him, yeah, but if he mutes me and I mute him back, then he mutes me and I mute him back, and then he snipes me. You see the ongoing problem, yeah.
Right.
That's a. You know, there's a solution. If you're aware, there's a solution to the sniping. The first person that sniped, whoever's left in a hangout, right? Because sniping is a last resort, okay? When they lose it. If I lose it with someone and I snipe them, yeah, say I sniped you now, Kiwi, yeah?
That would suck.
Well, the people remaining in a hangout should snipe me because I was the first sniper. They should agree, look, D-Beck just sniped Kiwi, let's kick him out, yeah? And re-add Kiwi, yeah?
Oh, I got a phone call, man.
And then whoever re-adds me to that hangout, yeah, because I'm probably going to do it again, they snipe that person also. So don't re-add a sniper. So if I sniped you now, Hank or Ronan or Buddy, they snipe me, they kick me out, yeah, for sniping. Yeah? Let's say Rose re-adds me. They then kick out Rose because she's re-added the first sniper on that stream.
Right.
That's the solution. That's the only one I can see.
Yeah.
Kick out the first sniper and kick out anybody that re-adds that sniper.
Yeah. Well, and the way that it's been kind of going over here for the most part is we've kind of noted the people doing that. We kind of don't let them up here. They can stay in the chat, but they're not getting up here. And the sniping really came to a ceasing halt.
Yeah.
You know, for the most part. Does anybody know what just happened to P Mars?
He must have lost connection.
Oh, okay. I just wondered. That was kind of strange him drop out like that.
Oh, hang on. I don't know. Wait a minute. See what happened. No, Rose kicked him.
Oh, Rose kicked him out.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this question. Can they kick somebody out of this panel from being in the Google Hangout also?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? I'll be damned.
Looks like Rose is behind the times.
Yeah, I'm just going to chat to her.
Well, I think she's still fighting for Kayla on that war front.
Me personally, I don't know about anybody else. I have
because Rose used to be on Kayla's panel all the time.
Yeah, but I've never had me personally, I've never had a problem with Rose. Now I don't know about anything else. Yeah, and I didn't know she used to be over there or not, but damn it, I want P Mars to come back. I want to find out what flavor she is today.
He's back in the hangout. He's back in the hangout.
I'm just making a joke out of it, man. But all bullshit to the side, man. It's not cool that they, sniping shit, man. I don't know everybody's place in it, really, so to speak. But I just know whenever I see those people come around, he's talking about label. Well, hey, man, didn't your daddy ever tell you if you run with the dogs, you get fleas on you? What do you want me to tell you? I mean, it's the way it is in real life too. He's got a damn piece of that label on him. I mean, if I did what he did, I'd have a piece of that label on me. Whether it was, intentional what he did or not, if he keeps doing that over and over again, I'm just going to say he's stupid, so don't allow him in here. If that makes sense. But, if he didn't do it intentional, then he doesn't have any brain cells either.
Well, that's half true and half not, because it's a huge network, these hangouts. There's a lot of there's a lot of bleed over from different hangouts, and
from
a lot of the hangouts that he hangs out in has like 60 plus members, and so there's bound to be somebody that had beef with somebody else along the track that we don't know about. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what happened to me. There's one of them that I'm a part of, but that has 102 members or something. But I don't really go there much because they all agree all the time. It's like 102 fucking atheist conspiracy dudes at science stuff that they always agree on. I'm like, well, what do you guys ever get to? Do we even debate here? And they're like, no, because usually if someone's like too Christian-y, that we just boot them. I was like, so what you've done is you weeded out anybody that has a different point of view. So that means that. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. So that's what you just have to remember. There's some groups that are quite large, but not everybody knows each other. So you don't know who's at war with who.
That's cool. He sniped me. I died and was resurrected.
How did so you got okay? Now explain this to me. So you just got sniped, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only page I have up right now, I'm not even watching YouTube chat. I just got a big full screen of the panel. So you got sniped, and then you got re-added back in, which allowed you to come back into the panel. Because I've heard people say once you get sniped out of the panel, you can't come back till they start.
It depends. Like if you snipe Armando, then that would end the stream unless he can join within the time before the stream ends. I believe too, if Armando adds him, because he's the owner of this, he can come back. Now, if I re-added P Mars, he wouldn't be able to be coming back in. He could be in the Hangouts, but he couldn't be on the call. I don't know if Armando wants to correct me on that, but I think that's how that works.
Here's the way I'm seeing it, man. I need to know what flavor Kayla is today, man.
Tuna.
Hey, what about man? I haven't talked to Grizz in like a month, man. I don't even know where he's at, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of talk in the last several days. I noticed in chat and everything about something about nude pictures getting circulated of Kayla's again or some shit.
You couldn't get away from it if you tried, could you, P Mars?
What? You're right. God,
I know, right? I'm sick of. That's why I kind of came over here. I got sick of people talking about it.
Exactly.
Now suddenly you show up, and suddenly everybody wants to talk about this person.
Hold on.
Is it my fault?
I didn't do that right. Let me redo that again. I messed up. I'm sorry. Let me redo that again. I need to know what flavor Kayla is today.
That's him fapping. Okay, put the willy away, please.
Okay, now go ahead, man.
Okay.
Is he asking me?
I think so.
Me and Kayla aren't very good friends anymore because I insulted her.
Well, y'all aren't talking now either or something?
No, she talks to me a little bit, but
What do you think? I'll tell you what, hold on a minute. Let me get a different
Oh shit, I'm talking back in the bunker if I don't know.
I try to avoid talking to her because she makes me afraid.
You're on the tail end of how do I say it? The teenage years. You're on the tail end of it.
Me? You know, I'm old.
Well, no. What I'm saying is
I'm old.
Yeah, I'm fucking old as shit.
But you know what I'm saying? In other words, you get to the point to where you can just I can read Kayla's text and know what that bitch is all about. Right. Just read her words.
Oh,
She comes over into Mando's site demanding, how dare you take Adam's wrench away?
Yeah, I think she's manipulative.
Who the fuck are you is what I want to say. Who the fuck are you? You weren't even over here. Why are you over here asking and trying to play Miss Queen of the Day and demand somebody tell you what's going on in this stream? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Snipe your own ass and get the fuck out of here. You know, it's the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? So if you want, in other words, here's what I'm saying, P. Mars. For me, at this phase in my life, as soon as I see that dumb shit, I just don't like the drama, so I don't want it around me.
But you're bringing it up. I didn't mention her at all.
I just want to know what flavor she is.
Oh my god.
Cherry. Can we move on?
Cherry, okay, hold on a minute. Cherry. That's what she wants anyway, or she wouldn't have damn taken pictures of her damn ass, fucking nude, sharing them with everybody.
No shit. I mean, I don't want to even get into this because I don't want her to get mad at me, or I don't want anyone to be. I agree. I want to be everyone's friend.
I'm ducking for cover.
Exactly.
Hey, tell her I want her to be mad at me. Tell her I factor her daily, imagining a different flavor daily.
I don't really talk to her. We're not that close anymore because I kind of like spazzed on her one time. She pissed me off, right? And I overreacted. We talked, I don't know.
You can't do that to the queen bee. You know that, people.
No, I know.
The queen bee won't tolerate that.
I can tell you that story.
About what flavor, or the queen bee story?
Well, shit. I'm just gonna get myself in trouble.
You are. Man, change the subject. Don't answer.
Tell me the good shit. I want the dirty laundry. I want to hear
it's not that dirty.
Well, go to her channel, man, and you can see it all for yourself.
Yeah.
Hold on just a minute.
And she even goes live.
Wait a minute. You said cherry, Uncle? Okay, hold on. No, it's all good, man.
A sweet cherry pie.
Sweet cherry pie.
I don't come here to fucking hook up with chicks, man. I just like to talk about things.
People. Wait a minute, P. Mars. You know that ain't right. That's when Kayla was first over here. Come on, man. When Kayla was first over here and she first opened up her stream, you immediately left us and said, fuck you guys, I'm going with the pussy. Come on, man.
Yeah, but that was
you dirty dog. You played
it. It is true. No, but that was
true.
That was a
but
joke.
You know what your coach said, right? Distractions. Don't listen to Buddy.
No, that was a joke, man.
I know it was.
I would every time I went to her show.
Be careful what you say to Armando's, man. They take every little juicy thing you say, and it'll come back and bite you in the ass one day.
But I think everybody looked at Kayla's dance video.
I told Kayla that.
My ass is so sore right now from this room. It's
she got creeped out because it's being so white and nighty. And I was like, no, I'm just a joke.
Yeah.
Did you see Kayla's dance video, Hank?
No, I did not.
Shit.
Oh yeah. You know how many videos she's pulled down? That was pretty awesome.
A lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Beck, Ronan, everybody. I mean, I'm okay with whatever, but I just, whatever everybody decides is, it's not like it's a jury or anything here. It's just that I don't think anybody likes sniping over here, man.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't do that shit.
I don't like sniping either. And Armando himself has added P. Mars, I see.
If I have a problem with you, I'll just talk shit to you. I'm not going to snipe you. That's like...
Yeah.
If I snipe you, that means I lost the argument.
That's okay. We're used to you talking shit. That's all right. We don't
I
mind
don't
that.
talk shit.
You
All I
You
do
do
is
what you do.
yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. My bad.
Well, you don't talk as much shit as Kiwi, but you know.
Yeah, that's,
See what I mean? I just have to show up, and I'm a target. I get the blame for everything.
You are a troll,
hey,
man.
don't feel, in other words, in an honest way only. Don't feel bad in that category. I mean, Uncle had a few people that were sniping and stuff. Hey, what is this? CeeLo Green.
No,
Man,
I didn't.
I love this guy.
The people that I invited, they did. That's a big
Right,
difference.
yeah, right. Yeah, that's what happened. Hey, man, that's CeeLo Green. He's back. Hey, have you watched him with Daryl Hall at Daryl Hall Studio live on YouTube? He's good, man.
Who?
CeeLo Green's pretty good, eh?
Yeah, he is real good, man.
That bitch is a gold digger. Just thought you should know, nigga.
Yeah, he's real good, man.
Dude, I think I saw a ghost in there.
Oh, shit. What the hell? What the hell was that, man?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Did I predict it or what?
His cell phone exploded, man. Wow, that's where that smoke came from. Wow.
Yeah. The ghost. The ghost made it explode.
Are you serious?
No,
I mean, is that
his cell phone exploded.
his what?
His cell phone exploded.
Yeah, his cell phone, right? Wow, man.
It's a hoax. Show me the evidence.
Oh, you mean a publicity stunt, you're saying?
Something like that.
Holy shit.
Wow. I like that fella, though. On a serious note, wow.
Wow, man. That's tripping. That makes me not want to use my cell phone.
What
was it? The Samsung, which one? Note 5 or some shit like that?
Yeah, they recalled them all, yeah.
Yeah, but when you deal with millivolts like that, you would not think it would even do that. That's crazy.
Some kind of chemical reaction in the battery.
Yeah, it must have been the battery itself exploded.
Oh, yeah. Where's Cathexis, man? Can we get him here, too? Or are you gonna start up another episode?
The Cathexis echo chamber.
That's funny.
I'd like to clear him out of a room quickly. See how long it takes me to.
When I was debating Atheist Rex, he accused me of being a Cathexis script reader, a Cathexis student, whatever. Pretty funny.
Yeah, we'll get Cathexis in here. We'll start talking about entropy and the laws of thermodynamics and why that cell phone exploded the way it did.
I'm pretty sure you'd
Oh
be
God,
sleeping.
more nerd talk.
I'm pretty sure you're sleeping right now.
Yeah, I know. Probably taking too many meds today.
I love the nerd talk.
He's on the East Coast, so yeah, it's like 5 a.m.
So,
I think Hank's he's learning to take jabs at me now. I'm getting kind of proud of Hank.
Wow, what did I say?
Yeah, just like that. See?
You can't say anything, Hank. You're gonna get it.
I'm on mic in. Ready? Not fast enough. Nope. Actually, I think Hank's playing a video game.
Nope.
Well, what? Well, what's your video game of choice nowadays? You still playing that war one with all the meeples?
You know, I'm at the point right now where video games ain't doing it for me anymore.
Really?
That's
Okay.
why I was trying to get some, those new pictures from Kaylee. I know I feel you.
I was thinking about getting back into Skyrim again. I haven't played that for ages. Now I'm starting to miss it.
I played that last night. I did enjoy it. I guess that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Because I haven't played that thing in a long time. Actually, I went hard on it for a while, and then it just kind of died off for me, and now I'm starting to miss it again.
Shit. This shit's going down right now.
Ooh, what? What do you see? What do you see? What am I missing? Oh my God!
This shit I don't even want to talk about. God damn it! No.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
What's going on?
Let me scour my channels, my networks.
How many computers do you got?
P-Mars come back. Oh, shit. I have to go somewhere else to talk to these drama queens.
All right. I think I'll join you. Do you need my help?
He's already gone.
Oh, shit. Let's see what the little birdies are telling me here.
What happened to P-Mars again?
He's got to go. He's got to go answer to some drama.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I better go check this out for you guys, okay? I'll be back. Well, actually, I probably won't spill the beans. I know so much stuff about all these other groups.
What's happening on another stream somewhere, you mean?
A lot of Hangouts aren't live, right? There's live shows like Poncho Pete always goes on YouTube, and
right, I know about
Armando always broadcasts on YouTube, but there's other Hangouts that are going on that are not live or broadcasted.
Yes.
And then they can even broadcast midway through, so you could just have a call going, and then you can go ahead and throw it up online and stuff. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah. Jesus, I got too many lists here. Oh, there he is. I see him. Ho ho ho!
Hey guys, the other day I was able to go live on my cell phone, but I don't know how that would work. I don't think it would be like a hangout where everybody could just join in. But still, I could just fire up a hangout. Like if something goes down live,
yeah.
Like in real life, I could report on it like a live motherfucking reporter and shit.
Wow.
Now they're talking.
Cool.
They're conspiring about how to make me happy.
You could do it on a phone as well, Hank. On a phone.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do that the other day.
Yeah, that Iranian guy was showing us a cafe that he was on the internet in Belarus last night. Then he took us to a church and showed us a church and all sorts on his phone.
That's really cool.
Even seen a guy getting arrested.
Yeah, I like that guy. 7.
Yeah, Hussein. Is it Hussein or Hussein?
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, he's studying medicine in Belarus, but he's going to move up to the Ukraine. It's a bit cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, he's been all around Europe, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have deleted that app.
What was that?
I deleted the app where you could go live.
What's that? Wirecast?
I don't know. I have to look it up again, see if I can find it.
Yeah, I done one, but I used Wirecast, but I can't work out the YouTube text for it. I think I've got to use something YouTube recommend.
Wonder if I could start a live hangout if I went on YouTube through the web on my phone.
What? Sorry, what, Hank?
See, when I run a Hangout, it's on my gaming rig, which uses a lot of electricity, even though I got it to where I can tune it down to where it doesn't. But it's overclocked, so it goes through a lot of electricity, right? So if I could use like a cell phone and keep it plugged in the wall, I could keep a Hangout going 24/7 off of barely any electricity.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but cheaper, yeah. Yeah, also when people are out and about, I think that Iranian guy zapped his power. His phone went dead, when he's doing a presentation
Yeah.
video. So I would say if you're out and about, it's better left your phone better left in, plugged in and charging in the car.
Yeah.
Probably just last an hour, a couple hours, if you're doing video without it plugged in. Depends on the phone, yeah.
Yeah, I got this new phone, and I was, seeing all the different stuff that it could do. Because when you get a new phone, most people like install games or whatever. Like, I want to take it to its limits. Like every new device, I want to see what its limits are, and what it can and can't do.
Yeah, I don't. I just answer texts. I seldom answer calls. I usually turn the ringer off. I've got 3 different phones. I don't know how to work either of them properly. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had a new phone in a couple of years, so a lot has changed.
Like your gadgets, I like that little watch thing you showed us.
Yeah, I am a nerd when it comes to that stuff.
I used to like gadgets. I collect tools now. Collect old tools and restore them. I used to like my electronic stuff, but I just can't keep up with it. Can't keep up with the crap now.
They have gone really far with the developer options and all the crazy things you can do.
Well, it ain't that. You go out shopping, you can spend thousands and thousands, and you're sitting there with all this shit. You don't know how to work half of it,
Yeah, I don't ever go for the top of the line stuff.
Yeah.
I always go to the next to the top of the line, but then you don't have to buy something for a while. Like that computer, I won't need a new computer for a long time.
Yeah, upgradable. Yeah, that's the thing with the phone. Android phones won't run these free call apps now, WhatsApp and whatever. You have to have a phone that's less than 2 years old now. And I think this is a way towards getting people to buy a phone like every year or every 6 months. That the older ones, operating systems won't support some new applications. So they're pushing that to, if you upgrade your software, still no good. You need a new phone with a different operating system,
Metro PCS had this phone that was a Samsung Galaxy S3, and within 2 years, you couldn't use it anymore on Metro PCS. It was a $500 phone, and it didn't even last 2 years.
Yeah, that's the way they go. If you want all the latest apps, etc., and free stuff, then you need the latest. A phone maybe less than a year old or a year old, but it certainly won't last 5 or 6 years with all the new software and shit coming out. built-in redundancy.
Yep. They got us, didn't they? And Metro
Yeah.
PCS is the best company, in my opinion, as far as bang for your buck on the dollar.
Well, yeah. I mean, PCs, desktops are upgradable. Most laptops upgradable. You just download the newer Windows or whatever. But even televisions now, they're out of date in 6 months. Makes you wonder where all the old bloody ones that didn't sell go, you know.
Probably Africa.
Yeah, well, I get told they go to clearance houses for catalogues, you know. They sell them like half price, you know. I mean, models from last year, you know, that didn't sell. Yeah, they're all ultra thin now. Ultra high definition, 4K, freaking LED, lower power consumption's what they're cutting down now. Very low power consumption. TVs are even cutting the power consumption of vacuum cleaners. European legislation, vacuum cleaners sold, you know, in general to the public, limited to 1,000 watt to save on electricity.
Yeah, they have got a lot smaller, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah. Somebody says, yeah, domestic, your washing machine's got to be rated, how efficient it is, and electricity consumption, etc.
Yeah, man, my computer's supposed to be efficient, I think. The power supply is gold, and I think it's a 80 or 180 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I heard Buddy talk the other night about putting the motion sensors in lights. You know, for youngsters, leaving lights on all over the place. You know, I'm guilty of it myself. You know, but motion detecting lights, I reckon. You know, if you don't move, it'll sense the slightest movement. If you don't move within 10 minutes, it should bloody turn itself off. You know. Same with the television. You got that in televisions now. If you don't activate anything on it within half an hour or so, it'll turn itself off or into standby. There's some hospitals, they have corridors that only light up as you walk down them. You know, they're motion detecting.
Yeah.
Time you get to the end of the corridor, the light at the beginning of the corridor start to turn themselves off. That's a good thing. Yeah. A lot of street lighting in cities now are solar powered, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the European countries going solar power.
Yeah, and you get less glare. You know, when you look down on them from above, you get less glare for these LED solar powered street lights than you get from the sodium lights, you know. Obviously, because they've got a big bloody, well, not big, you've got a solar panel over the top of them, you know.
Yeah.
It was cost effective rather than replace a street bulb. You know, they just replace the whole fitting with an LED. They don't have to go back to it for a few years.
Yeah, those LEDs are cheap on energy consumption, and they're built to last.
Well, apparently the bulbs in them will last up to 5 years. It'll depend on how long they're coming on.
I remember my grandpa used to pull bulbs out, and he'd get a piece out of them and use it to sharpen his knives.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my earliest memories.
I can remember gas lights in tenement blocks. The guy used to go around and light a gas lamp, in the entrance halls. I just remember them. Gas burning lights.
Yeah, we had them. We call them oil lamps. But yeah, we had them too.
Yeah. Back in the late 60s, I think that was.
Early to mid 80s. For me, we actually used the gas lamps.
Yeah. Yeah, they were in some tenement blocks. I don't know if you've seen them. The old sandstone tenement blocks, 4 or 6 floors high. They had gas wall lights. You could hear them. You could hear them burning. You could hear the flame.
We used them when the power went out, and sometimes outside.
Yeah. Oh, a thing I can't believe. Have you seen those outside colour gas? The gas canister burners for heaters, for people to use as heaters outside. It's got it's a burner that burns gas, natural gas, and it's for sitting out in your patio at night time. You turn the heating on, it gives off a heat in your patio. I mean, if it's that fucking cold outside, sit inside, Don't fucking heat the outside.
Heating outside.
Yeah, sitting in a garden, big parasol, put up one of these big gazebos, and I've got a fucking gas burner on, heating up, the area. Crazy.
Revolutionary Guard.
I'll have to watch this. Yeah, Rose is running. Rose is running like a fucking waterfall.
That was me all day today.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was really little, like 5 years old, this horse bit me on top of my head. That shit hurt.
A horse, yeah. I've been bit by a horse and a camel. I've been bit in the left tip by a camel, and I punched it.
Oh.
I punched it. I broke my little finger.
I think he came out on top, not you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've had a horse stand on my foot on a concrete path, so there was no give way. I took the weight of the horse on my fucking foot. It doubled in size. It was black and blue for fucking weeks.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a big fucking horse.
The first time I rode a horse, I wore loose jeans, and my testicles got beat up that day.
But chaffing.
No, not the chaffing. The horse had been locked up for 3 months, and he wanted to run because he'd been in the stables for 3 months. So when he got out, I was on his back, and he wouldn't stop running, which I was kind of cool with it, but it hurt really bad, because every time he took a step, my balls would slam into that saddle. And I didn't know how to ride, because I didn't know how to ride. And the last time I rode a horse, I hopped on, and when I did, I jumped up on the left side. He stepped to the left, and I went over the right side and landed on my liver.
Yeah, yeah, I've done that. I've not done much. I've done that. I've jumped up and slipped straight off. But I can't go at speed on a horse. I've got trekking, just walking. You know, I find that hard enough to stay on the bloody thing. I've been on a donkey. That's a lot safer.
So I know why the Cowboys wear top pants now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think most animals fucking bite me. I don't know why.
I've had a couple dogs try to bite me.
Oh, I was attacked by a Doberman once. I was a youngster. It bit me all, wouldn't let go of my arm. Bit me all the way up my arm. These two guys literally had to grab a hold of it, and the guy had to separate its jaws, pull on its bottom jaw. My arm was a mess. I got taken to hospital. I got all the jabs, the tetanus and stuff. And all I was doing was carrying an ice cream cone.
I would have went for that dog's eyes, and I would have had me a souvenir.
I was only about 8 or 9 at the time, Hank.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was easy. I just got an ice cream, and I don't know if the dog wanted it or it just wanted more of me than it did the ice cream. But yeah, it made a mess of my arm. Frightening,
My uncle got attacked by 3 pit bulls when he was like 11 or 12 or some shit, I think.
Yeah. I think people don't realise you get big tough guys who'll say, oh, that dog, I'll punch it in the rib cage or I'll kick it again. Until you've actually been bitten, and they go through to the bone, that you don't realise how fucking painful it is, Why you use them as police dogs, your Dobermans and German Shepherds. You don't want to do anything when that dog fucking bites you except fucking submit.
Yeah, I don't think I have that. I don't know. I've always been one to, I don't know. Maybe I would. If I was 9, I would. But if a dog tries to bite me, man.
I've been bit. I mean, I've had German Shepherds. I've had 3 now. This is my 4th. And I got bit once by one of my dogs. Bit me in the leg, and it didn't let go. And I couldn't do a thing. I just had to stand there. I actually sat down on the ground, and it was staring at me, and it was keeping a hold. And I knew if I struggled, those teeth were going in deeper, and eventually you let go. It is fucking painful.
I've seen this movie. It was a documentary called Blackfish, and it was about the killer whales, right? And these killer whales, they were in captivity. So they don't speak English, so how do they protest? They protest with violence. And this one killer whale was protesting. He got his trainer by the foot, and he dragged him to the bottom for exactly the length of time that he knew that his trainer could hold his breath. And then he brought him up for some air, and he brought him down again and broke his foot. And then he brought him up again for some air. Then he grabbed his other foot, the one that wasn't broken, and put him down again under the water for the exact time that he could hold his breath. And then he eventually got away and got free.
Weird. Wasn't there a trainer killed and they've stopped using killer whales, or they're not taking any new ones into captivity? Killed over there at some point.
Yeah, SeaWorld's got a bad history.
Yeah. Yeah, they're intelligent creatures. Have you seen the documentary where they get in a line to rock a piece of ice to knock the seal off it?
No.
Oh, they go in a line, 3 or 4 of them. They head towards the lump of ice, and they create a bow wave. Ice, and the seal slips off it. That's how they get it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, those animals like that, like dolphins and porpoise and orcas and all those stuff, I think they are just like humans. Like they're self-aware, because you can put a mirror in front of them and they'll turn upside down and check themselves out, you know?
Oh, there's a clip of dolphins chasing sharks away from what you call great white sharks away from a baby whale.
Yeah, in ancient Greece, it was a crime to kill a dolphin.
Yeah, they're smart. I don't understand these beachings that happen with whales and dolphins. Something to do with their sense of direction, and they can.
No, buddy, that's not it at all.
Beach. Yeah.
It's the sound pollution. Water is a better conduit for sound.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
sound can travel, thousands of miles just from one motorboat, right? So think about all the motorboats and all the noise that humans make on this planet. The dolphins can't protest, so how do they protest? Suicide.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise pollution in the water. Yeah, we've planted a lot of noise polluters in the ocean as well. Submarine and ship detectors. Yeah.
And those submarines use sonar to navigate, right? Well, that's what they use, sonar. So it's like white noise,
Well, there's a lot of vessels use sonar. We've dumped sonar just to detect, shift in plates or detect other submarines. There's a belt of them in the North Atlantic, usually around the fjords where the Russian ships leave. There's probably more junk on the seabed than there is in outer space.
I know that there's a plastic landmass the size of Texas in the Atlantic and Pacific.
Yeah, it gets caught. It gets caught in the current. It's where the two currents meet, the ocean currents meet. Yeah, that's colossal. That there's a couple of them. Yeah, all the waste.
Did you guys know about them stealing sand off the beaches to build concrete buildings and cities and stuff? So like the one resource that we're running out of is sand, beach sand, because desert sand won't do.
Yeah, I never realised. I found out years ago that Saudi Arabia imported beach sand from the UK, because obviously it's a different grade of sand, different quality sand, for their beaches. A bit weird that.
Yeah, because they're running out of beach sand.
Yeah, importing sand to Saudi.
But the thing about it is, if we recycle glass, like the turtles can't tell the difference between sand and crushed glass. So they can plant turtles and finally crush glass. And the eggs will hatch normally and naturally. But people don't recycle. And what they do recycle, they still use 20% recycled material and like 80% fresh. So
Yeah. Well, they can detect plastics and fish caught in most parts of the world. They've consumed particles of plastic,
Yeah, plastic sucks, man. That's why I'm pro hemp. Hemp is biodegradable.
Yeah, I don't think we could do without it at the moment.
Sure, we could. You know how they say money don't grow on trees? Well, it technically does. It's just we're not allowed to plant those trees because they're class 1, schedule 1 narcotics.
Yeah.
Which means they have no medicinal use. However, our government simultaneously has patents on medical marijuana use, even though it doesn't have any medical use. So, that's politics for you. If you buy a tax stamp and you show your marijuana to get your tax stamp, they arrest you for possession of marijuana without a tax stamp. But you can't have that tax stamp without the marijuana, right?
Oh,
What's the matter, buddy?
I'm sitting there fucking. We're just fucking nailing Ronan to the fucking wall.
Are you on a text stream?
Yeah, on the YouTube chat.
I got that. I'll have to load that up. There
Me too now. Anytime he's laughing, it's got to be funny.
Oh shit! Scroll up, you'll see some good ones. Oh man, that felt good. I'm all right now. Sorry, man. Calm down. Wipe your tears and think of butterflies. Hey, Ronan, look, man. My kid's bike don't need fixing, man. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Not using my tactic that I used months ago when I had made him promise that
Ronan, stop, man. I just oiled my kid's chains last week. Stop it. Stop.
Oh, Ronan.
It's getting too late. I'm sorry, guys. God almighty. Oh.
Plant seeds for global warming. That's my slogan for president. I think I'm old enough now to be elected. Yeah, I'm going to be running next term. I'm going to run against Trump.
Good.
And my slogan's going to be make mandatory marijuana laws where you have to plant seeds in your backyard, even if you have an apartment.
You'll get a lot of votes, man. You'll win the popular vote.
Yeah, I'm running on marijuana next election. Fuck it.
That's pretty cool, Eric.
I didn't know you were a smoker.
Mandatory marijuana laws. We're doing away with mandatory minimum sentences. Those things don't do nothing but fill prisons. We're going to fill the privately owned prisons with mandatory marijuana laws where we take out the potheads and set them free so we can fill up prisons with, evil bankers and shit.
Sounds good to me.
Right? I mean, shit. I've got everybody's vote already.
Yep.
They're actually already ahead of you. Just run with it, Hank. You'll do well. They already got a few states counted in, man.
Yeah, I know I got Colorado's vote.
Right.
I got, and then I'll tell the Republicans in Texas, look, we got to stop sending our money down south. We can plant marijuana right here, boys. And guess what? If they're in an oil boom, they're going to be a plant bloom. I'm telling you, I could do it. And then I'll get killed, and then y'all know that I tried.
It might be a little safer, man. Let's see if Trump drains that swamp before you run, man, so it won't be so dangerous.
Yeah, I'm going to let him build his wall and everything, and then I'll take over the wall. Thanks, Trump. And I'll put a big-ass gate and make sure that everybody gets vetted, and anybody who tries to dig under or go over the wall, that's what the military is for, to enforce the laws and the walls.
Hell yeah.
Big old welcome mat on that gate. Come on in, guys. Got your papers? No papers? What?
Did you hear what he said, man? I mean, you got to admit, man, this guy's a billionaire, right? I laughed my ass off when he said, don't worry, we're going to have some big, beautiful gold doors on that wall for everybody to come in legal. I just thought that was funny as shit, man. He's gonna put some big Trump gold gates in the wall.
Yeah, earlier I recommended Ronan watch a certain character. I can't remember his name now, but this dude on his show, I was watching it because my wife watched it. She wanted me to watch it. He fucking sends like a personal message to Trump, and he fucking outlines the frame in like golden framework. It's like a message just for Trump.
I wonder if Ronan would vote for Hank Hill.
Well, he
would. Because
wait, we don't want that because he's going to JP you all the time.
He's gonna, if he does vote for Hank, he'll just be doing it to expose all the marijuana.
No, he's going to vote for me because I'm going to take him up on his educate the children about sex ed and stuff. I'll have his vote. That way we don't have to abort the children because there won't be any children because we're going to train our Texas daughters to take it on the chin. That's my slogan.
I will tell you this about Bernie, man. I really did not like him, if you think about his talking points just past all the other stuff. I did not like the idea of Bernie giving in to Hillary like he did. I did not like that at all.
I didn't either. I thought Hillary was a stupid ass choice. I thought it should have been Bernie versus Trump.
Yeah, but see, what does that tell you? That tells you that he's not going to stick to his guns under pressure. You see, he's not. He folded. I would have, if I was really doing it for the reasons I said I was doing it for, I wouldn't have folded no matter what. I just felt like he buckled into Hillary completely, even though they had it gauged where he wasn't going to win anyway.
That's right. The Imperial.
Yep. But I just felt like he really slapped his supporters in the face. Did y'all feel that way or not?
I
know that a lot of people were for Bernie Sanders, and
whooped ass.
I gotta say I like some of the stuff that he said.
I don't know if it would have been good. I think it would have whooped ass.
His whole thing was, big corporations are bad, but he was funded by George Soros.
Right. He talked a good game, but he folded like a little baby. That's the way I saw Bernie.
Oh, well. We got Donald, right? The world's got
Donald. We got the Donald.
Yeah.
That's right. He always speaks to him about himself as a third person.
But I will admit, man, there was a few things about Bernie I liked, but I don't know, man. The more and more I listened to him, I was like, I don't know,
Hey,
man.
Hank, you could tweet him, and he might reveal what NASA really done.
Right, right.
But I would wait though, because he's a busy guy right now. He's got a lot of shit going on.
Oh, you mean Trump? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. You wait for him to get all this shit under control, and then you tweet him and ask him, man, can you give give the world access to NASA reality?
You know
and he
what?
probably would, right?
You know what I am sure of, and I really feel this in my bones. You know, he didn't like that 9/11 shit at all, man.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of conspiracy factors behind 9/11. He's got the power to find out what the fuck was really behind that now, buddy. And I'll bet he'll never say a word, but I guarantee you. Matter of fact, he promised someone that he would find out the truth behind 9/11.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the forefront. And if it's too bad, he may not say anything. He may just operate to try to do the right thing thereof. But he might be astonished, actually, when I often wonder if some of that stuff is even correct anyway, even though it's classified.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like you got so many people and so many departments. It's like hard to keep track of who's doing what. You don't know what the left hand's doing with the right hand half the time.
Do you believe there was thermite in the building, Uncle?
It's classified.
Yeah, but do you think there was?
Well, does it have to be thermite?
Well, I'm leaning towards that. Whatever. Do you think there were preset conditions, pre-existing conditions to help those buildings fall?
Yes.
Good enough. There's your conspiracy, but it ain't a conspiracy. I'm gonna tell you something else I know, and this is right in my hometown where I sit right here talking to you right now. One of the main people taking that steel away from that area was D.H. Griffith, and his corporate office is right here, and I know him personally. And I talked to his son. His son said that fucking steel was still smoking from thermite when they were loading that shit up. You know how fast they got it away from there? You remember that? They the story, I don't know where all of it went, but they say that they loaded it on a boat to China or somewhere, didn't they?
Damn, that's fast.
But I'm saying that steel was still disintegrating. What does that? What from an airplane can do that, or what from that building can do that? Nothing.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of little inside stories from that right here in my hometown. He was one of the main guys cleaning up 9/11. So there's something going on there, brother.
Yeah.
I can't wait until, if I live long enough, to hear the outcome of that. Like 40 years later, you hear about JFK. I can't wait to hear what really happened. I think the corruption's a lot deeper than anybody or I think they're more sinister with their corruption than people want to believe. Do you think that was a plane or a missile that went into the Pentagon?
It's classified.
But from everything you saw, or they were talking about the cameras would have picked it up and all that stuff. What do you think?
Well, I think they hit it really good, and you have crisis actors that will say otherwise.
Okay. Okay, well, that's fair enough.
I don't know what the ordinance was, but they hit it good. That was not a plane that hit the Pentagon.
So you believe it was not a plane?
That's correct.
I've been always leaning towards that too. And there were some, I spent a lot of time up in that area, just so you know. My grandfather worked in the Smithsonian. All of my uncles worked in government on my mother's side. And I can tell you now, man, that's some freaky shit that was going on. That was some freaky stuff.
Yeah, man. That was a pretty big day. You went, now you see, you went from that, right?
Uh-huh.
And this is where I say how times have changed. You went from that, I'm not trying to be morbid here, to Benghazi. You see the difference of what's good and what's bad. And if you're gonna be talking conspiracy inside job here, 9/11 was a masterpiece, right? I mean, it took years.
Right. No,
before
man,
people they did the job right.
I'll run with that all day. There were too many things, just too many freaking things. I'm gonna always believe it was. In other words, I'll put it to you this way: I never believed Oswald shot Kennedy, and I don't believe the story they're trying to pump up my ass now about 9/11 either.
Yep.
And years later, we're gonna find out eventually. Some of that'll leak out.
Yep.
And boy, I mean, that's the scary thing to me. You're gonna really kill your own people here to accomplish some agenda that you have. Wow, man, that's scary shit.
Yep. I mean, how do you fight that?
You better honestly drain the swamp.
Yeah.
And that means in all the divisions. And then it better stay that way. Because you know what I thought about that too? There's a lot of subjects that or categories that surround that subject when you say drain the swamp as a blanket statement. You think about all the divisions, man, where corruption exists. I mean, that's I'm going to say a lifetime of constant, you know, even after you get like some of the main stuff out, you've got to keep going or else it'll just creep right back in. You've got to set up parameters and laws and all kinds of stuff to start working through a generation of it. You know what I mean? Because look how many generations the corruption's manifested itself. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Huh.
When it gets too deep for me, I have to just block it out. I don't want to believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's pretty powerful stuff, man.
Athena.
Oh, what's
Athena's witty, man. She's pretty slick.
Let's see how fast she is. What she got? Let's see. Come on, keep going. 8 ounce calm. I wonder if Athena ever fights D-Beck.
There we go, man. She's good, man. Uncle, are you tall?
I might be short. It's a subjective truth. You got to figure that out.
He has a thing. She has a thing for tall, man. If you're tall, you're good. You're good to go.
I'm short.
I'm sorry, Athena. He says he's short.
I have to be whatever she doesn't like because, yeah.
Right.
My lady friend. $160K subs? Damn, that's some expensive speakers, Daddy Did Dab Daddy or whatever. I hate that name. I don't understand what that name's about. Dab Daddy.
That's kind of a slang term for a ladies' man, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. D-Mac. I give D-Mac the title of the most foulest mouth ever. Dude. Becky is short, but we keep him here.
Yeah, he is good, man.
I want to engage, but I'm too damn tired now. My brain power is gone with Hank and you and Ronan and
Yeah.
All right, good. That's good to see that Armando's finally thinking. I don't know that that's ever happened before. This is a news break. News flash, everybody. Oh, sorry. That's right. Name change. Dab Daddy is now officially thinking for the first time in history. Ever. I think hell's about to freeze over, folks. $5.11 ya Turkish Greek. A turtle. Turtle. Oh, I see. Okay. Turtle equals turtle from the man that just started thinking literally from today onward. So he's learning how to spell pretty fucking fast. Unfortunately, when he comes in here and says something, I have to revert to rule number 1, which needs amendment, by the way. It should include Buddy.
That's cool as hell. When I first read that, man, I said that is too freaking cool.
He's dropping the F-bomb. That's more like it. Yeah, man. Armando used to come in here and give us slideshows. Screen share. Hey, what was that thing everybody used to call Armando? Although I hated it, so maybe we shouldn't pull that back out.
He's not going to come in and debate with you, is he? You can't string a fucking sentence together.
Yeah, so yeah.
Oh, were you talking to me? I'm sorry. do. So I guess P. Mars is a popular fellow with you in this community now, or is he still on probation?
Is that you talking to me, Uncle, or
anybody that's gonna respond?
go
He's
ahead.
being observed. He's being watched.
We got the guard.
Yeah.
I believe a little bit of what he said, but he just kept doing it was the problem for me. And, if he's that innocent, I want him to stop being innocent so fucking much.
Yeah. I'm just.
But he was always he was always cool, Uncle. Don't get me wrong.
No, you have every right to keep him on ice, man, or walking on thin ice or whatever.
Yeah. People get on here to have fun. We've kind of found a little place everybody can come here and chill without the drama of the sniping, if that makes any sense. And
Buddy, I don't think anybody should add people to the hangout. unless they've. It's up to Amando who gets in, you know.
Yeah.
If he adds him or says okay, you know he's watching.
Right.
And then if it gets sniped, he knows who's done it, because he's not always here. He's not always about.
Yep. And something else dawned on me just now, Uncle, and you're gonna love this one. When you first came to this stream, you talking about your freedoms taken away from the bad apples? When you first came to this site, Mando kept that damn link right down there up under the description. And you could just click it and go on the panel.
Yeah, I remember those days. Yep.
People like that caused it not to exist anymore, so we had a freedom taken away.
Yep.
There you go, man. Perfect example. You know?
Yeah.
And it's a shame when those things are going on. You have to be smart enough to step up and try to, you know, prevent it. And that's I apply that exact thing to the country and all the stuff going on too. I'm not one that wants to allow the problem to keep manifesting itself, if that makes any sense. But it's a shame, and that was so neat. You could come in here like if you were a newbie. You could come in here and they go, oh, I want to try to get on the panel, and they get past their shyness or whatever. They could just go over there, click the link, go in, figure out how to use Hangouts. But hey, man, you can't do it now. And I noticed even on the other streams, are any of the streams keeping it down there anymore? I don't think Poncho is he?
No, Poncho's on lockdown, man. Like, you don't get in unless he says so.
Right. I mean,
and you don't get in unless you're a proven flat earther.
But it's from sniping.
And you don't get an opinion if you want to try to debate them without any real evidence, or they'll just ban you from the chat.
Right.
And you better be quick. You better have like a half a sentence worth of evidence to give some kind of proof you want to do a debate. Because if you're going for a semi-explainable explanation, you won't have the time to type it out by the time they've already shut you down in Ponchos. It's changed over there, man. It's like Gestapo.
I know I was in here one night, and they said A4 was over there sniping the shit out of Poncho's stream or something like that.
Well, now A4 is part of a show now.
Oh, you know what? The last time I popped in there, I saw Adam with a fucking wrench in chat.
Yep. Yeah. Like just 2 days ago.
Probably blackmailed his way in there. He'll have threatened to bring his stream down.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, I mean, Poncho's got a lockdown on it, so.
Yeah. I remember seeing that the other day.
That's why there's so much controversy going on, you know, with Poncho lately. Like even in the FE community, there's a lot of division happening.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
but he's still going strong. I guess it's working for him. But a lot of people are suspecting him of botting the viewers up as well. I don't know if that's true, but I don't really watch anymore.
Oh, he's funny. He is funny.
Yeah, he's funny, but in moderation, I think.
Well, you know what? I'm glad
he's funny now that he's ultra paranoid now. Really, like before, I could see D-Beck's point about all he does is scream and shout a lot. Yeah, okay, that was funny because it was new to me at the time. Then it started getting old. Where now he's funny because he's just a paranoid dude, like just kind of off his trolley funny.
I can remember growing up, man, and you know the pack of nabs, the little crackers, and all the different kinds of crackers. They used to have a little red box called an honor system, and you could just walk up, and all of the product was just sitting out there for you, and you could just, you know, put your money in the little red box, and then you had all these people coming along stealing it and never putting their damn money in the little red box. Same thing, you know, and so it did away with it. They couldn't keep the product out anymore.
Well, here's another funny one. If you want, but like, I guess you could say P. Mars was kind of half flat earthy. I don't know what the right word would be, but he had a lot of friends in 4chan, and there's been a lot of politics since, right? But anyway, so one of his friends reached out saying that she was kind of under the being abused by all these different people. So P-Mars comes to the rescue and kind of starts streaming their stream. And basically comment on how they're, mistreating a fellow flat earther, and wanting to talk to them about it. Next, Adam starts, going off on him because he's a part of the Pete Chan show or Poncho show, whatever the hell it's called now. And so what you had was a band dude having a conversation as if he's on the same panel as Adam, who's on the Poncho Pete Chan, because they're talking to each other on two streams, streaming each other. It was awesome. I was like, you can't get any better trolling than that.
Wow.
And they were like, call him out. And he's like, dude, I'm happy to talk about behavioral issues, but you won't have me on the show. And it was funny as hell. I was like, damn. So a lot of fun stuff's been happening around the YouTube Hangout industry here lately.
See, the problem with Adam's mindset is he doesn't want any solving. His whole thought process for problem solving is doxing and bombing and sniping.
Yep.
And so when you have somebody with that thought process, how do you invert or reverse that? I mean, he's got to completely change his thought process at that point before he's not a liability. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm waiting to see if it's going to backfire for old Poncho having Adam on the show.
Yeah.
As an admin, with the wrench and admin in the show, but he hasn't burned him yet that I know of.
Yeah, I found it.
But I think it's just a matter of time. It's like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, but those people like A4, let's see, who was it? A4, Troy, Al, who, I'd pop, I don't know, every 2 or 3 days. If Mando wasn't streaming, I'd kind of pop around for a minute. And one day, Kayla would be just defending them with everything she was against everybody else. The next couple of days, I'd pop over there and just look. And now she's against the people she was defending, and went to the other side. It was, I just found that amusing as hell.
Well, that's right. I mean, it's, it's entertainment.
Yeah, man.
Holy crap. He's so tall, he feels guilty sometimes. I would too with that much neck. It's like a giraffe walking through the zoo.
Athena's going to like Tudor.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody likes that giraffe neck, man. That thing's like, man, you wouldn't even have to pick an apple out of the tree. You just start eating an apple straight off the tree.
Draft neck? That's the first time I've heard that. Draft neck?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He just like look up at a tree and just be eating an apple without even using his hands, man.
Yeah. My mother's funeral was today, right? And so the family meant, well, I didn't go. And my funeral was here, if you know what I mean. But anyway, my family members came back and told me that so one of my sister's sons, he's like 6'4", man. And they say that he had to duck when he was going through the doorways up there. And I went, yeah, he looked like he was going to be a tall boy. But when you get up around 6'4", man, you really don't want to be a whole lot taller than that. You'll start having other issues.
Yeah.
But the basketball teams will love you.
Yeah. Good old basketball.
I always liked basketball, man. I was always playing out on the basketball court at school, late in the afternoons growing up.
Oh, me too. I eat, sleep, and eat, sleep, and lived basketball back in the day.
Yeah. So
did some coaching, and I did a lot of stuff in that sport.
So I guess you can look back and go, where in the hell did all the time go also, right?
Oh, yeah. You get to, 29 years old and you suddenly realize, wow, man, Yep. Do some reflecting, going, damn, I did a lot of good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Because I'm 29 and you're
Right.
29.
Right. D-Beck, how old are you? You're around 29 too, right?
Yeah, close. Yeah, no.
Yes. That's awesome.
Yeah, it sounded good. And then, yeah.
I got turds older than you, son.
Right. He was trying to remember 29. Is what it was.
Fucking, yeah. My underwear, some of my underwear's older than you, Kiwi.
Oh, boy. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me.
Yeah, I was thinking that while I was picturing pulling off your fingers one by one.
Yeah. Them Scottish, man, they're always violent people.
Well, the women are.
Oh, no shit?
Okay.
Yeah. So what you're saying is don't get involved with any Scot female. Ever.
No, just don't fucking wind them up too much.
Well, that's impossible, man. That's what I do. I mean,
Yeah. Well, if they go quiet for 10 seconds, you're in deep fucking shit.
well, what about the Greeks? I hear a lot of funny things about that.
Oh, fucking hell, they got Latin temper. Yeah.
The
Well,
Greek
some
chicks, man, I
bullshit.
tell you, I'm worried.
Yeah. Yeah, but they turn their violence into sexual activity, you know. Not so bad.
But how do you guys feel about the Irish?
Irish. They're okay. You're okay with the Irish and the Welsh.
Okay, so it's England you guys hate or what?
Well, we don't hate them, we just pity them, you know.
Yeah.
No room for hate. Just pity them.
Ronan can probably elaborate on Germany. Ask him about Germany.
Oh man, I thought Ronan's a Nazi, man.
Right, he can elaborate on that.
All right, let's hear him out. Hey, Ronan, can you elaborate about Germany?
The Germans, you know, they've got no sense of humour, yeah, but they're that bad at humour. They're funny.
That's so true, man. We had a local pub that was owned by a German guy, and it was a microbrew. Oh man, best lager that I've had in a long time. And I got friendly with them and stuff. But you're right about that humor, man. You had no choice but to laugh because it just was so.
I've sat listening. They'll tell a joke, you know, in clear English. And when they finish, they look at you and everybody's looking at each other. You know, you expect them to carry on, you know, and they're waiting for a laugh. It's just so fucking funny.
Yeah. You're waiting for the punchline. It's never there. And everybody suddenly realizes they're all secretly doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm looking and saying, oh, fuck it, you know. That in itself is funny, and then they never tell a joke to you again.
Yeah. I like how that, yeah. I mean, half the time
you tell a joke to them and laugh at the wrong time.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I just was trying to find the right words, but you summed it up perfectly.
Yeah, they laugh halfway through. You say, I'm not fucking finished yet. Oh, I see. Yes, carry on. Yo.
God, and then we had another guy that come move over here, and he was a paramedic, I believe, in Germany, and fuck, he was just nonstop smiling, laughing, like you couldn't even get the. Wow, I was like, Dude, you're like the opposite of Germany, but he was a weird fucker, though. I'm just like, man, I was wondering if he was gay, but he wasn't. And like his missus was some like major doctor. I was like, man, I don't know about these Germans, man.
You know that, they're famous for on holiday grabbing sunbeds. Yeah, they'll put their towel, their stuff out on a sunbed the night before. They're the last ones to wake up, and you go down there and they've booked all these fucking sunbeds. You don't want to move anybody's personal belongings. And the amount of times I've seen, my daughter's done it. She's walked around the pool and threw all their fucking gear in the pool, And they were sunbathing in little groups, They won't mix in amongst people around the pool. They'll sunbathe in a little group, talking German. And if one of them leaves and leaves an empty sunbed and you lie on it, they'll all sit and they won't say it, they'll sit and stare at you.
Oh, no.
Trying to intimidate you to make you leave. Because the person, forgot to leave their personal belongings there. And you'll see if you sit, you stare back at them. Offence that you've joined a company, you've intruded, you've invaded their little bit of space. Oh, they're so fucking funny.
I just was picturing you doing that, except for you staring back at them, and then suddenly the big hand with the fucking two fingers up.
No, my brother's wife. Yeah, my brother's wife was arguing with one of them. She didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She could hear her swearing. Yeah, but obviously she's swearing in English, and she's saying to her, and this German couple or a group of them, they're going out for the night. They're all dressed up. This is night time. Yeah, and unfortunately, she's arguing with her at the edge of a swimming pool. Yeah. And she's saying, you've got to, I won't do the accent, you got to curtail your language, when people are trying to sleep at night. I mean, we stayed in a bar till 4 a.m, and these fuckers were the nearest apartment to the bar. We could hear you swear, please, and she's saying, and then, anyway, she lost it, my brother's wife. She pushed this woman in the fucking pool. But as she was falling back, she grabbed her fucking husband and pulled him in as well. Anyway, to cut a long story short, they moved these German 3 couples. The guy moved them to the other side of the hotel.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. That would be awesome, man.
They were all dressed up in their best dresses, to go out for a meal. She's headed towards the bar, my brother's wife, and she stopped her to have an argument. So biggest fucking mistake she made.
Split splash, taking a bath.
She was, I mean, you could tell she was swearing in German, and she wanted the hotel manager to phone the police because she wanted to claim for her clothes, and all the stuff in her bag got wet, all her money and all her personal belongings and stuff. And her husband's trying to calm her down in German. Well, I suppose, trying to calm her down in German, she's trying to get to the bar and he's holding her back because she just walked into the bar and ordered a drink.
Oh, nice. See, that's what I want to experience, that. When in Rome, do in Rome. I want to be a fucking fucktard in a pub at 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. And then we're there all trying to be all decent and shit. It's like, what the dude.
Well, at breakfast, they sit quite near us at breakfast, that would just swap a couple of maybe remarks. And the next morning, they didn't even come into the restaurant. They got the breakfast sent to the room. They wouldn't sit in the restaurant near us.
Nice. Well, okay, so pubs are open at 4. Are they 24/7 or?
Well, a bar. Well, this was in Greece.
Oh shit.
But the bar, they'll keep the bar open as long as you drink. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
If they've got 3-4 people drinking, they'll
Now,
keep it
now
on.
I get it. Okay, so you're in Greece,
Yeah.
and they're like thinking, fucking Scotsman, they're going to keep us open all night, all morning.
No, we actually knew the couple that owned it. It was a brother and sister, a brother and a sister with their partners, took over from their father. They'd taken us up to their house to have a meal, you know, up in the mountains. We knew them quite well. You know, we went there 3 or 4 times, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, do
Actually,
you guys
the last 2 times.
When I was in the States, you had the good old birdie, right? Everybody knows the birdie, the middle finger. And then I come to this side of the world, and I come to find out that the 2 fingers thing is the same equivalent. So I wondered if that came from you guys, or, well, UK area.
Well, we call it 2 fingers Harvey Smith.
Oh!
He was a show jumper on horses. And
yeah.
someone told him he couldn't jump a clear round or something like that, and he jumped a clear round on his horse, and he stuck 2 fingers up. The thing to do, sticking 2 fingers. It was to say if a stick, I think he said to his mate, if a stick one finger up, it means oh fuck, you made a mistake. If it's 2 fingers, it represents fuck you.
I was wondering that because, I learned that the hard way. It was like some dude be doing the 2 fingers to me, and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? So I just waved, and that's when they were like, I think they're trying to pick a fight with you. Oh, well, you don't do that by waving, and waving the peace sign. And they were like, no, man, that's like the equivalent of you saying fuck you. Oh, shit, okay. And I always wondered where that came from.
Yeah, we call it Harvey. You could do it when you're speaking to someone, just be resting your fingers on your chin and your thumb and putting a finger up each side of your nose. Subliminal, subconscious, you're sticking 2 fingers up to the person you're speaking to, but they notice it, but they can't say you're sticking 2 fingers up at me when you're just rubbing your nose,
Oh, you troll. Damn. I'm going to try that one day.
Just, do a thought thing with your fingers on your chin and put a finger up each side of your nose and just rub it. And that's fuck you as the person's talking to you.
Dude, they love you in chat, man.
All right, what, Mabine?
Oh, well, I think it's long gone past now, but
I've been abused. And I've got a cold. There's no empathy.
I was wondering why you were slowing down on me. I'm like your fucking. I'm like your target practice.
Even pay me is leaving me alone.
No.
She's been gentle with me.
Oh, she's fierce.
That's a tongue.
Hey, when do we get the bulldog? You want to fight the bulldog?
If it gets fucking... Yeah, well, I don't know. The thing is, Bulldog adds himself 6 times, and then he adds other people.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like,
If they just came in one at a time, we could deal with them, One-on-one, but you end up with 3 of them screaming.
Hey, can you say this sentence? They are long stick up his ass crack. The one thing that Buddy typed.
What is it?
They are long sticking up his ass crack.
Long sticking up his ass crack. What's that for?
See, that's what I was trying to explain to a friend of mine. The Scottish can swear better than anybody on the planet.
Yeah.
Like everything you guys say just sounds awesome. But only when you're swearing and cursing and being vulgar. Every time you talk normal, it's like, what the fuck?
I'm not offended by swearing, and most people aren't here. I'm in a mood. Well, I've got a cold, yeah? If I go out tomorrow morning and pass someone I know, and they say, morning, I'll say, fuck off. You know, I've got a cold. I won't say good morning back, and that's quite normal, you know. Or if you walk into a barman will say, you know, hello, how you doing? And I'll say, if I'm not with it, I'll say, don't fucking ask, don't talk to me. Just give me my fucking drink, you know. That's quite normal, you know. But
okay.
It's not acceptable it's not acceptable to speak like that down in England in some places, you know.
Yeah.
I could do in Liverpool, I could do in Newcastle, I couldn't do in Birmingham, you know, it's weird. I won't swear in front of kids. I won't swear in front of kids.
Yeah.
You know, young kids.
That's damn near universal, except the Aussies.
Yeah.
The Aussies are just kind of just potty people anyway. They just love to swear, man. That you got like little teenagers swearing at adults and shit, and just them Aussies, man. I tell you.
Well, if somebody tells me I won't use C word, you know, in voice if there's women listening, because it offends a lot of women. UNT, you know, I won't use that in voice. I'll type it. That's different from hearing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I won't use that word to a woman, and I won't say it in voice if I can possibly help it. You know, because they don't like hearing it.
So you wouldn't say good cunt?
No.
Huh. Okay. No, that's not common.
Because I know Athie's listening. Athena's listening.
Oh, right.
I won't use that word.
Right. Okay. So I guess you're right. I guess that is a bloke type, because I was trying to think of the culture here as well, and I think you're right about that. I think it's like blokes hanging out watching a ball game, and oh, what a good and you just get talking, and then the missus comes around.
I might say it when I'm triggered and I'm ripping into somebody, but that's just a little bit of anger. You know, but it's up to, you know, and the females on the chat will hear it. Directed at them. It's directed at who I'm shouting at, you know. But I won't use it. I won't use it in general conversation. I won't use it speaking to a woman. So I won't swear in front of young kids.
I don't see any kids here, so that's good. So, like over here, another word that's used a lot is the word dick.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not, you be sitting there watching TV, hanging out with the mate, and it's like, you're joking around with each other until at one point the guy starts getting sick of it, and he'll probably say something like, don't be a dick,
Yeah.
So, just stuff like that. But
yeah, we see.
I forget that when I'm Skyping with mates back in the States there, and I get talking and I start popping stuff out like that, and they're just like, "What the fuck you say to me?" Oh shit! Sorry. Hey man.
One of the words that annoy me is the motherfucker. That's a word that I've never used. To me, it's disrespectful to all mothers when you say that. You know.
Dude, I haven't heard that for a long time, eh?
Yeah, it's just a word I won't use. I won't type that word either. Not a personal choice to what they'll say. You know, you might say a word that'll trigger me. I might say a word that'll trigger you. You know.
You might say a lot that triggers me.
Everything you say
Dude, I just
triggers
show up and you're pissed off with me.
It triggers me, really.
Yeah, I know. See? That's what I mean. Dick. Dude, what's up with what was up with Dave Simpson trolling you guys the one time?
I mean, obviously Dave's got issues, he's got problems. I don't know, he's not been on for 3 or 4 nights, 3 or 4 days.
Because he was on Kayla's chat the other day, you know, and then they were talking about doing they made him up a sock account, and he came in here with the sock account trolling you up.
Yeah, but
you guys don't know that.
Yeah. Oh, well, we've seen a couple of them. Dave gives himself away and how he types things. I can't remember the ID, but he came on in one, and I could tell it was Dave by how he ended sentences.
Yeah.
And some of his choice of words. You can't really hide if you've been typing on here a long time. Like, I would recognise Dave, I think. If I read it, for an hour, which I haven't got time to do, I'm not bothered if he makes up other accounts. I just won't read what he types,
Oh, I was cracking up, though. I was like, oh, boy.
To keep up when they change IDs, it's like Amanda will try to keep up with the trolls. It's impossible. You can't be on time. He does his gaming, listens to his music, he's got his family there, he can't keep up with this shit fucking 24/7.
Well, that's why he's got you guys.
Well, he's got a little core that just keeps an eye.
I know, and you bust my balls more than any did I know. You just blame me for everything, man. Oh, Alhu was added. That's my fault, even though it wasn't. Oh, you were thinking about it. No, I wasn't. Well, yes, you are. Okay.
Oh, well, that's the problem. If you don't know, might add somebody that will add a sniper. I don't know. That might happen. I won't add people. I only add people that have been here and in this voice. We know who they are. If someone appears on the stream, even if Amando gives them a spanner, they've been there for a couple of weeks and they ask me to add them, I'll say, sorry, Amando's got to do that first,
Oh, yeah,
he has to be the first one that gives you access to the voice. If someone appears in this voice and Amando's not here, and I can unhide them, I won't unhide them if I haven't seen them before.
Sweet.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Can I add Darth Dawkins then?
Amando.
I'm waiting for Buddy to chime in, actually, but oh well. I guess Buddy's taking a break. I know him and Buddy hit it off real good.
Don't know.
That was funny. I mean, I don't frustrate, but technically that was Hank's hangout, not Armando's.
Well, I mean, for instance, Dave was on here for quite a while. He was okay, then he was bad, then he was okay, but he was a pest. Now, when Dave private messaged me and literally begs, please add me, I need to speak to you guys, I'm going to start drinking. And I knew if I added him, he was going to start talking over people, which he did do. He just no thought for what he's doing. He would apologise and laugh. Yeah, I know I'm an idiot. I know I talk over people, but carry on doing it. It's annoying, yeah. But I will still get messages from Dave. Will you add me? Will you add me? Really, it's added Dave to be a pest to other people,
Oh, yeah? So Dave's got problems. And we have to straighten them out or not?
Well, I don't know. He comes in different moods. Sometimes he'll listen. Most times he won't. He'll just go on in his own, talking over people, Same with Petra. She loves her music, but she don't realise every time she breaks a copyright, Amanda can't post the stream. People are trying to speak and she's got music playing in the background. But there's a solution. She uses headphones like she did before,
Yeah.
But she's got this copyright idea going that everything she plays isn't copyright, but Amanda still gets the email. So it's got to be, as far as YouTube are concerned, it is copyright, you know.
Well, there was a situation today where Ronan was actually wrong. Petra's mother was watching TV.
Yeah.
I was like, no, that's not necessarily true, but I was going to have him go firing off because Ronan likes to be right 100% of the time, even though he's not. That's more like 1%.
Well, he said any audio visual, but I thought if it was like TV, it would be picture and audio. You should be able to tell if you could see the picture. I don't know how those rules work with a TV program.
Well, plus it wasn't very loud anyway. Like everybody was talking over it like it wasn't even there because it was very subtle. Like I was trying to listen to what she was watching, whether it was news or some kind of talk show, and I couldn't honestly tell. So
it was awkward. Yeah, it was very awkward because obviously our mother watched that program down a bit, I suppose. But Petra wanted to talk on here. That was an awkward situation, and eventually she gave up and went upstairs. So I said to her, well, very rare a mother comes round and stays the night with her. And we stay to join her mother, which was a good thing, you know.
Yeah.
But I tried to suggest the option, why doesn't our mother plug headphones into the TV set? That was another option. Yeah.
Oh, well, never mind.
The ITV, if I'm watching something, I'll put subtitles on, titles, and then I'm reading the chat. And the very rare occasion I'll answer on the chat what I've read on the subtitles. On a TV program. Yeah. Anyway, never mind.
I mean, half the time I do that too. I put on the captions anyway. Nowadays they make like, what pisses me off about shows nowadays though is they make the music and sound effects so bizarrely loud that anytime they're talking, I have to like turn it up just to hear what they're saying, but then it's too loud because once the dialogue is finished and the sound effects and music start blaring, it's like too loud, and then I turn it down, and then they start talking again, and I'm like, wait a minute, I can't hear them, so I turn it back up, and that pisses me off. So a lot of times I'll just put the captions on.
Do you know what I've never worked out? When you're watching a TV program, you've got the sound set, yeah? When the adverts come on, the sound increases.
Yeah, that sucks. We had a big old thing about that in New Zealand, and then they passed some sort of law that made it to where you couldn't, they couldn't turn the decibels up or make them that much louder than a certain level, but it still does it. I mean, it wasn't as unbearably loud as it used to be, but it still is funny that you got your TV adjusted to the volume you watch your program, and then here comes the ads, and it starts blasting you out again, and God, that always pisses me off.
Well,
I'm like, great, movies do it, and now fucking commercials.
In the UK, it used to be TV companies were limited to 13 minutes advertising per hour. So maximum of 13 minutes advertising and 1 hour's programming. I think that's went out the window because a half-hour program on satellite TV, commercial fucking breaks, you know, in a half-hour program. I won't watch anything. If it's got that much advertising, I won't. Some of these comedy shows, you know, on Sky, program, 2 minutes advertisement, 3 minutes of program, 2 minutes advertising.
Yeah, it pisses me off too. I'll hardly watch actual normal TV anymore because of that. It's like I'll try to go with Netflix or somewhere like that and watch the programs that way. Because I would rather wait a year till they were on YouTube when you could just jump past them, you know, jump past the ads. That's what I do that too. I'm just like, oh, I'll just watch the whole season when it's done. You know,
Well,
or
I mean,
I'll watch
sort of,
just because I hate that. It's like an hour show is more like a half an hour because the other half is ads.
well, advertising used to cost companies, quite a lot of money when they posted leaflets and stuff to your home. It would cost them maybe half the normal postage rate. But now they can hit hundreds of millions of people. Why aren't they paying us for listening to the fucking advertisement?
That would be awesome, man. Because yeah.
Well, they once said, the spams you get in your email, and they said, well, if you paid a penny or 2 cents for an email, nobody could complain about that. You don't fire off. Yeah? But
Yeah.
companies do, these spammers do. If they had to pay a cent or a couple of cents for every fucking email they sent people, I bet the spamming would stop. Because it cost them too much friggin' money.
Oh, that's funny. In Google Hangout chat, someone posted looks like a little jar or a little, I don't know what that is. Canned. It's a can with a little puppy in it.
Yeah, yeah.
And Athena's like, oh my God, I want to eat the puppy too.
That was Anders posted that.
She's funny as hell.
Athena's posting pictures of cakes, I think.
That's me. She said, like I said, they were having fun with you in chat, and then she said I smelled like a baked Leamington, and then I responded with, "Oh, I like the chocolate raspberry." And she said she'd Google it, so I figured, I better hurry up and post it. But she beat me already, so once again, she's faster than me. She wins again.
Just waiting for the lazy bastards in the UK to wake up.
I know, man. I miss the team BBC.
Half past 10.
Because I'm draining on. I'm getting tired of empty mode. It's almost it's 10. Well, yeah, 11:30. Oh my God! In 20 minutes, it's going to be Sunday midnight. But like, I think the last time I was, me and Athena got into it, doing the trolling each other, and then I was thinking I was feeling pretty good with myself because I was doing pretty well on the mic, but certain people aren't that much of a match. But I forgot what she said, but I ultimately thought, man, now see that style because I don't have nothing against whatever she said. And I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a match ender. Oh, well, never mind. So when I get my brain power, I'm looking for a rematch.
I wouldn't troll Athena. She'll rip your ass off.
Yeah, she did last time too, but it was fun. I had to concede defeat out loud. But it was so damn funny. I just couldn't. Because the other fellas, they're always just doing the same old shit. But when she does it, it's like talking about baking cakes, man. She's like one of them fucking chef bakers.
Well, she does some baking, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's roasting. I'm still cracking up at the. What was it? I think it was Bulldog and all his mates, and you're just sitting there, just fucking.
Yeah, I loved that. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind shouting over him. It was funny. I mean, last time I remember I had him in, I think 4 of us were muting him. And he was getting angrier and angrier and screaming louder and louder. And he just ended up sniping the whole room. I mean, if he'd shut up, you know, and let people speak and answer him, he'd have been fine, you know. But he just lost control several times.
I have to admit, you and Bulldog one-on-one, it gets old pretty quick because, yeah, he just does what he does, and it gets to the point where all you can do is just basically hog the mic over top. But man, it was impressive when you were taking on like 6 dudes at once, including Bulldog.
Yeah, but Bulldog repeated himself over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And what they try and do is wear you down. You know, I can play the game for 20 minutes. He would have probably worn me down. You know, you end up just muting yourself. And then if you don't respond to them because you've muted yourself, they kick you out the room. I mean, the last time he appeared on a hangout was, hi, Bullface, you know, you still talking shit. And he said, don't type crap to me again, or you know what's going to happen. And I type back, okay, if you're going to snipe me, and the fucker sniped me. You know.
That's Adam. Yep.
I didn't get to play that day. Well, that stream.
Yeah, I think my screen's frozen. The screen is frozen. Actually, I think I need to go to bed.
All right, Sam, hang on a minute, mate. I don't know if I can unhide you. No. Yeah, we can still hear you, the Sam, but Amanda has to unhide you. Yes, Kiwi can do it.
Oh, I can do it.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't even realize I had it now. I gotta figure out how to do it though.
The little arrow on his picture, just click that and you'll get unhide.
Let's see if that works.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Sweet.
Good morning. Good morning, Sam.
Dr. DL.
Yeah.
You should be able to speak now.
No. I mean, I just left phone for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any interesting topic today?
No,
Shoot the breeze.
Bit quiet at the moment. I don't know how long the stream's been running.
Let me look. 6 hours.
That's 6 hours. 2 hours to go then. Yeah.
It must be too early in the States, isn't it?
I don't know.
Depends on what coast you're on. 5 hours behind me, and I'm on 10:30 in the morning. So.
Oh, 10:30.
Yeah, Amanda will be on about 5 a.m. I suppose, and the 3 hours behind that on.
Oh.
He's probably went to bed, Amanda. Yeah. What have you got, Belarus? You're an hour ahead of me, Hassan. You got 11:30, something like that.
No, I'm a quarter to 2 p.m.
That far in front. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you? 3 hours in front.
Here's Eastern Europe, so
yeah,
must be that much of a difference.
Well, have you figured out whether you're going to Ukraine or Russia? Or are you still thinking about it?
Oh, that's a tough decision. That's a tough choice, you know. Just I seriously don't know what to do. I seriously don't know what to do. It has been so hard.
How much time do you got to think about it?
Maybe 3 months or 2
Oh,
months.
okay.
Yeah, just that.
So you definitely have pondering time then. It's not like, oh, I got to make a decision in a few days. You still got pondering time.
I think no, it's just the paperwork I'm worried about. That I should send my documents, the qualifications to the university. So that would take a little bit of time. So I'm just trying to make my decision as fast as possible, so I don't make myself kind of a deadline that I cannot reach, and then be like, wow, what am I gonna do, and make the wrong decision, and then I'm gonna fuck up. No, I ain't gonna do that. What do you know about Ukraine?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Yes, I probably have the IQ equivalent to a puppy dog.
No, it's not a matter of IQ. You're not trying to solve a differential equation. You're just yeah. Not a matter
Okay,
of
I do not have any knowledge whatsoever of Ukraine or Russia.
Yeah,
It's full of
last night
Ukrainians.
I've been trying to make some acquaintance online with some Ukrainians who speak English, but well, no one answered me. Believe me, one of them answered me in Klingon language. Klingon. I said, oh, what the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just worried about the ability of speaking English there for the professors. I'm a bit worried about that one. I don't know if they speak English fluently or not. The rank of the university is very good, but I don't know if they speak English that well or not. Because here I'm having some troubles with my professors who cannot speak English that well, and yeah.
What about England?
Well, I do not have the money to come to England and study there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive there. Why do you think that I've chosen Eastern European countries like Ukraine, Russia, Belarus? Because here is cheap. Here is really cheap. I do not have 13,000 euros for one semester to study in England, but I have $3,100 to study here for the whole year. So
that's good, man. Wow.
Yeah, it's like free education. So why would I reject this one and come there to study? But for living, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about England, especially England or Canada. You know, they seem like decent places for me. Especially England. I really enjoy. I really love the culture there. I really adore the culture there. It's so nice.
Mate, try New Zealand.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a bit secluded, and medical doctors don't really get paid too well compared to, say, in America, where they make lots. So I guess it kind of, you have to go where you want to, you know, what you want out of life. Like I understand,
Yeah,
I think Canada pays well for their doctors as well.
I think United States is paying the most.
Yeah,
right?
I think so too.
Yeah, I think. But
a friend of mine was.
But you know, if I that much wanted money, I could come back to Iran. The salary of a doctor in Iran is nearly equal to America.
Oh, true. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, nice.
It's 5 times more than European countries. The salary of a doctor.
Is it just as bureaucratic though?
No, not because of that. It's like they're so being, respected, and it's such an important job. And it's so hard to get into universities because of medical sciences. So it's just something. It seems something extraordinary. So it's kind of like that. But I don't actually know the reasonable thing to say about why is the salary like that in Iran. But well, it's pretty high. It's pretty high. It's quite high salary. Even my doctor, who studied in Harvard Medical School, he he spent 6 months of the year in Iran.
I just figured more money means a lot more bureaucratics you have to worry about too, though.
Yeah, well,
But again, it's how it's how each culture or area deals with their legislation and keeping track of records and the best things for the patient of the area, I guess. I don't know a lot about that, so.
And Ukraine is the candidate of joining the European Union, and universities in Ukraine offer the qualification that is in association with the European universities. So the university seems pretty cool there, but I don't know about the country. I don't know about the ability of English speaking. Like I don't know about that one too. I'm pretty worried about that one, because if there's no one who I can talk to or do something, well, I'm kind of in trouble there. And my Russian language sucks. So yeah.
Yeah, I was talking after graduation though. If you can endure it and get your education done, then man, the world's your oyster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know about the educational part of how. Do you if your Russian sucks, that makes it hard to learn, right? Does Ukraine speak the similar language, or are they completely different? Well, I would imagine they're the same.
Ukraine, some of them speak like Western Ukraine. They speak Ukrainian, but
Oh shit,
Eastern,
that's a whole different dialogue.
it's not that different from Russian. It's kind of the same, but the east of Ukraine, they speak like totally Russian. They understand Ukrainian, they can speak Ukrainian, but the native language there is Russian. No, I should learn the Russian language, but when you're studying academically, it's so hard. It's so hard. Like the academic words and the academic language, that's my problem. So I was just searching for some universities that I can pursue my studies in English, not in Russian or any other language, because well, I know English way better than I know Russian. So that's the thing to me.
I'm sure you'll make the right decision, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, I won't be too joking with you. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully I will. And
But
Russia.
at the same token, though, since the education's kind of cheap, you can recover, right? What's another? How many years do you got to go for?
For general medicine.
Yeah.
Counting this year, it will be 7 years.
Uh-huh. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it is a little more expensive. Okay, then. I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, it's like probably make the right decision.
Yeah, I think.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
maybe
hopefully.
if you're lucky.
I wouldn't take that.
What's the odds? What's the mathematical odds? I know you're into that kind of stuff.
Well, logically, when I'm thinking about it, Ukraine is the better choice than Russia is. But currently I'm not in Ukraine and I've not seen there. I've been to Kiev, but not in that city, and it's pretty near to the battlefield, the war zone, with Russia. So I don't know. Maybe I would go there and see for myself for just a trip for just 1 day, 2 days to see what's happening there, and then make my decision.
Yeah, you could even maybe tour the school.
Maybe that would be possible.
Well, I mean, you explore the area, tour the school. I mean, after all, they're going to want to take your money, right? If you decide, so you might as well get to see what you're getting involved.
Yeah. As far as I know, there are not many foreign students there. It's not like a student city. It's not like that. Yeah, I would go there and see for myself.
That sounds like a good idea. It'd probably even be fun.
Yeah, and Ukraine is really a beautiful country, as far as I know. It was Kiev, I think, that they called the bride of the Europe, right?
Are you looking for a Kiev bride?
It's not in Kiev, by the way. It's in Kharkiv. It's like eastern Ukraine. Kiev is the center.
Or well, actually, I was going to ask you then. As far as your, I assume you're not married yet, since you're a student. Students are rarely married. So what if once you're ready to find a life partner, what are you looking for?
What am I looking for?
Yeah. Do you want a nice Kiev woman, or do you want a nice? I think you're from Iran.
Yeah.
Nice, lovely Iran lady.
Actually, it doesn't matter where she's from or what culture she's from. I don't actually care about that.
All right.
She may be even African American. She may be even African American. I don't care.
There you go. See, okay. So you're not really concerned of the color or the culture.
No,
that's good.
As far as you can communicate properly and there are no problems, and I really love that person and she really loves me, so these things like the color of the skin or the culture and things, they wouldn't be a problem for me. No.
Okay. So you're open-minded then.
Yeah. I don't care about it.
Okay, that's good to know as well, because it also, I guess, it depends where you plan on settling in life, right? You don't really want to.
Yeah.
Because you're also looking to get into psychology, right?
Yeah, psychiatry.
Psychiatry.
Yeah, but it's kind of pretty same with medical basis.
Sorry, yeah. It's extremely late for me. psychiatry is a good profession, I think, because people need help in that regard, especially in today's day and age. And people are not going to admit that. They're going to say, "I don't want to see a shrink." And how does that make you feel? You going to be happy to be called a shrink?
Well, to be called shrink, to be called shrink, that's a tricky question.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be a psychiatrist, you're a shrink. You're going to be known as the voodoo man. There's going to be people that are like depending on you to keep it very discreet, and then you're going to have people that groan like them cop guys. They fire off the weapon, and next thing you know, they got to go see a shrink to get cleared for them to go back into service with the service weapon. And they're gonna be like, "God damn, I got to see a shrink." Head shrink.
Yeah, I'm actually not decided that one either. Maybe I will be a neurologist, I'm just into that stuff which are related to the brain and like the concepts of consciousness and things. That's the thing that interests me. But anyway, I'm actually pretty confused now about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do to make you feel more comfortable?
No, it's not because of you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was getting mixed signals.
No.
Can you tell me, are you spiritual or religious of any kind?
My religious beliefs are like that. I believe in God, and that's it.
So you believe in a creator called God?
Not even a creator. No.
No. Okay.
I believe that God is not only the creator, but he is the creation himself. He is within the creation.
So he created himself.
I used this phrase before, and I'm going to use it again. God is not everywhere. God is everything.
Oh.
This attitude seems pretty near to Judaism, but I'm not interested in that one either that much. But if I ever want to choose one, if I ever want to pick one up for myself, I think Judaism will be the proper choice for me, or maybe even like Christianity. Yeah, I would think about that one too. But now I'm not completely like atheist. I'm not. I believe in something, some kind of intelligence behind our universe and whatever we are.
So basically, you're a pantheist. Well, maybe not. Never mind. Okay.
I will find that the proper word, but
no, I don't know that that's even right. Never mind. That's I think I was wrong in using that word. Okay, that's not important anyway. I'm just glad. So
yeah, but
it makes sense why you're looking into neurology and psychiatry.
Yeah, but I'm more into science because of I think that's the true wealth. That is a true wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Like physics, and I will be trying to combine my ideas, my psychological and like physical. I mean, related to physics, not like physical, related to science, physics, related to that one. So I will just combine this two way of seeing these two perspectives to come up with something new, to come up with something more complete, and more understandable, more comprehensive to figure out what we're doing. Because if you just study physics and you don't have any kind of inquiry and the common senses and how mind works, well, then your knowledge can be kind of, not on a strong basis, not on a strong foundation. But well, if you have the sufficient knowledge in how a mind and brain and our common senses work and how the nature works, then here you go. You'll be more able to reach out that answer that you're trying to find, and that's the thing that I'm gonna do.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it seems pretty good to me too.
How, you don't mind if I ask something else? How tall are you?
How tall?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. Okay. There was a girl who we were walking with, and she's kind of my height, and she said she was 179 meters. Centimeters, not meters, centimeters.
I know.
Yeah.
So she was same height as you. Did you say?
Yeah.
And you said 170?
79, 80, yeah.
There you go. Okay, so well, there you go. There's a certain lady that likes tall guys. So I figured if you ever go to Greece, I could hook you up, bro.
oh no, I might have done a mistake because I'm not tall. I'm pretty normal, average. I'm not tall.
Oh, okay. It's confidence, man. I'm building up your confidence. If someone asks me if I'm tall just because of I'm me. I don't give a shit.
Being tall is just a fact. It's just a fact. I think being tall is just a fact.
Right, it's subjective. I mean,
yeah, subjective. It's
I'm
not
tall. Right, I'm taller than a mouse, so therefore I am tall.
That's pretty confidential attitude, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm also short.
Yeah.
I'm shorter than a redwood tree. But I am still tall. Because I can always cut that bitchin' tree down. You know what I mean? It's like, so whatever you're going to decide, you're just going to be tall. Be tall about it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking out my ass, but it's sort of how I believe it. Can't be serious all the time.
Yeah.
Do you think, okay, with your research, like, do you have any ideas of what you're trying to, with some of the projects you talked about, how you want to combine certain ideas with certain things, and like in relation to maybe curing Alzheimer's?
Oh, yeah, well, medical sciences and natural sciences, they have to be more and more in touch with each other, because the new things that happen in, like, even theories that we have in physics, they may really be useful to find some answers for some illnesses, and that's pretty bright future for medicine, actually. But I think yeah, because You know, when physics is being more developed and being like more evoluted, then we will have that kind of knowledge to cure that. Maybe not even Alzheimer, but schizophrenia and like some illnesses like that that are really deeply related to natural sciences because of like the brain waves, the way we study the brain. They like pre-dependent on our knowledge of physics. So yeah, absolutely, it will be useful. It will be way more useful than what I think. Even.
As a general practitioner, do you get to learn about hernias?
About what?
Hernias.
Hernias. Can you just explain a little bit of it?
Okay. A hernia. Can you Google it, or are you on a phone?
I'm on a phone, but I can't Google it.
Oh, okay. Just H E R
H-E-R
N
N-I.
I. Yeah. Or is that in a different language word? Like, I don't know what you've covered in medical yet, so I don't know what to ask.
No, I've done nothing yet.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll take that. All right.
Yeah, so
But I ain't paying you shit for any medical advice.
yeah, because I do not know anything about it yet.
Okay.
First, you use this word. I thought that it must be some word that I don't know in English language. Then I translate. Now I just translate it to my own language, and I said, "Oh, I don't know the meaning of this language in my language either." Great.
Okay. A hernia occurs when an organ pushes through the muscle or tissue that holds
That
it in
holds
place.
it in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading the same text.
Okay, good. Cool. All right. Yeah, I don't know
Yes.
I don't know where you're at in your educational doctor stuff.
Okay, let's see. Okay, go to British Hernia Center. They will cure. Nothing.
And then if you add the word disc with a C, I think. I don't know.
This hernia?
Yeah. Herniated disc, or yeah. I don't know, man. It's like, well, have you learned about colds?
No.
No, you haven't learned about colds.
Dude, it's just the first year. Do you think that they will teach us those things this year? No, they won't.
So you're learning what about anatomy, like bones and muscle and what stuff's called?
Yeah, we're just learning about those stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Right.
what is this called? What is that called? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I was about to teach you how to herniate a disc. If anybody pisses you off, you're going to know how to...
online, Electrono.
Yeah. How to extract information quickly by herniating somebody's disc. Well, you know what? That's for him to find out next year. Oh, well, he's going to learn how to fix them.
I think they do some kind of a surgery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he told me about that. He told me about that. The pain, yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to be in university on Monday, and I have not studied even a bit. Oh, so Joe, what's up with you? What are you doing? Thank you. You too.
Yes, I was trying to hook him up with Athena. He's very tall. Yeah, man. I don't think she bit though.
Um, it might be like 179 centimeters, something like that. Yeah. Is that high? Yeah, yeah. It's pretty normal, isn't it? Yeah.
But see, I was trying to explain that if somebody, that sometimes it's relative. It's a subjective truth. Meaning, again, I'm taller than a damn cat. Therefore, I am tall. I am mighty. My what do they call it? Yeah, exactly. My confidence is gigantic. Yeah, that's right. Or any
Well,
other
I think the
asshole that thinks he's
objectivity is
taller
not
than me,
that
I'll put him
much.
down so he's not. Yes, I think that's right. Okay, well, I have to convert, man. Like, I'm not born from here. I'm used to the feet and inches crap. Even though,
Correct. In United States, everyone use like miles and feet and
you know,
inches.
well, 180 is 5'9". Yeah, I think so. I looked it up on the computer. It's close enough though, right? 182 is, or wait a minute, hold on. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah. I'm pretty certain I'm doing it right. So let's try 183. I think it's like 183, 182. Oops. I'm trying to figure that out, eh? Yeah, 183. Yeah. Yeah, I just converted us, so 183, which actually 6 feet exactly would be 182.88. That's a pain in the fucking ass system, that one. I think I'd go back to feet and inches. Like, I don't mind measuring, like, the mileage with kilometers and speeds, but when you're talking feet and inches, man, that centimeter, millimeter, and meter shit gets kind of frustrating. Oh, no, not much, man. I was just about getting ready to go to bed. Yeah, I guess so. Well, not really. I was interrogating him, and I was asking him, okay. I was just bullshitting by then. We really weren't talking that much. Just well, he was telling me that well, he's a medical student and he's trying to figure out which school to go to next between Ukraine and Russia. And then I asked about what I think he's trying to decide after he's got his basic general practitioners. He's trying to decide then. Well, he's got plenty of time before that happens, but rather he wants to go into psychiatry, I think is what it was, and or neurology. Yeah. So I was like, And then I asked him about religion or religious or spirituality, and he explained to me that well, can you repeat? Well, if I heard him right, it's something like that God is everything, including creation itself, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, he's pretty cool. So I was trying to figure out, hey, can you combine that? It makes sense that you're going to go with, something to do with the brain, and he was talking about how it might try to put some ideas together and combine certain things, and then it got over my head. When he talks like science stuff, it's like, I don't know. I don't speak nerd. I don't speak geek. I only know what rocks and crayons do. Yeah, man, I'm glad because I can ask him questions that, like, if I wanted to hear, what would happen if you boiled a blah, 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 if I ever have a... Yep. I know. All right. All right, dude, I think... Can you repeat? Did you drop out, Jose? Oh, I guess I might have lost sound. I don't know. Hey, Jose, what you doing? This on? Anybody?
Hi, hey. I just was cleaning a little bit, so I was just listening.
All right. Well, since Jose started to tell us something, and then it just dropped off.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
I noticed that.
Oh, good. I wasn't hearing things or whatever.
Yeah, actually, it was happening yesterday too when we were speaking, we were talking. It happened yesterday too. Like, was explaining something and then he was just talking, then stop, then going out of the hangouts, coming in after a while, and then yeah, it happened. It happened for me too. It happened to me too.
Holy crap, man! You guys and your internet, man.
No, I don't know what the problem is, but
are you on a laptop or?
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind that. That's a good phone. What kind of phone you got? Oh, here he is.
Hey,
He's
Sam.
back. He's back.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Have you you know what French polio is?
French polio?
French, yeah, French polio.
No.
Okay, it's called Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Okay. And
You never heard of it?
no, I've never heard of it.
Okay, yeah, you're studying still, yeah.
I'm not a doctor yet.
I know you're not.
Just wait for 6 years, 6 other years,
Right,
and then I will answer every
right,
question you ask.
right. No, okay, but I'm going to tell you a
So,
story, and I'm going to tell Uncle a story if you guys have time right now.
Yeah, sure.
My neighbor, he's an older gentleman. He's probably 15 years older than I am. What happened was he was a working man. He worked all his life, and he was sitting with his wife one evening, and all of a sudden he started becoming paralyzed. He couldn't move, and his wife didn't know what to do, and she shook him, and she called an ambulance, and the ambulance came and took him to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes to the hospital, and the doctors, the nurse, and they asked him and asked her, was he on drugs? And she said no. And they asked, had he been drinking? And she said no, he wasn't drinking. And so they ran some tests, and they didn't know what the problem was, because now here he was getting paralyzed. He couldn't move his arms, his lower extremities, his legs,
Mm-hmm.
and so they had these tests that they had ran. They had no idea what the cause was, and these white doctors, you know, they had no idea what the cause was, and there was this East Indian doctor who just happened to walk by, and he came over, and he asked the white doctor. He said, I think I know what he has. And the white doctor said, what do you think it is? He said, I think he has Guillain-Barré syndrome. And the white doctor says, really, eh? You think that? He said, yeah, I think based on the symptoms that he's displaying, I think that's what he has. And so they ran another test, and sure enough, that's what he had. It's French polio. And so they started the procedure of filtering his blood, and his condition started to improve. And slowly, he started to move his body parts, and they moved him into a room where his condition improved, and he recovered after 2 to 3 weeks. He was released and sent home.
Oh, cool.
That
Very nice.
doctor, that East Indian doctor, my neighbor told me, hadn't it been for that East Indian doctor, he wouldn't have been alive today. He would have died because his body was shutting down. So that East Indian doctor, he said he's grateful that he happened to be there on that emergency ward, and that doctor saved his life. So for anybody out there listening, don't be a racist. A doctor can save your life. It doesn't matter what the color of their skin is or their background is.
That's totally right.
Did your Jose? Did your back get progressively bad over years, or did you have some sort of injury that did that to you? I think you were saying something how you got 3 herniated discs.
Yeah. Well, what happened was I tore up my trapezius muscle back in 1998, and when I tore it up, I continued to tear it up every 15 to 20 minutes. I continued to keep pushing at it with the job that I was doing, but the damage was already done on that muscle. So the tear was there. The scarring, it took forever for it to heal internally. That was my mistake because I didn't stop working. I had a house at the time, so I figured, the damage is there. The body is going to have to deal with it in its own way. Being a mill, that's how we are, right? What happened was after that, that's when I started doing the damage on the discs because I had to put extra pressure doing that same job. What it was I was a welder, and I worked on a steel mill, and I worked with the coils. I used to put these coils on an uncoiler, and the pressure of me pushing this uncoiler to the other side to do a function. The company was cheap. They didn't want to put a hydraulic system, a pneumatic hydraulic system to make it turn. So I had to use all my force to push this fucking uncoiler to the other side. And in this function, that's how I did this damage. And therefore, I started damaging the discs in the duration of 2 years. I did this damage. I got 3 herniated discs out of it. That's how I did this damage.
Man, that sounds.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I hate anything to do with spinal injury.
Right.
Like back or neck or any of that. That just sucks.
I didn't have union representation, and so therefore, the company, I filed a report with the workers' compensation, and what happened was, during the duration of those 2 years, 2 years after, I re-aggravated it, so therefore, I couldn't even get out of bed. And I phoned the safety coordinator, and I told him, I said, look, last night, I had to leave work because I aggravated it, and I can't work. And so he filed another report with the compensation board. And I was out of work then. I had to go to my doctor, and I had to seek medical attention with a chiropractor. My back was so out of place. One of my left arm was hanging so far down. My spine was way out of whack at that point that I had to have my spine realigned, and that took months. I had to go through physiotherapy. That took months. And the company, they threatened me to return to work. They threatened that they would terminate me. There was a whole bunch of fucking garbage that went on. And the situation I had was, I wasn't a rich man. I didn't have fucking money for a lawyer to fight these bastards. So I took my letter to my doctor, and I told him, I said, look, they want me to return to work at this date, and if I don't, they're saying they'll terminate me. And he said, well, you don't have much of a choice, because they sent me to their doctors, and these guys were out to fucking get me, and they examined me, their doctors, and I was taking medication at that time, and I have all these documents, and they made me do some stretching and stuff. And I told them, I said, look, I'm waiting to have an MRI done to prove the damage that I have. So I was examined before I had the MRI done. And I told them, I said, I can do the, I can bend down and all that. I'm in a lot of fucking pain. So whatever you're examining me, yeah, I can bend down and shit, but I'm in a lot of fucking pain, you know. And I knew their game. I knew that that workers' compensation hires these doctors to screw the employee. I'm not new at this, you know. And so moving forward, um, the workers' compensation, they set up an appointment where I went and seen another specialist, another one of their goons, set up to fucking screw me. I went and I seen him, Dr. Schutz in Mississauga Hospital, and he examined me, and he did the same thing. He said that the symptoms that I told him that I had were not a contributor of my work injury. So there you go. Here's another guy that got paid by the workers' compensation to fucking screw me. And anyway, after that, I had an MRI done in 1996. That was way after. So here you go. I got fucking screwed by these people, by workers' compensation, who were supposed to represent the fucking employee, not the other way around. And here we go moving forward. So I went back to work where I shouldn't have been with all this damage, in severe pain, with pain medication. I was taking pain medication, Percocet. Here I was on the job site with pain medication. I was operating a crane with heavy fucking loads of steel that, if I would have injured someone due to impairment, who would have been liable? Would have been me, or would have been the company? These are questions that I've thought about.
That's a tough call, hey.
It's
not something you think about in 1 second, and yeah.
Right. Well, I thought about it while I was doing the job, and it's really scary shit, man. And that was the position to put me in. And there was a situation that happened afterwards. I left that job in 1996. Anyway, I left my future in that company with this injury. Totally destroyed my fucking back with that company. And so when I had the MRI done in 1996, I went and I seen a specialist in Hamilton, Shadok McMaster Hospital, Dr. Lawrence Hart. And this doctor examined me, and he came back into the room, and he started nodding his head to the left and right. And I said, what does that mean? He said, well, based on what I have here in my hands, you have a back of a 62-year-old. And I said, a 62-year-old? What do you mean by that? He said, well, all the damage that you have, this is basically what I see in people that come in here every day, with the wear and tear of working and this and that, I said, well, I don't feel like 62-year-old. I feel more like a fucking 72-year-old. I told him, I said, I get up in the morning, it feels like I got hit by a fucking truck every day, just when I get up. He said, yeah, I know. He said, I know how you feel. I told him, I said, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. Those symptoms, it's like it's the chronic pain, the flu symptoms, all that into one. The fucking sleep disorder, you know, I don't fucking sleep well. All of that combined. He said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. He said, look, if you want, you can come to my pain clinic here, but it's a bit of a drive from Brampton. But you let me know. I said, no, I'm not going to be driving up here. It's a long fucking drive. But thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence. You know, I really appreciate you taking the time here with me. And that was it with that visit, you know. Very great doctor, you know. So I've seen a lot of specialists. I've seen a lot of doctors throughout my history here with this injury. I'm a bit of a pain expert. I've had this for 23 years. When I meet people and they tell me they have whatever it is, pain issues, we speak the same language. I fucking know what they're going through. You know.
Yeah, man.
Anybody that has the disorder that I have, we speak this, we have this understanding. It's a language that other people that have normal brain function or normal body, you know, are normal, they wouldn't understand. I was normal before the injury. There's a big difference. When the injury happened, that trauma that happened to the brain, there was a switch that went off. I became a different person. The brain, the firing in the body from the brain, it's totally different. You know, like you have an engine and the spark plugs from the coil. You know, it's those there's sparks, right? Well, that's what's happening in my body from the brain. Think about it like a tree, the branches. It's just sparking everywhere. My muscles and shit. So there's pain fucking everywhere, and that's every day. My rib cage, those muscles, I'm burning right now. My trapezius muscle is burning, and it's been burning for fucking 23 years. As I'm talking to you, it's fucking burning, and it's gonna be burning all day, and I got to deal with that. I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining to you. That's all. It's like somebody stuck a knife in that muscle right there, and there's also a torch, you know, like a welding torch that's there, and somebody's fucking holding that torch to it too.
Yeah, it must be pretty hard.
And that's every day. That's why I always try and put my mind somewhere else. So I play music and I do whatever the fuck it is I do to put my mind somewhere else. Anyway, that's that. I applied for CPT disability years ago, in 1997, 98. They denied me. But in 2007, my family doctor at the time, I did my research and I told him, I said, look, I need to see this doctor, I need to see that doctor and that doctor. So I did my research and I've seen these specialists, and one by one, and in the application form for CPP disability, CPP stands for Canada Pension Disability. I worked very hard from a young age, and this injury was not by me fucking around. This was from hard work, and I needed to be compensated for my fucking hard work. And so I went and I had a sleep study. I did a sleep study. I had that done, and I woke up 23 times in 3.5 hours in that sleep study. So think about that. I woke up 23 times in that sleep study. That's what I picked up. That was evidence. I went and seen a rheumatologist, Dr. Lash, a female rheumatologist, highly regarded. She examined me. Again, I was diagnosed with what I got. She examined me. I went and seen Dr. Harvey Madowski, highly regarded. He's a psychiatrist, actually, this Dr. Harvey Madowski, but he specializes in fibromyalgia patients. Sees people that have fibromyalgia. Went and seen him. So I did my research and I went and seen all these specialists. And in their reports, they were filed. And so when the application was sent for CPP disability, I was approved for CPP disability. That's the hardest CPP disability to be approved from. So finally, I was approved. You know, and that's that. So now I'm in a position now, finally, after all these years, I didn't have the strength to fight workers' compensation, but right now I'm in a position now, I'm up here, and I'm going to be seeking lawyer representation. I want to go back and fight those fuckers, workers' compensation, for what they did to me.
That's company, huh?
Yeah, and the company.
Hey, dudes.
That's where I'm at.
I was excited. I gotta go to bed, man.
Did you hear what I said there, Uncle?
Yeah, man. I think you should go after them, eh?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Because you know they do this to a lot of people, man.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
You know, and there's a lot of people that are no longer here that gave up, you know, many years ago, that got the same mistreatment. You know.
Yeah, man.
You know, these companies, these government agencies like workers' compensation, they don't give a fuck about nobody, man.
Yeah, they just want to put their money into their pockets and then leave.
It. Yeah, exactly. They don't care, man.
Yeah.
You know, actually, they hired one time up workers' compensation here in Ontario hired 100 undercovers because there was so much fraud going on in there. There was adjudicators that was they were doing deals with friends on the outside with cases, fraudulent cases that they were approving. Okay, they were approving cases with friends from the outside. They were doing 50-50, you know, going 50-50 on those cases. Yeah, so the Ontario government, what happened was they put 100 undercover agents inside the workers' compensation to catch these adjudicators. And one by one, they caught them.
Good.
There was a lot of fraud going on in there, man. So much money was fucking being stolen in the fraud that was going on. And that goes on all the time.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, man. So that's what I'm working on now. I'm going to be seeking representation with a law firm and going back and doing something about it.
Good, good.
Yeah, man,
do you make living right now, or you're retired?
Yeah, I'm retired right now.
You're retired.
Yeah, man. It's like, wow.
Yeah,
but this is a really good thing to do. This is a really good thing to do.
I don't know if I told you guys, from 1997, I didn't have there was nothing much I was doing, but I did start a small business. I used to do a little bit of had a driveway sealing business going, eh? And during that time period, I had a little Porsche, had some fun. I had to have some fun too, eh? And
Right.
I became a professional gambler, man. I was playing roulette, and
Oh, really?
yeah, I was a platinum player, man. I was a platinum player for
Oh,
years.
yeah. In casino. Yeah.
Yeah, I have those platinum cards here, actually. If people doubt me, I'll fucking take. I'll put it on video right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so tired. It's 1 a.m.
Seriously? It's 2
Yeah.
p.m. here. How, where do you live? In America?
No. It's Sunday. Sunday morning. 1
Sunday.
a.m. in New Zealand.
Sunday. Oh yeah, in New Zealand. Okay.
Yeah, we're the first up on the calendar.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay,
else
I
is
got
behind
that.
us.
Oh, well, here is today, Saturday, 4th
I
of
was just
February.
saying,
Yeah, 4th of
yeah.
February, and it's 3 p.m. right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying I'm gonna have to go to bed, man. I'm really tired.
Okay.
Hey, Uncle.
Yeah.
You ever play roulette?
Nah, man. I mean, I tried it once, but nah, I was really never a roulette guy.
Yeah.
I think when I played, I was just kind of the red or black guy.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to play it.
Anyway,
it's probably one of the
I'm-
hardest games. It's probably one of the hardest
yeah,
games.
definitely a tough game. I'm going to bed, which means somebody's going to gain control of the room. Which means that as soon as somebody jumps in here, you'll need to unhide them.
Okay.
It ain't me. I don't know how to do that, man.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen if... Oh, shit.
I don't know that either, so.
Oh, okay. Well...
So you're going to have to stick around, Uncle.
Oh, well. I don't think I can, man. I'm so tired. And I heard the Miss rustling into bed, and I'm thinking, oh...
We got to get Beck in here. Beck's got to come in then.
Yeah. Well, okay. Do we have anybody that can...
Unhide people.
Where is Beck? He was around somewhere, I thought.
Okay, guys. I'm in Subway. I'm gonna go to the city center and do the thing that I did yesterday. So, my connection.
No,
Yeah,
you can't leave.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. My connection might be lost. My connection might be lost. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go mute because of the noise of the train.
What time is it over there, Uncle?
1 a.m.
Oh, 1 a.m., eh?
Yeah,
Hey, you're still doing the Uber thing, eh?
The Uber thing, eh? Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I think it's cool.
Yeah, although it's not quite like that, though.
Oh, okay. It's all right. You don't have to share details, man.
Oh, I'm not gonna. That's my cover. Oh, boy. Next whiny little celebrity wants to get all shitty. I'm going to be...
I wasn't pulling it towards that, man.
Oh, sweet. I was going to say, well, yeah, I mean...
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Day.
Hey, you know what, man? I missed those days. It was a while back. Probably over 3 months ago. I used to get up in the morning and turn this on, and you would be on here, Ronan, and I think Bob High used to be here too.
Yeah.
And you guys used to be talking. It used to sound normal, you know, normal conversation about whatever. And I'd hear your voice, just talking normal stuff. It was a good wake up, something to wake up, good sound, you know.
Yeah, man. It's like, yeah, I kind of miss those days too. I mean,
It's kind of like night and day now, you know.
yeah.
It's way different now.
Unfortunately, though, those nights, you know, I was up at 6, 7 in the morning. Like I'd be going cranking out hard ass, you know, hard ass hours at the time, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the time we took the tour. You did with a computer of up there, Georgian Bay and shit.
Yeah, man, I'd get on that screen share thing, and oh, this is 5 minutes from the house, and this is, you know, half an hour this way and that way, and
that was fun, man. I enjoyed that, man. Beck did too. Beck really enjoyed that.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm hoping that kind of returns and like people can like be normal again. But
yeah, man,
it's man. Although I don't know, I don't know why you affiliated me with Uber though. I'm cracking up at that.
Yeah, no, I did because you were talking about that, man.
No, I was. That's not what I do though.
Unless you were joking.
What I was talking about was I was asking if Uber was a big company because.
Okay.
See, because that
was my memory.
What the hell was going on with that? It was the CEO of Uber had resigned from Donald Trump's advisory staff. I forgot exactly what he did that a couple of days ago. So he was appointed to do something for Trump and his cabinet, but the guy's like, "Fuck it, I'm walking."
And I'm talking back then. You were talking about Uber.
Oh, okay. That must have been how the taxi people over here. See, you have to have a certain license to be doing shit like that in New Zealand.
Right.
And most of these people aren't having that.
Right. That was the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a good memory, man. My memory wasn't that good. I thought you said, yeah, okay. See, that's where it went. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to agree whenever someone tells me you're still doing this or that, I'm going to agree most of the time anyway.
Right. So in my memory, I thought you were driving somebody. Okay, so I messed up.
Oh, I get to do a lot of driving, yeah.
Cool.
But it ain't Uber.
Right.
Hey, and I'm not a taxi.
Yeah. Okay. How are the wave babies over there, man?
How the what?
The wave babies. The wave babies?
Is that an expression I forgot about?
Wave Babies is a song that a Canadian band did. What are they called now? Honeymoon Suite is the name of the band.
Oh, okay.
Wave Babies are women in bikinis, man, on the beach.
Oh yeah.
It's a nice song, man. If you check it out on YouTube, man, the song is Wave Babies.
All right. Let's see here.
Lying on the sand.
Oh, I like the video. Yeah, I'll check this out tomorrow. Oh well, we got somebody talking. Who we got? Oh,
Where
yeah.
you at, Sam? You're at the same place as yesterday? Right on. No, no, no. I'm just asking.
I remember when Bob used to like show us around where he was at.
Right.
That was cool too, man.
In
Miss that
Kosovo, right?
fella.
Yeah, you did it. Yeah, man. You did a hell of a job yesterday there, Sam, showing us Minx. Beautiful city, man. I think it's pretty romantic, man. For someone to be there with someone that they love, man. Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, give it time, man. Maybe you will meet some beautiful young lady, man. I think a beautiful young lady would be lucky to have you, man. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. What are they looking for? They're looking for some guy with money or what? Right. $500 they live on that a month? Are you crazy? $500, 500 the equivalent of $500 American a month? Oh my God. Wow. Wow, man. That's wow. I'm shocked. $500. Wow. 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 Well, I'm not gonna be going to Minx anytime soon, man. Well, I have a limo now anytime I want, but that's besides the point. Right, right, right. Okay. Right. 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 That they're culturally different, and they're on another level, right? Right. Right. Yeah. Um. Right. Yeah. It's interesting that you're mentioning this, because it was different for me when I met that Ukrainian girlfriend that I had back then. I learned about the Ukrainian culture and stuff. Eh? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Like she went to Toronto, and I met her there, and we went to a Ukrainian hall where they had a big celebration. They did Ukrainian dancing and stuff, uh, and the women and the men were in uniform, with their Ukrainian dress. Yeah, the folk. And let me tell you, man, it was beautiful, man. I was there with her, uh, and I watched and I listened to the music. It was, yeah, 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 man. It is, man. Yeah, man. It is, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what it is? It's because it's the ignorance thing. They don't know, you know, uh, too much. They don't know much about your culture. That's all it is. Okay, it's not your fault, Sam. It's not. It's nothing to do with you. Yeah. So don't think it's your fault. Okay. Exactly. No. Yeah. You should try, man. Uh, you should try and break the ice. Don't be discouraged. What do you What do you mean? How do I approach them? You just say hi, and and you talk to them, a normal conversation. I mean, you start off with hi, how are you? That's it, man. Take it from there. If they don't respond, if they give you a cold look, that's it. It's done. Once they do that, that pretty well says it all. They don't want nothing to do with you. But don't be offended by it. Don't take it personal. You have you met a lot of women the name Olga? Yeah, that was my mom's oldest sister's name was Olga. Yeah, my mom's oldest sister's name was Olga, and she was the nicest one, man. She was a seamstress. You like Lebanese food? Hummus? You ever eat hummus? Hey, yeah, man. I'm surprised at that too, man. That's like $125 a week. Just a little bit, not much. That's all right. Don't worry about it. No, no, there's not much noise. Don't worry. What is it cold there today? It's all right. It's all right, Hassan. How was it there today? Is it cold or what? Yeah, happy Saturday to you, man. Yeah, let me ask you something. Was Saturday a special day for you guys growing up? Yeah, like when you were a kid? Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Saturday was always a day of rest, compared to Sunday. Yeah, it's the Sabbath. Saturday is the Sabbath for the Jewish people. No, no, I didn't venture into college. I went into the workforce after completing high school. I got my diploma, and I was well on my way to working hard and trying to get ahead. My body was already well versed into having that routine of waking up early in the morning. Um, 6:30 in the morning, I was already awake. Getting ready. It didn't matter what I was doing the night before. I would wake up around that time, get ready, have my coffee, and get ready to make my yeah, uh, get ready and be there. 6:30. I was already there, ready to work. Start at 7 every morning. You ever see, you know, those, you ever see the oil fields, the big tubing, steel tubing, Hassan? They use big steel tubing for oil fields. Yeah, like the oil or gas goes, you know, through the, you know, it's transported through the tubing, right? Steel tubing. Yeah, underground. You know the tubing, that steel tube. Yeah, I worked 1986 for a company um, in Concord, Ontario. I worked in a big mill. That's what we did. I made a big steel tube. And that big steel tube is used in the oil industry and gas industry and water industry. Yeah, Roman Catholic. Say that again? Yeah, I thought I heard you. Yeah. Okay. Orthodox. Yeah. So many different religions, eh? You know, Hassan, when I was a kid, I think I was 2, 3 years old, and I remember like the house I was brought up in. Right next door to my house was the church, man. The same, yeah, the same church where I was blessed with the holy water, man. Right there, man. That's where I was raised, man. In the house right there. Right next door was the church, man. When I got a little older, me and my brother and our friends, we used to throw rocks at the bell. There's a big bell on top of the church. There was a door and a stairs that go up to that bell, and we used to sneak up there and pull on that the rope on the rope to make that bell go away. The big fucking bell, man. There was a local guy. He was a bit older than us, and that was his job. You know, when it was 12 noon Sunday, he would ring that bell. I remember this stuff, you know. Sam, you guys in Iran, you have passion fruit, right? You have passion fruit? Fruit. It's a fruit. You don't have passion fruit there, right? It's the color of it on the outside. It's very dark, like maroon. Yeah, we used to have a garden, and we had a passion fruit tree there. Man, that was one of my favorite fruits, man. Still is today, man. Actually, they make a liqueur out of it, eh? They sell it at the liquor store. They also make a soft drink out of it, eh? Out of that passion fruit. Yeah. Oh yeah, good. Lebanese, eh? That's what you're having, right? Um, I worked with a Lebanese man. His name was Bassam. I worked with a Lebanese man. His name was Bassam. Bassam Shaheen. Oh, he was my buddy, man. Him and I were buddies. I used to make him laugh. He knew I was a little bit nuts. He worked years prior in the same place with a friend of mine who was a bit older than me. And he used to share stories about that friend with me. And I used to laugh with him about that friend because that friend, I grew up with that friend since I was a kid. He's from my neighborhood. So yeah, right. No, no, no. Speak, man. Right. Yeah, man. Yep. Right. Screening. They call it screening process. Yeah. So explain to me what happens. Who do they give the jobs to? The Christians? Okay, that's how they do it? Right. Yeah, yeah. Right. Right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What do I think about Israel? I love Israel. We're talking about the time of Christ. We're talking, some deep roots there. That whole area. You want to talk about Lebanon, Bethlehem. You know, uh, Iraq, Babylon. All those regions. They're very important areas. In the biblical sense. Um, all those stories there are there in the Bible. You know, and to see all this fighting over land, and all this blood, uh, and all this turmoil that is going on there in that region, and all this divide, it's really upsetting for me to see this every day. And I've been seeing this since I was a kid, and it's very disturbing for me. Um, it really hurts me, to be honest with you, and it's getting worse. Um, yeah, so it really touches me. I have to turn the TV when I see this stuff going on, and them shooting and killing civilians. Yeah, yeah. Either way, anyone killing uh, any civilian, it really it affects me. Uh, it is all wrong. None of it is right. And then when you see innocent children being killed, um, or injured, it really it messes with me. Uh, you know, it's not to be done. It's a sin. Right. Yes. Right. 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 I mean, I understand that they were promised land and stuff. Um, I totally get it. Um, there's so much political interference. I mean, it's very complicated. We understand. We understand the complications of that situation. You know, the establishment of that is Israel state. You know, that's not for us to be discussing that. You know, I believe. Um, yeah, that's deep. That's deep stuff. You know, all I can tell you is that that is holy soil in which they walk upon, each and every one of them. Right. Right. Yes. Right. Yeah, I read a little bit about that. Right. 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 Yeah. You see how you see how it gets complicated. And Sam, that's what I was touching upon last night. If you recall, I mentioned something about someone that is they're watching and this is what they want. You know, they want to cause all this confusion and fighting there in the Middle East. They that's their mission. They want to start a world war. They want to yeah, eh? Yeah, evil. And who stands for evil? The Lucifer is the one that stands for evil and the destruction of mankind. Yeah, and the destruction of mankind. Right, right. You know, he wants he wants to wipe out he wants to wipe out as many as possible. Right. That's my opinion. He wants look. The devil has a time frame to do what he is trying to accomplish down here. Right. And he's doing a hell of a job so far. it's been written that the world started in the Middle East, and it's been written that it will end there. That's what I just said. Right. 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 Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Keep going, man. Keep going, man. Yes. Yes. Yes, man. Right. Right. Yes. 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 We're living under such a disgrace. Look at what we have at look at what we have under our disposal. We have nuclear bombs that can destroy every single human being and every single friggin' living organism here. Right, Hassam? Right, Hassam? Right? What a disgrace. What a disgrace. You know, it's been said, well, we don't even want to imagine that. Let's think of the sun and not think of darkness. I I uh, I have to agree with that. So that would be the splitting of the atom. Right, right. So that mathematical equation that was achieved um, of the splitting of the atom was the worst thing that ever happened here on Earth. Would you agree? Right, right. I know. Yeah, using that to prove our stupidity. Right, right, right. Hassan, do you recall when you were a kid and you were learning about the universe, you know, the stars and the planets and all that? Do you recall how excited you were when you were learning about the planets? Right, right, right. Wow. Right, right. That illumination of the star, yeah. Yeah, and how old were you? How old were you when that happened? Nice. Wow. Awesome. Right. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, man. Right. How excited you were, eh? And you wanted to learn more. Yes. Yes. Right. Right. Quantum. Yeah, man. See, I recall we were young and we had a school trip to go to the Ontario Science Center in Toronto, Ontario. And yeah, we went with the class. I believe it was grade 5. And so and we went into the science exhibit and it had I guess it was the Apollo um, there. And it had the spacesuits. It had um, the spaceman, I guess. The what do you call them? Like yeah, the astronauts. And me and my friend, we went inside the space capsule, and it had like the the board, you know, the space module, and you could talk, you know, into the little microphone, I guess it was. Um, So, it was like a little imaginary world. You were pretending that you were in outer space, that you were up there, on the moon, that you were on the moon. Um, and you see that, they had the back wall. It was painted, like with the stars and stuff, like you were actually up there, right? Um, so it was amazing. It was pretty amazing. You're a young kid, and your imagination, takes you there. And you're trying to imagine what it would have felt like to actually be Armstrong, to be that astronaut that actually went up there, you know, to the moon. Yeah, man. So it expands your mind, your imagination. That wow, what a world we live in. You have Earth, you have the moon, you have Venus, you have Mars, Pluto, Uranus. Just to name a few. What an amazing universe we live in, and we happen to live in the planet Earth, right? Um, right, and we live here, and at nighttime you see all these beautiful, beautiful stars that illuminate the sky, and there's the moon, right? And we can't we can't be just the only ones here in this universe. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I don't know what to think, to be honest. I mean, to think that we live on flat Earth. Come on, man. I mean, I'm thinking in my mind, back in the time when Christopher Columbus and his shipmates were sailing the ocean, looking, for these places and discovering, the world. And I think about my people, when they were sailing about, uh, going to the Far East looking for spices, and they discovering places. They never fell off of the friggin' Earth, you know. So how can there be a fucking flat Earth? And they try to explain the horizon, this and that. Right. 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 Yeah, you're talking about somebody with ignorance, and and they're set on that ignorance, and they're closed-minded. Uh, that's it. You're not going to go anywhere with that person. Fashifis, fashis, fashifis. Okay, in other words, they're twisted. Yeah, well, that's if that's their angle, if that's their game, well, crazy rabbit tricks are for kids. Right. You're you are very intelligent for your age, man. I thought you were at least 20,